Welcome, TalkSport 2, bringing you live exclusive coverage of the second Test match in Barbados, the second Test match of a three-match series. The game's played in Antigua. That was a draw on a dead old pitch. Now we're at the Kensington Oval in Barbados, and then we go to Grenada for the third Test. A fabulous day for Joe Root yesterday, 100 to savour. A brave performance too from Alex Lees at the top of the order, who, if you like, just got in the way of the new ball, and then from Dan Lawrence, who took on the West Indians and lit up the afternoon. So some fascination after a nutritional start. A fascinating afternoon's cricket because of that batting partnership. Root finished unbeaten with 119. A couple of chances one specific chance and perhaps one lucky non-review by the West Indian side. But there he is, unbeaten, 119. A lot of balls faced. What a year he's had. My goodness me. Since January 2021, he's made 8 Test match hundreds. He's got a 25 in total, just 2 behind Steve Smith and Virat Kohli, who have 27 each. They're the leaders of the, if you like, the modern big four of batting today. It's a glorious day in Barbados. Most days are, unless you're unlucky enough to be there in the rainy season. Little reminder of what happened yesterday in just a moment, but certainly a day worth celebrating because England's batting in the afternoon session was free and easy.
Seals starts a new over, comes in and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley gets the delivery that's edged. He's out caught. Crawley is gone.
His 8th first-class game, 4 of which have been Test matches. Short, pulled away. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root. Here is Roach once again. Lees drives past mid-off. Lovely shot. Zari Josephine once again. There you go. That's a super square cover drive. lovely shot from Joe Root.
I can even see a beach there, Goffey, in the distance that beckons me at the close of play.
Yeah, you'd be on that jet ski, wouldn't you, Matt?
I would actually.
Oh, the banana boat.
Jet ski.
Yeah, the jet ski. Love a jet ski.
From all now into Root. Oh, sweep shot, beautiful.
A lovely morning. 2 Yorkshiremen at the crease. Yorkshiremen on commentary. Let's finish there.
Jason Holder continues, and that's half volley on leg stump. Joe Root says thank you very much indeed. The Barmy Army. Root.
And Root is on the back foot and forces his ball into the offside. This is going to be the half century for the England captain. Joe Root, his 54th half century at this level. He's wrapped on the pad, has a lot of appeal for LBW, and he's given him. Lees looking to play off the back foot, is trapped on this pad.
Good stroke, Joe Root. We go back to India for that one, and Sri Lanka when he played so brilliantly at the start of last year. Lawrence on strike, down the pitch he comes, chips it high and hard, gets all of it, does he? Oh, he does!
Well, that's woke Alex's mum up over in Barbados.
Oh, go Joe! The latest of late cuts, the touch of a surgeon, another boundary, 76 for the England captain.
And Lawrence is driving beautifully through cover. Shades of Carl Hooper here at Kensington Oval.
Shot of the day for me so far.
Is this delivery? He's playing it down between the slip and gully. That's going to go for 4.
Yeah, that shot was Root-esque. That's a trademark Joe Root shot.
Lawrence waits and plays the pull stroke very fine and goes to 50. He's done it. Lovely innings. It's now Root on strike. 99. He's now made 100. A superb innings from England's captain.
Just goes about his business. Back-to-back hundreds for the captain. 25th Test 100.
This time Root is reverse sweeping, successfully doing so. It's going to go down to the boundary. It's gone for 4. Bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is driving beautifully through cover. That should go into the boundary for 4.
That is out. No, he's dropped it. Not a difficult catch, and the bowler's gone mental. Very unhappy Jayden Seals.
Full ball from Holder and a glorious drive through mid-off by Dan Lawrence takes him into the 80s. He equals his highest score of 81.
Driving, and he's out caught at cover. Lawrence is given away. Lawrence is gone, and the Windies peg one back. 244 for 3. He's done it again.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence, just at the close of play, what a blow. It was what would have been the penultimate ball of the day, became the last ball of the day because the wicket fell in the last over and therefore there was no more cricket. But what a blow to him. Got into the 90s, played with such sparkle, such an enjoyable innings in so many ways. But he fell, if you like, on the sword by which he lived for most of his innings, in fact, taking them on, and that was a shame that it didn't reward him with 100. Alex Tudor and Darren Goff are alongside me, and we really enjoyed, guys, the sort of, I don't know, what's the word, the free spirit actually in that innings. That's the way I'd describe it. You sort of expect Joe Root to play the kind of innings he played, measured, up the tempo as he got in, but Lawrence, wow, that was something, wasn't it?
Well, it was much needed, wasn't it, Mark? 47 for 1 at lunch. We were all thinking, oh dear, we're in for a long day here. Lees was just leaving every delivery. West Indies were leaving the ball out there, bowling a little bit with a little bit of negativity, just trying to stop England scoring. But the way Dan Lawrence, once he come to the crease, he played with such freedom. It was absolutely amazing. I mean, it took us all by surprise, really. Let's be honest about it. This is a kid who's still trying to find his way at the highest level in Test cricket. And he come in straight away. He was busy at the crease, looking to score all the time. That was his preferred option. Not looking to survive. He was looking to score. And then to go in at 136 for 2, total change.
Yeah, really impressive. Obviously, word coming out of Essex, they were so excited about him. He came into Test cricket and he just had that air for me when he's at the crease. He just seems that he's got that confidence, a little bit of arrogance, but controlled arrogance, and he does not allow the bowlers to bowl at him. He's very dominant on that leg side, a little bit like Kevin Peterson. You sort of mid-on, mid-wicket, through square leg. And as you said, it's a little bit disappointing that he's not batting this morning over in Barbados to go to that 100, because I felt he deserved that after, as you said, Goffey, that sort of, well, you say not turgid, but it was very slow morning, wasn't it? I mean, the most surprising thing is that West Indies got bowled 30 overs before lunch. We don't really see that too often.
No,
so that was
15
good.
an hour by a West Indian team. That wouldn't have happened since, I don't know, Ramadan and Valentine.
well, the reason they went through the overs because there were no runs being scored. They were going straight through to the keeper, throw it to the slip, throw it back to the bowler, and off he went again.
There was no concrete finding, as Bumble would say, was there? When the ball's smashed into the concrete and has to be fetched. Here's a question for you. What's the whisper in the game about Dan Lawrence? You know, I remember coming into the game and there was a lot of whispers about fellas called Gatting and Gower. Has there been a whisper about him? Do his fellows, do his peers think a lot of him?
No, there's not that much of it. I remember seeing him, as I said, and the only reason I've seen him is because my son was at Essex for 3 years, and Dan was a similar age to my son, and I saw them both playing together in the second team. Dan went into the first team quite early on, very strong through the leg side, and I think he's always been on that kind of just below what they thought were going to be the elite players, the Ollie Popes and people like that. But he's got his chance now, and so far, well, especially in the Caribbean, he's taken it. In Australia, I liked his energy. But he tried to be busy when he went to the crease against high-quality opposition. He wasn't overawed by playing against Australia. But now he's got an opportunity to play against these guys and on 2 unbelievable pitches to bat on. Let's be fair to him. And the innings yesterday for me was hopefully the start of something that can be good for a while.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mark, that a good friend of mine, Awais Shah, he doesn't give praise very often, and he's a massive fan of Dan Lawrence. Was really upset when he wasn't in the side, and now he's gotten in the side, and as I said, he sort of stamped his authority yesterday. Played with an assurance, played with good pace, good test match pace for me. Looked busy. The only thing I would say, sometimes his running between a wicket can get a little bit frenetic. Yeah. There was a couple of times, weren't there?
Sorry, India, not Australia. I got this.
No, I was going to say, I don't think he played in Australia. But actually, it raises an interesting point because, you know, would you agree that Australia is the ultimate test? That it's not only the highest standard of cricket that you play overseas, which isn't to say it's not harder to win in India when the ball spins. That's a sort of unique challenge. But in Australia, with everything taken into account, the overwhelming public impact that cricket has and the way that weighs on you if you don't play well, the papers and the radios and the televisions are all on your case if you're a struggling Englishman in Australia, and the fact that the ball hits you so hard and the fact that the sun burns, that, you know, everything is extreme when you play in Australia, and yet you come here to the Caribbean. You know, this is not like playing against the Great West Indies side. This isn't easy. I'm not saying that for a minute, but these pitches are very flat. It's a right arm over the wicket, medium fast attack. It's a very different challenge. So if you can't cash in here, you're probably not up to it.
Well, You're right. I think whenever you go to Australia, or any player from any country, I mean, you always want to test yourself against the best. And the best is to go to India and experience life on spinning pitches for a batsman, which is going to be difficult. For the bowlers, it can be difficult as well because the pitches are flat and you're playing against world quality players and you could be in the field for a day and a half. You go to Australia, it's a real battle. It's a real battle. Mentally, you've got to be strong. You're going up against who have been arguably the best team now for 20 odd years. On their home soil, they're very hard to beat, and it can make you or break you, an Ashes tour. I think it probably helped him, the fact that other players went over there and failed, and he's now got the opportunity to play against the West Indies. I mean, you could look at it like that. He's probably thinking now, I'm glad I didn't play against Australia because that could have finished me. Look at Milan.
You remember that old line about you're often a better player out of the team?
Well, it's right though, isn't it?
I was just going to say that.
But it's right to you, isn't it? It's 100% right.
I just think, as you say, you know, Australia is the hardest, but I think if you, as a batter, it tests your technique as in regards of the bounce, doesn't it? In England, it's the swinging conditions. Can you play it late? Can you play the ball underneath your eyes? In Australia, they're saying you've got to be careful of those back foot punches, and because the ball bounces, and you've got Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark, obviously Nathan Lyon. It's not easy. And if you can get runs against them, that will give you that confidence that you can kick on. As you rightly said, if you go to India and you've got Jadeja and Ashwin bowling at you with men round the bat, crowd coming down at you, if you can survive that and find a game like Root does, like Cook has done, Peterson in the past, then that elevates your game to the next level.
Okay, well summed up, I think. So, we give him a big tick. Right, he's a definite tick. Yesterday he took advantage of a situation he should have taken advantage of. What do we think of Alex Lee's innings?
Well, listen, technically for me, he looks, well, say normal after what we've seen with Sibley and Burns with their techniques. Technically, he looks good. He just looks a little bit timid, and that can happen. You know, you come into the test arena, you're making your debut. Yes, the wicket in Antigua was flat, but he was coming against Kemar Roach, who's one of the best bowlers to left-handers in world cricket, and he got found out, and that can happen with a new ball. That can happen. So he got 2 low scores. Coming to this game, he just looked a little bit timid, and that's why the run rate was the way it was. And he was just looking to survive, as Goffey was saying on comms. He was patting back hard volleys, balls that he should be punching through extra cover. The bat wasn't quite coming through straight. Sort of the bottom hand was coming round. It was hitting the inside portion of the bat and dribbling out to that short cover. So listen, a lot of people say he's done his job. You know, as in regards of he faced over 100 odd balls, 130 plus balls. He got 30 odd. He's done his job because then that allowed Lawrence to come in when the ball's slightly softer and he can play his game. We've got to remember this is Test cricket, but I'm just thinking for his future moving forward, he would like to, you know, turn those 30s into 80s and possibly 100s if he wants to cement his place in the team.
Yeah, I think he was playing for a Test career, wasn't he? I think that's what sort of knock it was. It was almost like he was trying to save a Test match, and he did. He missed a lot of scoring opportunities, and that's probably because he failed in both innings in the first Test. I think if he'd have got a 30 or a 40 in that first Test, I don't think he'd have played that way. And I think Kemar Roach bowled cleverly to him, although he bowled wide and gave him the opportunity to try and score because he was trying to get him off caught in the slip cordon, wasn't he? Going away from the left hand around the wicket. That's his skill, Kemar. But he missed quite a few half volleys by not committing to the shot. We saw Joe Root at the other end play a similar innings, but when he got half a chance to score, he hit a boundary, and that was the difference. So I think we've got to give him a little bit of leeway, Alex Lees, because he failed in that first Test, and he's playing for a Test career. So you've got to give him a little bit of leeway.
Okay, we'll give him Lee's way. Thank you very much for that little summary. We'll come to Joe Root in a second. I'm delaying on Joe Root because he had a very nice job before play yesterday. He gave away 2 England caps. First to Saqib Mahmood, cap number 702. That in itself fascinated me. 702nd person to play for England. And then because of an overnight illness to Craig Overton, he was able to give a Test cap to Matthew Fisher as well. So Matthew Fisher went to bed the night before last, not having a clue he was going to make his Test debut. Wakes up in the morning, hears there's a chance, hears that Overton now hasn't even arrived at the ground because he's unwell, and thinks, oh, I think I could be in here. And sure enough, Joe Root gives him a cap. What a moment for any cricketer, a Test debut. And Samuel Badri had a word with him.
Tell us a little bit about how the news broke and your initial emotions on your Test debut.
Yeah, Rooty spoke to me after training the day before the game and just said, be ready because Craig's not feeling great. So he spoke to me then, and then in the morning, about half an hour before our team time where we all come together, Ruti told me again that I'd be making my debut. So pretty special feeling.
And it must have been an even more special moment to get that first Test cap from Joe Root himself, such an icon of the game for English cricket.
Yeah, obviously he's played at Yorkshire and that's my county as well. He's going to go down as one of England's greatest ever, so to get it off him is really special, and I'm just over the moon to be making my debut.
And I'm sure you can't wait to get out there and have an opportunity to bowl, but looking at the surface, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's been pretty docile, but I think I just can't wait to get the ball in my hand, really. I think from a bowling point of view for us, we need to be exceptionally brave with the new ball, because I think if you can get 2 or 3 with a new ball, it will help you, and hopefully spin comes into the game more as the game goes on. So yeah, I think we need to be really brave with our lengths early on.
Interesting. I made the assumption that he didn't know anything the day before, and assumption is the mother of all errors. So he did. He'd had a hint the day before. What does he mean by be brave with the new ball, Goffey?
Well, it's something we tell these guys. Have been trying to tell Walksy this for a long time. Don't hide the ball. West Indies hid the ball. Be brave. Ball at the stumps. That's what they're there for. If you don't bowl at the stumps, you're taking out 2 possible dismissals: bowled and LBW. They're massive, especially when you go overseas. You look at, it's not like in England. Most of the wickets will be caught behind, caught in the slip cordon. A little bit of swing, a little bit of movement, bit of an uneven bounce. You go abroad, they're flat, they're dry. Ball at the stumps, use the facilities. That's what I say, right? Bowled in LB, you're taking out 50% opportunity again, a batsman out.
Right, you've brought me to a little bugbear of mine. In the modern age of the game, do you think there's too much emphasis on the 4th stump, the corridor of uncertainty, 3 or 4 slips,
ball into the
6-3
keeper, yeah.
offside field? Could they not bowl straighter with 1 more leg side?
Absolutely, and I think the problem is with most captains being batsmen, they do like the orthodox short leg, 3 slips and a gully. That's what they do. Bowlers think slightly different. Yeah, they get called thick for it, but they're not. They actually know what they're doing, bowlers. They get a ball in the hand, they know what they want. They don't often get it because most captains are quite stubborn. They tend to be batsmen and think they know more. And sometimes they have to listen to the bowler, and if he knows how he thinks he's going to try and get the batsman out, if he's going to say to his captain, I'm going to bowl at the stumps, I need cover on the leg side, he's got to be able to get it. If not, that bowler, I'll tell you now, will be defensive, and he'll bowl to 4th stump, and he'll bowl to the keeper's gloves. It's the easy option, and he's going to bowl a maiden.
Yeah, it's just pretty lemps, isn't it? I mean, I speak to my kids about it all the time. I say, how many times during this session in the net have you hit the stumps? You need to try and hit the stumps the most. That's what they're there for, as Goffey says, you know. And I just feel we do, Mark. We get lured into this. Let's talk about 4th and 5th stump. It's pretty. I mean, nowadays where these young batters will come after you, you know, on dorsal pitches where wickets are not bouncing and the pace is slow, you just have to change it up. Maybe you don't have 3 slips. Maybe you get a catcher close on the leg side and you have square leg, or you have your mid on slightly straighter and you try and bowl for LBs. That's what Goffey used to do when he used to go overseas. You know, I used to learn a lot from him standing at mid on, mid off. And he's just trying to take the wicket out of the equation. He's trying to hit you on the foot or on the pads or in hitting the stumps. And you bring your slips. You say, skipper, I don't need 3 slips. I'm not bowling over there. Let's have a little mid wicket. Let's have a square leg. Let's have mid on. Right, let's see what the batter does. 1 miss, he's out.
Well, they're all vulnerable, Mark, as well, right? You've been a batsman. They're vulnerable early on in an innings. No matter what the pitch is like, take the pitch out of it, right?
Very vulnerable.
Batsman comes to the crease, footwork might not be moving, feet might not be moving as they should be. And if you're bowling it out there, you're letting the batsman have a sighter.
Yeah.
Bowl at the stumps from ball 1, and that's what he means by being brave. And we say this when they go in indoor nets. In indoor nets, you watch how many bowlers think they are rapid and think they're great because they can see the ball carrying at indoor nets and everything's coming through here on the batsman at indoor, right? They bowl that length when they go outside. They're going to get pumped to all parts in April and May. Yeah. Bowl at the stumps.
Seals starts a new over, comes in and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley gets the delivery that's edged. He's out caught. Crawley is gone. He's walking. Seals gets the breakthrough.
And Seals in. Bowled him. He's got through. It looked like a half volley. but it's swung in and it's nipped the inside edge onto the leg stump.
That is out. No, he's dropped it. Not a difficult catch, and the bowler's gone mental. He's off on one. Very unhappy Jayden Seales. And through all of that drama was Joe Root, relentlessly exact in his batting. Smooth footwork, still head, easy timer of the ball, really high-class stuff yet again from Joe Root. What is the difference, Darren Gough? What this guy who searched for hundreds for a while, got out 50, 60, 70, couldn't find the hundreds that his batting deserved. Now he can't stop finding them.
Well, he works at his game. He realised he obviously had a few trigger movements when he were getting across his crease. He worked hard at it. He's still at the crease. He's a good driver of the ball. He's good off his legs. He's good off the back foot. That back foot drive, I mean, everybody can play that back. You could copy that back foot drive all day long, what Joe Root plays. It's awesome to watch. And he's a good puller. And what he has the ability to, once he gets in, to go on and deliver, because he went through that spell a few years ago when he were getting out a lot between 50 and 100, similar to what Virat Kohli is doing at this moment in time. But he's got through that, and now when he gets to 50, you kind of believe that he's going to go on and get 100, don't you? And that's what he's doing.
Yeah. And there's no doubt that he is the masterclass for all the others, isn't he? Can you imagine the position of strength it gives him in the dressing room?
Oh, for 100%, Mark. As a captain, as a leader, if you can go out there, I think it definitely served Graham Gooch when he took over as captain. You know, he scored the bulk of the runs, and his game went to the next level. And that's what it's happened for Joe Root. As I say, you know, I wax lyrical about him all the time because, you know, in what I do now in coaching in school and stuff, I always say to the kids, look, just watch Joe Root. Just go about how he compiles his innings, the way he goes about it, the positivity, but with movement, but also he's running between the wickets, manoeuvring the ball into gaps. That is the game. Hit the ball where the fielders are not, and he does that better than most. When spin comes on, it's like an exhibition. You know, he's a 360 player. He plays the reverse, fine sweep, hard sweep, down the ground, opens the blade slightly just to between sort of point and cover, extra cover, and that gap there. It's just great, and the tempo of his innings is always good. It must be massive for the person at the other end to back with him, because he just makes it so much easier.
All right, let's get a view from the West Indian camp, because there was a big-hearted 20-year-old on view yesterday, Jayden Seales, who's really got something. He was with Mark Butcher.
Tell me about the difference in terms of your thinking in terms of line and length from a very, very low, slow pitch in Antigua to something that's got a little bit more bounce and carry, a little bit more pace onto the bat here in Barbados.
Actually, it's not much of a change in plan, seeing that the wicket during the day it got flatter and it became easier for the batsman. They had to go back to the same tactics as bowling straight and keeping the stumps in play and forcing the batsman to play as much deliveries as possible.
Now, you must have, as a bowling group and as the rest of the team, must have been very happy that you managed to keep England down to below 3 runs and over, almost close to the 2.5. It was a gargantuan effort from you all. Have you got that in you again today?
Yeah, it's about us coming out and putting out the same energy and the same effort as we did yesterday and try to keep England under a good score and hopefully come out and bat well on this pitch as well.
Absolutely. You've got a new batter in Ben Stokes. You're going to have to come out and try and hit him hard early, otherwise he can take the game away from you.
Yeah, the plan is to stick to our strengths and try and be as consistent as possible, keep the runs down and try and get a few breakthroughs this morning and hopefully put England on the back foot this morning.
That was interesting to hear Mark Butcher say to Jayden Seales that was a gargantuan effort to keep England to 2.5 and over. Is that the way you guys saw it, or do you think that they lost sight of the simple basics of bowling at times during the afternoon?
I think it went wrong from in the morning. I think they had an opportunity today. If there was anything in that wicket, was to try and get England 2 or 3 down. You heard Matt Fisher talking about in an interview, if he can get 3 or 4 wickets with the new ball, it makes life so much easier. And I thought the ball with a bit of negativity in that morning session, even though England went in at 47 for 1, both teams would have been happy. But the way England came out in the afternoon, I think it took the game away from the West Indies. I don't know how the West Indies win it from here. I know we've had one day, but they must be thinking now, how do we win a game from here now when England are only, what?
Well, they're bowling them
3 down.
They're bowling
England down. But
350, they get 450 and they knock them over.
350, it's going to have to take an unbelievable effort. Now, we would be talking, if Mark Butcher were to do that interview tomorrow, if they do bowl England now and ask that same question, it would be a good question. But today, I don't think it's a massive effort from the West Indies. I think England have got to be the happier of the two teams going into day two, surely.
Well, good morning to you, Mark, and good morning to everyone. Of course, it's just a little overcast, not as sunny as yesterday morning when play started, but the spirits of the England fans are just as bright. And I can tell you that as the team comes out, the batsmen are actually out in the middle before the West Indies fielders and the West Indies bowlers, who are warming up still, but they're just about making their way out. Joe Root, brilliant knock from him yesterday. He resumes on 119, and with him is going to be Ben Stokes, who didn't face the ball because the penultimate ball of the day, we saw the dismissal of Dan Lawrence for 91. So actually Jason Holder has still got a ball to go before we complete the 90th over. Samuel Badri is with me. Sammy, just a little bit of overcast situation here in Barbados. I can actually see it's raining in the distance. Let's hope it stays there. But England will be quite happy. 244 for 3. Everything is just like yesterday, where the fans are giving their support. It's another 80%, not full house yet, but it will get there based on the amount of people we've seen outside. Inside of the ground, though, however, there is that still warmth and cheer that England have done quite well after the first day of this Test match.
In what proved to be the final ball yesterday evening. So they will be looking to try to get some more wickets early this morning. With that ball relatively new, the second new ball that is only 5 overs old. So Ben Stokes new at the crease. Of course, Joe Root will have to start over from his overnight position, and of course batsmen are always a little bit vulnerable at the start of play, particularly overnight. So West Indies will be looking to exploit that, but it's going to be a daunting proposition, certainly based on what we've seen with this surface here. There's a bit of a delay just at the back of the bowler. Might just be the side screen. Umpire Nigel Duguid has made his way all the way towards the side screen, and he's accompanied by Jayden Seales, Jason Holder himself, and Alzarri Joseph. So the 3-pound fast bowling attack, it might just be an advertising board in front of the side screen that is off-putting for the batsmen, and the umpires themselves with the players are trying to make some bit of adjustments there.
What's happened is that the apex sign is not turning manually, is not turning automatically, so they have to do it manually. So they're using as many resources as possible to try and turn each shutter, because the apex sign, of course, says orange, and that is affecting the batsman's view. That has been something that has been happening for the last couple of days. I think they've been able to do it manually now. You don't often see the umpire and 3 bowlers, including the captain of the West Indies team, trying to change the signboard on a sight screen. It's a quite odd event, but nevertheless, I guess everyone wants to get on with it, so the more hands that clap, the better. I think they've got it sorted. It's now turned to the all white, and the crowd is happy, and so are we, because we're going to finally get going. Just as we speak, the clouds have dissipated somewhat. The sun is back, perhaps just giving the okay and the green light that it's time to play some cricket. 244 for 3. What an eventful day on day one. It didn't appear so at lunch with 47 for 1, Sammy. It kind of seemed very attritional, like it was going to be a very slow and dull, dour, boring kind of day as Test cricket. But after lunch, I don't know what they ate, but certainly it woke everyone up.
I think it was the arrival of Dan Lawrence to the crease. Once he came, the run rate just skyrocketed, and we saw an increased first ball from Jason Holder outside the line of the off stump, well left by Ben Stokes, and that brings the over to an end. The first bit of action on day 2 in this second Apex Test match, West Indies versus England, live from the Kensington Oval in Barbados. England 244 for 3. Joe Root, captain of England, another century, consecutive Test match centuries for him, unbeaten on 119. And Ben Stokes yet to score, just facing that solitary delivery.
So we've finally completed the 90 overs, the allotment that should have been done for day one. That's done and dusted, and it's going to be Jayden Seales to start it fresh from the Joe Gardner end. He had a pretty rough day yesterday. Should have had another wicket. He did it. Nevertheless, in 6 test matches, you're talking about a youngster who's got 21 wickets. He's been doing quite well. So far, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. And he's got a very attacking field with 3 slips. And the new ball still very much in effect, where it's still hard, it's still red, it's still like a nice cherry. If he had a good sleep yesterday, it would have been pretty much the same thing as what happened yesterday when he started. Only thing, he was bowling from a different end.
Yeah, and I saw them at the hotel this morning. They went to the beach quite early, Accra Beach, where we're at. Many of the West Indian players to get an early morning soak, just to get themselves ready and refreshed and rejuvenated to go once again. They were there quite early, getting some aquatics in. Speaking to him before the start of the game, he says that he feels quite refreshed and raring to go. It was a tough day yesterday for the West Indian bowlers, Jayden Seales in particular having that catch go down. And Zari Joseph, the man who wasn't able to hold on to that. And we have another delay here from the opposite end now, and similar issues with the side screen. And this time the umpire doesn't make his way all the way across there, but certainly 3/4 of the way there, and just some instructions to the operators, because there's still that A in apex being seen, a black A against the white side screen. And of course the batsmen wouldn't want any of that shown. They want to make sure that they have a good sighting of the ball on delivery, and so they'll have to make sure they get rid of that, and they're actually moving that side screen away, because behind it, it's another side screen, a big white wall, as we see the side screen being moved away a few meters to the right. So hopefully they'll sort that out, and we can use the one that is inbuilt in the stadium here at the Joel Garner end of the Kensington Oval. But some delays this morning, Barry Wilkinson, and nothing to do with the field of play.
Yeah, it happens. I don't know how meaningful this stat is, but Joe Root is the second batsman to be unbeaten on 119 against the West Indies overnight. The other was Sunil Gavaskar in Delhi in 1979, and he only added 1 run the next day. If that will happen today, I don't know. Probably not. But I want to thank Gary Morgan, our statistician, for that. He's always on top of stats. We're ready to play now, finally. The sight screen is ready, and so too is Jayden Seales as he comes in now and bowls to Joe Root. And this delivery is wide of the off stump, taken just in front of almost second slip. And there is, of course, no signal there by the umpire. Would have been a wide in a one-day match. No such for this Test cricket game. The pitch, to me, they've rolled it a lot. In fact, all morning long they were rolling that pitch. It was at least rolled for at least 45 minutes to an hour. I saw you out there, Sammy. How much of a difference is that going to make to the surface today?
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, to be quite honest. It seems as though the ball isn't coming through as quickly as the batsman would have liked. Certainly as not as quickly as the fast bowlers would like.
Seales bowls to Root, who gets the delivery that's not as wide as the previous one, but still just wide of the off stump. Root not tempted at all, lets it go by, and taken there by keeper Joshua De Silva. Root had 2 very fortunate let-offs yesterday. He was out caught on 23, no one reviewed it, and then he was dropped on 34.
Joshua De Silva down the leg side. That was a difficult opportunity, one that he should have taken nonetheless. And also there were a couple of run-out opportunities that went a begging as well. John Campbell, the guilty party on those occasions. So a couple opportunities, a few opportunities for West Indies. This one outside the line of the off stump. Good line, good length. Well left once again by Joe Root. Goes through to wicketkeeper De Silva. No run. And asking about that increase in tempo yesterday, and when Dan Lawrence came to the crease and his positivity really was looking to score. You mentioned that first session just the 47 runs, and then after lunch 89, and then finally in the third session 108. So they got progressively quicker throughout the day yesterday.
Here comes Seals with his third ball. Passes umpire Joe Wilson and bowls to Root, who's on the front foot and pushes the ball square into the offside. He's going to dash off for a single, so that's the one run that Sunil Gavaskar got. Let's see if he's going to add to his 120. It's 245 for 3 now in over at number 91. Ben Stokes has just faced the ball. It was a very wide one that he faced from Jason Holder. He's going to get an opportunity. He batted so long this morning. He almost batted for an hour in the training session this morning. Looked very intense. He looked really well set as he was warming up. I'm a bit surprised, Sammy, that they haven't chose to perhaps have a short leg for Ben Stokes. Or is it the pitch? Just 3 slips in the gully.
Yeah, not much in it in terms of that short ball, but what you will get from Ben Stokes, if he spends any length of time out in the middle, he will score quickly, he will score rapidly. And so the West Indies will obviously want to get him out quickly, but if they can't, they'll want to make sure that he isn't scoring.
Seals bowls to Stokes, who's defending the first ball, and plays it out to the mid-on area, and there is no run. So Big Ben, very critical man in this Test series. He was 2019 also very critical in how the England side were able to rebound after losing those first 2 tests in Antigua and then here in Barbados, or rather Barbados and Antigua, and then they lost in St. Lucia. The West Indies back in 2019. Here he comes now and steams in, passes the umpire and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes this time is defending again, square in the offside, just getting his sight in. The over ends. It's 245 for 3, Root 120, and Stokes set to score.
Yeah, and what a productive period it has been for Joe Root, the England captain. Over 1,700 runs in 2021. Started off 2021 with a bang, a couple double hundreds against Sri Lanka and India. And in 2022, he's already started this particular series with 2 consecutive hundreds. Yes, he's played a couple games in the Ashes that he didn't score the kind of runs that he wanted. But looking through the centurions for England within the last year, Joe Root has 8 centuries. Bairstow has 2, of course, 1 in the Ashes and 1 in that first test. And Burns has 1, and Zach Crawley has the other, in that first test. So in this period of productivity, really a purple patch for Joe Root.
Going to be Jason Holder now, and bowls to Root, and Root gets the delivery from Holder that's outside the line, the off stump, and he's forcing it off the back foot and plays it out to the cover point area for a single. So Root looking again to be very positive. 121, 246 for 3. We've only into the second day of this Test match, and it's gone true to form, but at 47 for 1 yesterday at lunch, I know many people would have been very cynical as to what could have been the outcome of the day's play. Dan Lawrence certainly turned this match on its head with some very positive batting. So we've got 3 slips in the gully, we've got a backward point in the cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Holder bowls to Stokes, who's on the front foot, pushes the ball to the cover area, and there is no run.
And Joe Root has made that decision to bat in that critical number 3 position. England have lost wickets quite early in Test match cricket in the recent past, and he's decided to take the mantle of responsibility to go in that number so that he can stem the flow of wickets and also build partnerships with the opening batsman and the other batsmen to come. And so far, as Steve Harmison was mentioning, he's able to pull Zach Crawley to a century in that first test and almost pull Dan Lawrence to a century in this Test match.
This delivery is just on the line of the off stump, pushes it out there to the cover area, and there's still no run for Ben Stokes.
Just because of his presence out in the middle and his experience and the younger players batting around someone like Joe Root, it really pulls them along with him, and that is really pleasing to see from an England standpoint. Joe Root taking the responsibility to go at number 3 and not only scoring runs for himself but helping the younger ones around him.
He comes in again and bowls to Stokes, who's coming down the crease, coming out of the crease down the pitch, and is wrapped in the pad. There's a bit of a stifled appeal, but that was just about it. A stifled appeal didn't go beyond that. The ball ballooned off the pad into the onside. What was Stokes trying to do there?
I think he was trying to negate any bit of swing that Jason Holder might get with this ball that's only about 8 overs old, the second new ball, so he's made that trek down the pitch. But again, he's someone who likes to score. He likes to feel the ball on the bat. And if West Indies can have a period of quiet here, just put him under pressure.
Again, this delivery on the line of the middle stump. Well bowled there from Jason Holder, defended by Stokes. Seems to be having a very careful look. The weather has been playing a very cat and mouse kind of game. The sun is out 1 minute, then it's cloudy. Now it's cloudy again, but it's very breezy outside. It's not as humid as it was yesterday. And that little breeze might perhaps help someone like Jason Holder, who's looking to get the ball to swing.
Yeah, he'll try to use whatever conditions that are available to him, especially on this placid surface. So whether it is a little bit of swing with that breeze coming from right to left.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump, forced down to the backward point, still can't score. The over ends. 92 overs gone, and England, who won the toss and decided to bat yesterday, first are 246 for 3. We've got Root 121, his 25th Test century, and Stokes yet to score. But yesterday we saw some enterprising cricket. The West Indies were able to strike early, but then it was all about a fantastic partnership between Lees first of all and Joe Root. They added some 85 runs, and Lees, after doing all the hard work, he batted for 138 balls for those 30 runs. And when he was dismissed, we then saw a very enterprising partnership between Dan Lawrence and Joe Root, and that is what really set things up in this contest, because at that particular stage you would have fancied the West Indies to try and at least get a wicket or two to get into the belly of the batting. Lawrence was caught by Brathwaite of Holder for his 91, 150 balls, 13 fours and a 6. Kumar Roach yesterday, 16 overs, 5 maidens, none for 28. Joseph, 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 54. Pramal, 22 overs, he bowled the lion's share, 1 maiden, 1 for 61. Bonner and Brathwaite have both 1 apiece. There's going to be seals to continue now from the Joe Garner end as he runs and passes umpire Joe Wilson and bowls to Root, and Root gets extremely wide delivery again, just wide of the off stump and taken by the keeper. A couple of dropped chances. We spoke about the one with De Silva, but there was also one from Alzarri Joseph who put one down at slip. What was he doing at slip fielding there off of the bowling of seals?
Well, he's since been dispensed with. He's no longer in that slip cordon. John Campbell, Jason Holder, first and second slip, and Shamar Brooks in a gully position. Alzarri Joseph has found himself at a deep fine leg. He has fielded in that area before that slip cordon, but you're absolutely right. It's such a specialist position as Jaden Seals bowl. Another one wide outside the off stump. Joe Root goes for the cut shot, misses it completely, goes through to the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. No run. It's a ball that Joe Root generally scores from those wide deliveries. He usually helps it along its way down towards third man. Very much in control. This one was too wide, too short, and he played the conventional hard cut shot and he missed it. But it's a concerted effort by the West Indian fast bowlers, Jaden Seals in particular, to bowl wide from that Joel Garner end, and he has those fielders in slip waiting.
Here comes Seals and bowls to Root again. This time he's cutting. We'll get a single. There's a man on the backward point boundary for Sami Pramal. So 247 for 3. How crucial will Pramal will be today?
He'll have a role to play a little bit later on, but just back to that Alzarri Joseph in slip. It's such a specialist position that oftentimes you find when someone who isn't used to fielding there, when that person goes in and a catch comes through, many times the catch is grasped because of that lack of familiarity. And for the most part in that first test match in Antigua, we didn't see Alzarri Joseph too much in that region.
Seals bowls to Stokes, who's driving pleasantly straight to Craig Brathwaite at mid-off. Still no run.
And you can understand the frustration from someone like Jaden Seals, who toiled away for much of the first day without much success. Yes, he did get that initial wicket off Zach Crawley, but when you're bending your back and you're putting in the effort and you do create the opportunity, and a straightforward enough opportunity, you want to make sure that it's taken. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be, and Dan Lawrence was reproved. And finally, what proved to be the final ball of day one, he was in fact dismissed.
Seals in again to Stokes, who's looking for his first run. We'll get it now with a beautiful shot down the ground out to the long on area for 4. He just pushed that. Real timing, classic Ben Stokes. and it really deserved the boundary.
That one was drilled back past the bowler, powerfully hit by Ben Stokes, full on the line of leg stump, high elbows, full face of the bat, and had 4 written all over it. Magnificent shot from Ben Stokes. His first runs, his first boundary. And like I was saying, once he spends any length of time out in the middle, he's going to score runs, and he's going to score them quite quickly. Menacing signs for the West Indies.
Our Seals respond. Here he comes in now and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the delivery outside the line of the off stump and lets it go by to be taken quite low down there by the keeper. The over ends with England 251 now for 3. Stokes has got 4 and Root's 122.
And they'll want to forge a partnership here and really set this game up. Ideally for England, they'll be thinking of batting once if they can get to 400, 450 maybe. Still a long way away from that, but with Joe Root at the crease and Ben Stokes looking in the sort of ominous mood that he is in, and of course Johnny Bairstow, who had a century in that first test, England will be harboring those sorts of ambitions. That cool, refreshing breeze that blows across this facility, I'm sure not only the players but also the fans in would welcome that, as Jason Holder comes in once again, full delivery outside the line of the off stump. Joe Root on the front foot pushes that one and forward of point, gets the single. Craig Brathwaite has a deep point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and square leg as the fielders in front of the stumps. And for Joe Root, Ben Stokes will be on strike now. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Jason Holder from this end, from the Malcolm Marshall end, has been bowling much straighter from what we've seen from Jayden Seales from the opposite end. This one is on the line of the stumps once again. Joe Root at the non-strikers end signals that it's no run, but Ben Stokes batting out of his crease and making a step forward just nudges that one to mid-on. He's looking purposeful out in the middle.
Yeah, he is. And like I said, I just saw that from the time he was indeed warming up this morning. He was taking quite a long net. He batted for about an hour in the nets, and then he came out and also had some throwdowns. As Holder comes in and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets delivered on the line of the off stump. Plays it along the ground, just into the gully area. He looks very watchful, a bit casual if anything, as he waits for the delivery, but his timing has been pretty impeccable. So yesterday the crowd 8,252 apparently. Today I don't think it's as much as yet, but it will continue to grow. Many persons came after lunch yesterday, probably just about 7,000 at the moment. As Holder turns from the Malcolm Marshall end, he passes the umpire and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the delivery just on that off-stump line, getting good bounce. The bounce seems to be a bit truer today than it was yesterday. Is that just my imagination?
No, I think so. I mentioned that yesterday. As we go throughout the course of this test match, it will get progressively better in days 2 and 3, and then we'll see some deterioration on the surface. So I think today might just be the best day for batting here in this test match, and England will want to capitalize on that. We've seen the ball going through to wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva much better than we did yesterday, as Jason Holder comes in once again. This one is on the line of the stump. Ben Stokes once again, just a half a step down the track, pushes it to mid-on, no run. But the ball is new. It's just a few overs old, so you'll expect that it will go through at a good height. But once it gets a little bit older, that's where the challenge really will be, not only for the bowling team but also for the batsmen to get value for their shots and to score freely. So at this point, both the batsmen will be looking to capitalize on that new ball, and the bowlers will be looking to use it.
Holder to Stokes, and Stokes this time is playing the ball again into that third slip area, all along the ground, no cause to concern. But the over ends where England are 252 for 3 now, with Root 123 and Stokes on 4. As the sunshine returns to Kensington, the conditions continue to be absolutely brilliant for cricket. We spoke a lot about Lawrence's knock. How crucial was the hard work that Lees put in yesterday, because he faced 138 balls and then got a good delivery from Versamy Pramod before he gave it away.
very important knock, and many times we speak about the importance of opening batsmen and what exactly is their role. And Lee's played his particular role to perfection, one of blunting the opposition attack, making sure that that ball gets a little bit older so it becomes easier for the middle order. And especially when he's partnered with someone like Zach Crawley, who's much more attacking, it allows him to play his game.
This delivery is wrapped to the pad. There's a loud appeal for LBW. Are they going to go upstairs? There was Root coming on the front foot. Was struck on the pad. There was a big appeal. The DRS timer is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is he going to? Yeah, he's just about to take it. He got it in the nick of time. So we're going to have our first review.
Yeah, lots of indecision there from the fielders, so it's never a good sign when you take that long. So much discussion whether or not to go for it. But I think they will have in the back of their minds that review that they didn't take yesterday,
for LBW,
especially against Joe Root, who is
when he was
out
out
of this batting lineup.
Front foot checked.
So let's hear
Clear
Gregory
delivery
Bassett, the third umpire.
Can we move on to front on, please?
No pat involved. He was struck on the pad. This is going to be an interesting shout. But I think it's outside
Thank
the
you.
line.
I'm satisfied. It's pad,
Comfortably
first.
outside the line.
Pad first.
From where I'm
Can we move on
perched,
to ball
but
tracking
it is
when ready?
pad first. Yeah, hit outside the line, impact outside the line. And as long as you're playing a shot, which Joe Root is, you cannot be given out
Pitching outside
LBW,
off,
so
impact
this
outside
decision
off.
will
We're
be
gonna go back to
upheld.
Joel on
Another
field.
simple
Joel,
enough
you're gonna have to
decision
stay
for
with your
umpire Joel
original
Wilson,
decision.
but
Be on screen now, make your signal.
West Indies would lose another review, and that's where that indecision came from. And I'm sure Craig Brathwaite will be considering his next options.
Here comes Seals now again and bowls to Root. Root is on the front foot. This time he gets bat onto the ball, plays it to Brathwaite, and there's no run. I remember Jeffrey Dujon saying that when it comes to review, he would never be inclined to ask the bowler what he thought, because the bowler wants a wicket. The bowler all the time is going to say yes. On that occasion, Craig Brathwaite particularly asked Jayden Seals, do you think he was outside the line? And Jayden Seals said, I'm not sure. But Craig Brathwaite went with it with 1 second or even less than that to go, because Craig Brathwaite, was not even sure himself. So it was a very, very adventurous review. Here comes Seals in again and bowls to Root, and Root this time gets one as wide of the off stump, and there's no run.
And just before that delivery, umpire Joel Wilson was having a chat with Jayden Seals, and again in his follow through, getting very close to the danger area. It wasn't an official warning, but it was just information being passed from the umpire to the bowler that yes, you're getting very close to that danger area. He did get an official warning in the first test match, so it's something that Jayden Seals will have to improve upon in terms of where he finishes upon delivery, getting in that danger area.
Here he comes again, Seals, and bowls to Root, and Root this time gets a good delivery short. He's defending it into the offside, and there's no run. I think for me, the catch that Root was out yesterday was a bit more obvious to me than the drop down the leg side in terms of really having to rue a chance, because the umpire said not out. Jason Holder felt that he was struck outside the line, but it actually hit the bat. I think they're going to rule that one the most. Flush off the bat. Here he comes again, Seals and bowls to Root, and Root gets a delivery on the line in the middle stump, defends it into the onside, and there's no run.
But it has to be a process in terms of making that decision, and whether it is you take the wicketkeeper who has a good enough sighting, the first slip, and someone in front of the bat, not the bowler. I think I agree with Jeffrey when he said that, because all bowlers think that they've got the batsman out. So I think the mid-off fielder in particular has to have a part in that decision-making process, but it has to be a process. It just can't be on the whims and fancies of the bowler or the wicketkeeper.
Here he comes again and bowls to Root, and Root this time is on the front foot and playing the ball square to the offside, out to the backward point area for one. So that's going to be a single to end the over, where Stokes is on 4, Root's on 124, and England are 253 for 3 as we hand it back to Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Barry. And welcome anybody just joining us for the first time, England 253 for 3, so untouched this morning by any sense of danger, really. Ben Stokes 16 balls for just 4 runs. Root's moved to 124. It's quite interesting the way Ben Stokes starts his innings. Increasingly, I mean, famously, of course, the 100 at Headingley, one of the great innings in the history of the game, to beat the Australians, began very slowly. And it's been a tendency for the old Stokes used to take you on early doors. The new Stokes rather lets the game come to him a bit and weighs it up and then judges how to take it on. Root on strike now to Holder, who's been accurate this morning and bowls a full ball that Root just pushes back down the pitch without actually much footwork. It was as if Holder bowled in the middle of his bat. It looks a bit like that when a few people bowl at Joe Root at the moment. A tall, slim man, Root, with some lovely little habits and idiosyncrasies. A big smile on his face at the moment as he works on his stance and sort of rotates his hips. Not rotates, he just swings them from side to side, maybe to loosen them off, and now gets ready again for Holder, who's a very tall man. I don't know how tall, but he bowls wide above stump, and Root leaves alone. I would have Holder at something like 6'9", 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", something like that. Look it up in a second. 6'7", apparently. Funny, he looks taller. Some people, I tell you who looked huge. Alex Tudor played at the same time, or maybe a bit earlier, than Chris Tremlett. He just looked a massive guy. He just looked taller than Steve Finn. I think he was almost exactly the same height. But in comes Holder again, number 98 on his back, and he bowls a straight ball that just shapes a touch, but only in the middle of Joe Root's bat, and he knocks it down into the gully for no run. Jared's about to say something.
You're on a similar fitness plan to Chris Tremlett these days, very similar body shapes. Have you seen him of recent times, Chris Tremlett?
Yes, I have.
Bodybuilding, is that what it is?
I played in a charity match with him last summer. He is enormous.
Can he actually pick the ball up when it's down? There's muscles on muscles. It's ridiculous.
He's a huge human. Yeah, he's a gym boy. Is it called the gym junkie or something? Again, Holder bowls, and that's half volley length. And actually, Root just let it come to him. Because of the late swing, beautiful batting, that. Didn't get drawn into pushing hard at the ball. Always used to say about swing, play it late. And that laid out swinger was handled efficiently by Joe Root. And he would be, along with Kane Williamson, the best example of how to play the ball late, I think, in the world game today. We saw it with Virat Kohli for a while, but Virat Kohli the last couple of years hasn't been quite at his best, and naturally he's feeling for the ball in a way that he hadn't previously. Here's Holder again, and it's blocked on the back foot by Ben Stokes, and the boys are alongside me, Darren Gough and Alex Tudor. Actually, I think this is just Goughy's stint. I think Tudor's having a breather. This is a quiet over. Let's call it a quiet over. Microphone issues?
I think I've got a, yeah, I'm here.
You're on?
I'm on. I'm away.
Right. I don't think any producer would turn you off. Left alone outside off stump, and that's the end of that Jason Holder over with England 254 for 3.
Yeah, we love a bit of music. This is it, the Caribbean, a wonderful place to be, especially Barbados. Been there, lucky enough to be there on quite a few occasions over the years, whether it's to play cricket or whether it's just on a little family break. Fantastic place to play cricket, to watch cricket, and to enjoy a beautiful island. Love Barbados. England are loving it at the moment. 254 for 3. In good shape. Kemar Roach to bowl.
Yeah, they're conscious of the fact this is a new ball. Here's Roach. And bowls a beauty. Beats Root, actually, with both movement and bounce. At that pace and that angle, the ball doesn't have to move much. That did little more than hold its line, but it went through at chest height to Joshua Da Silva, the wicket-keeper, who's had a pretty average match. He's clearly got very good hands, a lot of natural ability. It was one of those games where he's just fumbled a few. Dropped a catch down the leg side. Sometimes the ball comes unevenly at a wicket-keeper, and it's only the wicket-keeper's skill that doesn't make that clear. Sometimes it wobbles a bit in the air after it passes the bat. Sometimes in England it wobbles so much in the air that wicket-keepers are pleased to even lay a glove on it. Here's Roach again. Root is half forward, watching the ball very closely onto the face of his bat, and then takes a step after it, which suggests that for once his balance wasn't as exact as it was pretty much the whole of his innings yesterday. Isn't it fascinating to watch Root at work, Goffey, his checks and balances on his positions and the certainty in his play?
Well, he's an experienced player now, isn't he, Mark? He knows his game inside out. He's worked hard over the years. He works hard in practice.
Roach again, little wider, and Root with a lovely big stride and a push drive that doesn't really get timed, so it's easily fielded at short extra cover.
And I've been lucky enough to watch him up close, you know, Mike, over the years and watch him train. And he just goes through such a routine. He goes over to the nets originally, he watches a lot of people as his job as captain. Then he goes and works so hard on his slip fielding and close fielding around the bat and reflexes. And then he just bats and bats and bats and works so hard on his game.
Now he goes forward, and the line does him a bit. He gets a thick inside edge, from which he steals a single as Stokes scampers up the wicket. Mid-on is the substitute fielder Miles, and he was just a bit slow to react to that, I think. Probably because it came off the bat slowly off that inside edge, and he had a bit more to do than one thought. Yeah, there's no doubt that Root sets a good example. The Australian team always used to talk about Ricky Ponting's example in his work ethic in practice. And I think Root is very similar to that. It would be hard for any England player not to notice what the captain puts into his game.
And on the fitness side as well, if you look how he's improved his fitness over the past two or 3 years, Joe Root, he's amazing. He goes out and has a run now. And look at Ben Stokes, another great example of someone who absolutely works his socks off in the gym.
Yeah, him and Joss Butler are staggering actually in their input. Stokes is on the back foot, pulling at a ball that really doesn't come off the pitch with any pace, and the consequence of that is he doesn't time it, and it trickles out to square leg, who's sweeping on that boundary, and so only a single for Stokes, and he rehearses the shot now. He's a tattooed man. We can see them running down his right arm, and when you see him in a vest in the morning warming up, you can see his shoulders and his back heavily tattooed. He presented one of the caps, didn't he, yesterday? I think the one to Saqib.
Yeah, it's Saqib Mahmood. I mean, I remember I gave Saqib Mahmood his cap in South Africa.
I do remember. Left alone at the very last minute by Root. It was wide and he thought about cutting it, and then at the very last minute he sort of whipped his bat out of the way. And so the end of that Roach over. 256 for 3.
Yeah, I gave him his cap in a one-day, wasn't it, in Johannesburg. I was lucky enough to work with him in New Zealand. Fantastic athlete. He's different to any other of the England bowlers. And I'm looking forward to watching him play in this test match. I think it's a pitch that is pretty flat. We've seen that. It's going to be low in bounce as the game goes on. There might be a bit of reverse, and it just might be suited to him, this pitch, especially that little bit of luck we talk about, me and Alex, when you talk about a bit of luck as a bowler when you want to be bowling second or last on a pitch like this, where you know if it's going to deteriorate, it might deteriorate quickly. You don't want to be bowling first, as the West Indies are finding out.
Well, I'm interested to listen to you. Here's Holder, and Stokes is well forward, long stride, and then a little shuffle after the ball as he sort of is pleased with the position he got into. It goes to extra cover for no run. Is there not an alternative argument that says it's just a flat pitch and it mightn't deteriorate much at all?
Yeah, but to a lot of people, sometimes the hardest thing about being a bowler, whether you're a spin bowler or a fast bowler, is getting over that obstacle, but it's a flat pitch. It's very difficult. Some people find it very difficult to get out of their head.
Holder again, pushing those long legs hard as Stokes goes forward, and that comes off the face of the blade nicely as he's down very low in his position playing that ball. A bent front leg and head right over the ball. It goes to square cover for no run. It is a very interesting point you make, that.
It is, and I've often said, people, Alex might have heard me, have said there's no such thing. There is no such thing as a flat wicket. You bowl at the stumps, you get half a chance, right? as the game goes on, it's going to deteriorate. It's not going to be flat forever. Yes, there has been some things where I've been frustrated over the years, but you will get opportunities. The pitch will deteriorate.
Left alone outside off stump by Stokes, a bit full and wide that one, a slightly wasted delivery from Holder. Yeah, the thing is not to waste your energy. It's to use your energy right. When you bowl on a flat pitch, for example, low bounce can be your friend if you use it right.
Well, to me, low bounce to me is the perfect weapon because I was quite skinny and I'm not very tall compared to a lot of fast bowlers out there. So as soon as it was low bounce, I felt in the game. As fast bowlers, taller bowlers, felt as though they were out of the game.
Full toss, and Stokes does something he would very rarely do. He hits it straight to mid-on. If he were playing in a one-day game and he needed 6 to win, be sure he would have hit that ball for 6.
Yeah, there's no doubt, is there? I mean, most people have actually struggled to time the ball, haven't they, on here? And there is no reason not to be able to time a ball that's a full toss right into the middle of the bat.
Well, I think he tries so hard to stay in now at the beginning of his innings that
he's not looking
the muscles,
for it, yeah.
That's right, the shoulders and the hands aren't quite loose. Now he looks to drive and the face shuts, and he does steal a single by running hard, and mid-on moves to his left and fumbles it anyway, so it was a comfortable enough single. 1, 2, 6 for Joe Root, 6 for Ben Stokes, 257 for 3 as England consolidate after the loss of Dan Lawrence last night to what was the last ball of the day. It would actually have been the penultimate ball. Such a blow for Dan Lawrence not to be able to get the 100 that his super innings yesterday deserved. Such is the cruelty of this game. Holder again into Joe Root, stands very tall, waits for it, and he, as so often with Root, plays it so late it runs out into the gully for no run. So just a single from that Holder over. 257 for 3, and the game here, it's like the two sides are jousting with each other. Neither wants to lose this session.
Well, they don't want to get out, do they? They know there's a big score on the board here. Ben Stokes had just come to the crease. It's fascinating, his interview actually before the first test, when he talks about he took some responsibility for the winter's performances in Australia. He wants to up his game. He wants to bowl more overs. He was surprised by the criticism he got for bowling overs in that last test match, and he wants to get runs, and so he's determined to get in, because normally when you see Ben Stokes, he is amazing to watch. He goes two ways. He comes in firing straight away, or when he thinks he needs a score, he just watches the ball right onto the bat, he gets himself in, and then he turns into third gear. He goes from first to third gear, doesn't he? Amazing.
Doesn't he ever? But you know what, he doesn't come in firing much now.
No, that's what I mean.
Test cricket, he invariably comes in and plays quietly to get himself in. Roach round the wicket at Stokes, who thrashes that through point. What a wonderful stroke. A square cut of violence.
Absolutely wonderful stroke, and that's when we're talking about the difference. When you do get that wide delivery, it's a scoring opportunity, you take it, and that's the difference in experience and confidence. Roach to Stokes, a little bit of width, and he just plays a wonderful shot through backward point. Now, if that was Alex Lees, that would have been a lead through to the keeper. It would have looked good, looked a decent delivery, but it got what it deserved. A wonderful, wonderful shot from Ben Stokes.
Roach again from round the wicket, left alone. It's Fuller, and no attempt to play it by Ben Stokes. A reminder, of course, well, you don't need reminding, but there's a lot of other things going on in the world, less gentle and enjoyable than cricket. And you can head to Times Radio for the latest from the Russia-Ukraine conflict, including John Pienaar broadcasting live from the Ukraine-Poland border each day from 4 p.m. John, a master of his broadcasting art, of course. Times Radio is available on your DAB radio smart speaker, or you can download the app. As that hits Stokes on the thigh pad. He actually just came at Roach a bit there, a little shuffle at the crease, and he does that to the quicks a bit, trying to get nearer to the ball and upset their length, and that hit him on the thigh pad and rebounded out to point. Yes, Times Radio available on your DAB radio smart speaker, or as I say, you can download the app.
Or you can stick to the cricket and listen to me and Mark talking about two wonderful cricketers, Ben Stokes and Joe Root. Two greats of our great game.
Yep. Agreed. And now he drives through extra cover, throws his bat at the ball, and it whistles past extra cover. Fabulous front foot batting to go with the back foot batting a couple of balls ago.
Well, there we go again. Slightly over pitch from Roach round the wicket, trying to get him caught in that slip cordon, but it's an half volley. Oh, look at that. What a wonderful strike. Head over the ball, right to the pitch of it. Great flow of the cricket bat, and he loved it.
Now he plays defensively from the crease. It goes back to Roach, who decides not to pick it up. Lets it roll to mid-off. On the shirts of the England players is the name of their sponsor, and it says Cinch. And the way those two balls were struck by Stokes, it does look as if the job is a cinch. We mustn't count our chickens, though. England in a potentially strong position here. 265 for 3. They'll want to bat most of today if they can. Stokes again on the move towards Roach and ends up pushing a ball that he turned into a Yorker to cover for no run. So, Goffey, a word from you, and then I'm going to hand over to Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, good start from England on day 2. Moved on to 265 for 3. There's a nice breeze over in Barbados, which is something the bowlers will be pleased for. Some of these bowlers now are nearly in the 20th over of the game. But 265-3. It's a good position for England. For the West Indies, it's looking like a long day in the field. Neil Manthorpe.
I'm just wondering how excited Johnny Bairstow is sitting with the pads on at the moment. He's got a lovely platform, hasn't he? Imagine if he walks out 320 for 4. I'm not suggesting that he'll go mad, because he'll want to keep his run of form going. A couple of hundreds in his last 3 tests. This one is steered away behind square on the offside into the gully, and there's no run.
He'll probably be full of surprise. He's normally coming in at 30 for 4.
Yes, well, he did last week.
He probably doesn't know what to do. Let's be honest about it. It's not often England get to 300. Let's not forget this.
Well, they didn't in the Ashes in 10 innings. Yeah, I mean, it was 48 for 4 in the first innings.
Well, there you go.
When he came to the crease, so he's going to be in a far more comfortable position. Here's Jayden Seales once again. Again, lovely soft hands from Joe Root. Such underappreciation abounds at the skill of taking a quick single like that. I mean, if he'd just been intent on defending, back foot defensive push to that, back of a length on off stump, it would have trickled away into the offside and would have been unremarkable. But he just softened the hands at the moment of impact and allows him to take a single.
True professional, a great player. He's just unbelievable to watch. The way he's improved over the years, just got better and better. His whole game, it's in great shape. Terrific player. Is he back over 50 now? Is he averaging back over 50?
He will be now. Yep, with this unbeaten 100. Here is Seales once again outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run. Ben Stokes remains on 14. It was 49.4 something.
So he's over there.
He's over 50 again.
And Cole is just nipped under 50 for the first time, I think, in a long time.
Virat Kohli hasn't scored 100 for 2.5 years.
We talked about it. It's amazing. Yesterday we touched on that, didn't we, a little bit. And he's such a terrific player. I love watching Virat Kohli. I always have since I first saw him. I remember somebody put a tweet out. I put in something like 2013, 100 he got against England, and it was just ridiculous to watch.
Here's Jayden Seales once again, and punched off the back foot nicely, straight bat from Ben Stokes. He was happy with the position he held there, kept it for a pose for a little while, straight back to the bowler. Well, I think just the toll of being Virat Kohli and has taken its toll on him, and it caught everybody by surprise, including all his teammates, coach, man, everybody, when he resigned the Test captaincy when they lost in South Africa, because he was on a man on a mission to become the first Indian captain to win in South Africa. That's full and wide, drivable length, but too wide, and left alone by Ben Stokes. So I think the combination of his lengthy lack of I won't say form, Goffey, because he's not looking scratchy. He's not looking rubbish.
No, he's still got runs. He just ain't got the 100,
Yeah,
does he?
yeah.
I mean, and that's the one. I mean, and he's been part of along with Ravi Shastri as coach, that team and what they achieved was outstanding. Let's not forget that. But he just forgot how to score 100, hasn't he, in the Test arena?
Here is Seals once again. It's Stokes, I think, on the pad. I think that's a leg bye down the leg side. Joshua De Silva, the keeper, runs away to collect it, and it is a run. And it was a leg bye. Stokes remains on 14. Joe Root has 127, and that's 100 up for England, 100 overs, that is. Having won the toss and chosen to bat first, they are 267 for 3. I mean, so it all, I think, is just not unravelling for Virat Kohli, but, he's 7 years as Test captain. It doesn't matter if you're 7 years as Test captain of any nation. 7 years, but 7 years Test captain of India, multi-format player. I just think that he's creaking at the knees under the weight of it all.
Yeah, and you can understand it, can't you? I mean, the nation love him. He's adored. He's a great player. We talk about him. We talk about him now.
Revered more than adored.
Oh, I think he's adored, like Dhoni. I mean, they're just gods over there.
Full and wide outside the off stump. But Goffey, unlike Sachin and other players who are just generally revered, even in India, and you'll know this, even in India he divides opinion. There are those who don't like his hard edges.
Out of them all, would you say MS Dhoni is the most popular?
Yes, the most revered.
Are you amazed by that?
The level to which he is revered, yes, I am. Here's that's full and wide, and Stokes plays a glorious cover drive. West Indies have got a man out there. It's Kyle Mayers, substitute fielder. He's on the. I tell you what, normally the cover sweeper is at point. He's more like deep extra cover.
Yeah. Can you imagine you play a shot like that, Manners, and you get 1 for it? I'd want 4 all day long for that, wouldn't you? He absolutely creamed it through the offside, half volley. But as I said, a man in the weirdest position ever, deep extra cover, on before lunch on day 2. That just tells you a little bit how slow the pitch is.
Yes.
From how in front of square Mayers was, and he absolutely drilled it, and he only just reached Mayers on the boundary at deep extra cover.
Here's Roach once again. Down the leg side, leg glance, 4 runs, poor delivery. He's looking for the in-swinger to Joe Root, and he found it, but it started too straight. And all Root had to do was get a little bit of bat on that one, and it ran away for 4 more runs, taking the England captain to 131. That's just too easy for Root.
Oh, absolutely. If you could look back to day 1, he missed quite a few down the leg side, and that was very unlike Joe
And
Root.
was dropped.
Yeah, and dropped down the leg side quite early on, but that one there, his balance at the crease was superb and just helped it on its way.
Here's Roach once again. Once more, 2 straight, and this time clipped square of the wicket. Kyle Mayers, who was deep extra cover in the previous over, has stayed on the boundary. He's now deep square leg, and it's now 98 runs since Joe Root was dropped on 34. He's now 132. Dropped by the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Leg glance down the leg side, and confirmation that his average is now back over 50.
50.02. He's got there. Well done, Joe. Keep it there.
2 slips in a gully as Roach is into the left-handed Ben Stokes. He was all too well aware of Roach's reputation, statistical reputation against left-handers, and he knows exactly what he's trying to do. Bowling around the wicket, looking to swing it away. That's why the 2 slips in the gully are there. And I wonder if he'll go to 10,000 runs during this series. He needs another 146. He wouldn't bet against it, would
Today.
Today. 146 more runs, and he's got 10,000. Full and wide outside the off stump. Jared Kimber's going to tell us how many batsmen have passed 10,000 Test runs. It's kind of figure that I ought to know off the top of my head. I'm going to go
15.
I was going to go less
More.
than that. No, I was going to go 10 over
No,
10,000.
there's got to be more.
Do you reckon?
Got to be more. England players. How
Sachin.
many English players is there?
Over 10,000?
Yeah. There's a
Kevin
few.
Peterson didn't get 10,000.
Didn't you get 10,000?
No. I'm going 9. 9 or...
Oh yeah, it used to be 8,000.
Yeah,
the
the
magic number.
8,000 was the
8,000
yeah.
was the magic number, but now
That's
it's
right.
10,000.
I don't think it's 10. But Sachin, Steve Waugh, Ricky Ponting, Jacques Kallis. Jared will tell us.
I thought you guys were going to go through them. I was checking them off in my head.
No, but we're just saying though, 8,000 used to be the magic number, didn't
Yeah.
it? Always 8,000 Test runs, 300 Test wickets. Now it's upped its game. Now it's 10,000 runs and probably what 400 Test wickets. Yeah.
273 for 3. Jaden Seals in full wide outside the off stump.
So how many do you think?
I was going 9.
9. Goffey, how many do you think?
Well, originally I was going on the 8,000. I said 15. I've got
Rahul Dravid, we
8,000.
missed
So
Rahul Dravid.
now I'm gonna go 8.
13.
13. Oh, Inzamam, of course.
Nope.
No.
Ross Taylor,
No.
and he got 10,000 runs. He's played the game for years.
New Zealand only played 2 matches. Sometimes they play 1 match Test series.
New Zealand only played 2 match series these days, don't
Yeah.
they? That's an official policy. Jaden Seals in again to the right-handed Joe Root, pushes it away defensively out on the offside. I did say Rahul Dravid, Sachin
Border?
Tendulkar.
How many's Border got?
Alan Border, yes.
Border was the first. Oh no, he wasn't the first. Was he? No, Gavaskar must have been the
Viv?
first. Viv is not here. Alistair Cook.
Ponting?
Yeah, we got Ponting.
Tendulkar?
Yep. I think you're missing
Dravid? Sehwag?
Dravid, yes. Sehwag, no. You're missing a Pakistani.
Javed meandered.
No.
I said Inzamam and he's not there. Here's Seals
not
once
Indian.
again, driven up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, Alzari Joseph.
It's an obvious one when you're all going
Does,
to be upset when you miss that.
It's got to be, Mohamed Yusuf? Yunus Khan. Yunus Khan.
Yunus Khan.
I'm surprised Mohamed Yusuf's not on there. How many tests did he play? He must be close.
Don't think he played for long enough. I think that's the only reason. You're missing a Sri Lankan and a West Indian.
Son of Mahela Jayawardene.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a West Indian. Lara's there. You've already said that. Chandrapal.
Wow. Shivnarine Chandrapal, 10,000. Yep. Here's Seals once again. That's down the leg side. Joe Root. What are they doing bowling so straight into Root's pads? You heard Goffey and Alex Tudor before the day's play saying bowl at the stumps, but bowl at off stump.
Oh yeah, you don't want to bowl at
leg stump, especially when Joe Root's on strike.
Unless you're going to put all the fielders on the leg side and Lopez is going to clip one straight into one of the fielders, but that's just clutching at straws, that, isn't it? I mean, but yeah, you've got to be when we say ball at the stumps, we're talking about it hitting middle and off, right? So nipping back onto the off stump and middle and off. Middle the straightest. Once you start going middle and leg, that's when the best batters just clip you through the leg side.
Here's Jaden Seals again. Half volley outside the off stump. Poor delivery, and it's given the treatment it deserved by Ben Stokes. Do you know what? His shot selection has been 100% today. He's not played a false shot, and he's left every good ball. He hasn't played and missed, and when he's got a bad one, he's really put it away. Jared, just run through the list in not chronological order.
So Yunus Khan is at the bottom. Sanu Gavaskar, at the bottom of the 10,000 club. He's quite clearly at the top. Sanu Gavaskar, Steve Waugh, Alan Border, Mahela Jayawardene, Shivnarine Chandrapal, Brian Lara.
Jaden Seals, he's not on that list. He's bowling, and it's cut away past Permaul at cover point. They'll come back for 2 more. Ben Stokes is up to 280 for 3.
Kumar Sangakkara, Alistair Cook, Rahul Dravid, Kallis. Sorry, accidentally just clicked off. Ponting and Tendulkar. Of the current players, obviously, I'm assuming you're talking about this because Root is getting very close. So Root is not that far away, maybe an innings and a half away, depending on his
Well, he's
form.
140 runs away, 142 runs away.
Yeah. And who else have we got? Sachin. Virat's just gone past 8,000. Steve Smith probably go past 8,000 in the next test. Should be remembered that both of those are not scoring the runs that they did a while back. So 2,000 runs for them might be a little bit further away than it seemed. 2,000 runs is
3 years.
Yeah, not that long ago with Steve Smith. It was about
Yeah,
4
but
tests.
Australia have not played an away test until they just played this for a long time, have they?
Over 2 years.
It's amazing that. I'm amazed by that. I really am.
And then if you look back a little bit further, you've got David Warner's on just under 7,700.
Roach in once again. And Joe Root gets another one on his pads. Helps it on its way down to fine leg. Alzari Joseph Fields, 282 for 3.
And Ross Taylor was just below him. He was on 7,600 from 112 tests. So it's a fair point, Goffey. He plays a lot of tests, but it doesn't score a lot of runs. Probably most of the other guys on this list are probably top 3 as well. Chanderpaul's is probably one of the few, and Yunus Khan maybe that are a little bit further down at times.
How many does Chanderpaul play tests?
We played for 19 years.
It's amazing.
And he was fired by text message.
I asked Otis about that because Otis was the coach.
164 test matches.
164, second most ever. Here's Roach again around the wicket, played defensively by Ben Stokes. Keep that list there, Jared. I've got one more question for you. Played defensively up towards mid-on, no run. Of those who have got 9,000 runs plus, who has got the second most wickets? Because obviously Jacques Kallis 286. So who's got the second most wickets?
Joe Root.
I'd have to go back through. Or Root.
Good call.
Viv would be another one, wouldn't he? Or Steve Waugh is on here as well.
Wow.
Steve Waugh would have a few.
Well, Joe Root's got 45 test wickets. That's full and wide outside the off stump.
Steve
Left
Waugh.
alone by Ben Stokes. It is Steve Waugh, is it? He's got 60 odd, hasn't he?
Oh, I think it's more than that, isn't it?
Test wickets?
I would have thought so. He started as an all-rounder.
I just don't remember him taking many wickets.
It was just his hamstrings. He ended up with 92 wickets.
Okay. Is he second?
It doesn't have it on this particular list because this is just the batting stats.
Right.
But
Steve Waugh got 92 test wickets. Dear me.
Kemar Roach again up to the crease now. Bowls, and that's full and heading down the leg side. Ben Stokes has missed out there. I tell you what, the West Indian bowling's a bit scratchy this morning.
Well, its head's gone down, hasn't it? I mean, it can be very, very difficult as a bowler. You come on to day 2, you know you've got a big 45 minutes. And if you haven't got a wicket in that first 45, you start the panic stations. And it does play with your mind. When you're out there in the field and you get into that, you're getting down to that 20 over mark and you've got no wickets on the board, it can be very difficult mentally as a fast bowler.
No wickets for the West Indies so far this morning. Roach in, and again it's full, and can't question that. It's attacking the stumps, but turned away to Vasami Punwal deep backward square leg, and it's another single. 282 for 3.
Sobers obviously just has over 8,000 runs, so he's not far off the similar sort of thing as Kallis.
Mark Waugh, how many Mark Waugh wickets?
He was
How many wickets he get? He must have got 100.
He would have been roughly the same, wouldn't he? So Mark Waugh is again just over 8,000 runs, I think.
I reckon he must have got 130 test wickets. What about that?
How many with medium pace? How many with spin?
That's what I mean. He bowled spin and medium pace. He was quicker than medium pace, by the way.
59 wickets.
Here's Roach once again. Finishes the over with a short ball, which is pulled away by Joe Root without any difficulty whatsoever. Completely unhurried. And it's fielded in the deep by Anderson Phillip is on as 12th man. So the first hour has been completed. Don't forget that after every day's play we'll bring you the following on podcast in partnership with the ECB. It's where we look back at the key moments from the day's play and hear from the key players involved. Subscribe to the following on podcast is also the best way to listen back to the best of our lunchtime shows, including our tribute to Shane Warne, our investigation into the rising costs of playing cricket at a junior level, as well as the big interviews with the likes of Mike Holding and Sir Viv Richards. Following on is available via all good podcast providers, and if you're out and about and you want to keep up with the cricket, you can get us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2. We're on your smart speaker online, and now on the TalkSport YouTube page, where you can find not only us, but there's a ball-by-ball scorecard too. Jared, just a quick word from you before I hand over to Barry Wilkinson.
9,000 test runs with the most wickets. Garish just put it together for you. Callis 292, Steve Waugh 92, Tendulkar 46, Root 44, Alan Border 39, and of that 39, I think 13 were in one game.
Yes, that's right, at the SCG. Indeed. So the first hour gone. Ben Stokes has 22. Joe Root has 134. No wickets for the West Indies, and you have to say, in all honesty, pretty plain sailing for England. 283 for 3. Drinks at the moment at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Let's go over to Barry Wilkinson, and welcome back to the one and only Steve Harmison after an unscheduled day off yesterday.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Steve has just sat inside me, and you look at what's happening so far in this game, Steve, and Stokes has come out with that kind of positive mindset and mentality. It just augurs well for what we're seeing for the future of this match for England.
Yeah, absolutely. He's it was a story of yesterday, to be honest, when Alex Lees and Joe Root were getting going. I thought the West Indies bowled very, very well this morning. But as and when the West Indies have searched like anybody would, 283 for 3, looking to try and make the breakthrough, trying to get rid of Joe Root or Ben Stokes, and on a wicket which is pretty much unresponsive. When you go searching, you could go for boundaries, and in the last 15 minutes Kemar Roach has searched for that boundary, and Ben Stokes is duly obliged by putting it to the boundary. Batted beautifully so far has Ben Stokes. He's left the ball nicely, tempo's been good, and when you bat with somebody like Joe Root, if you're a shot player, you're never really worried that you're going to get bogged down, because Joe Root turns the strike over so well. And when that happens, as a left and right hand combination, bowlers keep coming in, having to change the fields, trying to change their plan, working out which angles it is. On a wicket which has not got a great deal in it, you do lose your discipline, which has happened in the last 15 minutes. Then you start going all around both sides of the wicket. So he's trying, Kemar Roach, to stay outside off stump. He's got 3 catches in the sort of catching areas, first, second and fifth slip. Backward point, extra cover, deep man out in the deep, but unfortunately he hasn't really been able to bowl to that. That's probably a story of the West Indies 3 innings so far in this series, that they've set fields they've struggled to bowl to, and you've got players like Root and Stokes who are batting very, very nicely at the crease. It doesn't bode well, so they're going to have to somehow try and wrestle this back. Desperately need to break a partnership and try and bowl one side of the wicket with the field according to that.
Do you think England are where they would want to be when they perhaps decided to win the toss and bat yesterday?
No, 100%. You got Joe Root 134 not out. I think he's been magnificent. I don't think you can say any more great things about Joe Root. The only thing I'm pleased of is that the move from 4 to 3 after 2007, sort of 2021, 1,700 runs, it's not affected his batting after back-to-back hundreds. So from that aspect, yes, I think England are definitely in the position they'd love to have been.
Alzarri Joseph to Root, and Root is getting the ball on the line in the middle stump, defends it, plays it back to Joseph. Joseph 13 overs and 1 maiden, none for 54, was very expensive yesterday. Didn't look the part in Antigua, got a couple of wickets, a couple of plucky wickets in the end, but the West Indies now really hoping for something in a bit of a creative and innovative presence, because they've been less than imaginative so far this morning. First hour gone, 283 for 3. Root 134 taps away with 2 slips in the gully as Joseph comes in and bowls. A full delivery that's undriven through mid-wicket. He should pick up a couple of runs here. He gets 1. They'll come back for the second. They decide against it. Nope. Well fielded there by Jermaine Blackwood in the deep, and just 1 run to Root.
I thought Alzarri Joseph and Antigua bowled. He got better as the game went on. I thought he deserved his 3 wickets when England were looking to set up a game and try and go for the victory. At the end of the day's play, unfortunately they lost the last sort of 12 overs. I thought Joseph bowled well, and I think in 9-10 over spell he got better as the test match went on. I think sometimes back-to-back test matches you have to make changes, you really do, and I think at times the West Indies have bowled beautifully disciplined, but at other times have looked heavy-legged and looked as though they played back-to-back games.
Joseph, line on the off stop there to Ben Stokes. He pushes it up to mid-off and there's no run.
In England, they've got 2 debutants in their bowling unit. England want as many runs as they possibly can. I think a lot of people will say, well, England will be looking to bat once. I don't think they will. Nobody looks to bat once anymore in Test match cricket. They'll look to bat big, try and bowl the West Indies out, and then probably try and then bat again until the wicket deteriorates as such, where they feel as though they can make maximum effort on it.
Joseph bowls to Stokes outside and down the off stump, left alone, taken there by the keeper.
But having 2 debutants, it's a fresh bowling unit, and an extra couple of days rest going into this, this afternoon, tea time-ish, just after, then I think England, will be better suited in this game. Could the West Indies, Barry, made a change or freshen up their bowling attack? I thought they bowled well in Antigua, but fresh legs in back-to-back Test matches, sometimes it does help.
As Joseph bowls again to Stokes, he's edging this one under edge, just a couple of bounces to the keeper. I thought they would have brought in Kyle Mears to bat at 6 for Sammy Pramod, because I didn't really favour Pramod to bowl in this track. Mears has been a good find in terms of his speediness, and he's also a very enterprising middle order batsman. He's got a double century in Test cricket already and a couple of half centuries. I would have perhaps favoured him to come in the 11.
Yeah, but I always find that hard when you've got someone like Jason Holder. England have got the same with Ben Stokes.
As Joseph bowls, and Stokes is getting a good ball on the line of the off stump. Didn't know where that was. In the end, he defended it and it went to a short leg position. There's no run. The over ends. 104 overs have gone in this contest so far, and England are 284 for 3 with Ben Stokes on 22 and Joe Root on 135.
Having an all-rounder like Jason Holder, having an all-rounder like Ben Stokes, he bats it in the top 6, bats well. If you leave Vasami Pramod out and play Kyle Mears, you're basically changing seamer for seamer all the time in a game, and you've got 5 of them. So I'm never really a one for playing the 5 seamers. Doesn't seem as though there's much option on the Caribbean islands for a spin bowler. Vasami Pramod is going to come on and bowl from the Joel Garner end. I liked Aki Hussain during the T20s. I thought he bowled nicely. I'm not sure how far he is up the pecking order in West Indian cricket when it comes to that, but I thought Anderson Phillips might have got a game for one of the other seamers just to freshen things up, and then possibly freshen it up again when they go to Grenada.
Pramod, 22 overs, 1 made and 1 for 61, is going to come onto the attack for the first time this morning from the Joel Garner end, and he comes in and bowls to Root, who is on driving and will get a single out to long on. Well, the thing about it is, in the squad, there's no other spinner option, and then you've got Rakeem Cornwall, who would have done the majority of the bowling last year, but in the 2 first-class matches that presented themselves before this Test series, he didn't bowl very well, didn't pick up a lot of wickets. And the other option is Jamal Warrican, who also went away to Sri Lanka with the West Indies. He's also left-arm spinner, but Pramod out-bowled him, so I guess that's why he got the nod. The real man, in my mind, is Roston Chase, because he, as you saw, got 8 wickets here in 2019. He's got a couple of 5-wicket hauls in Test cricket, and he can bat 6 and also bowl that off-spin as an option. So I thought that was the better option, but they didn't look at him at all. Of course, he's just been playing white ball cricket recently, going to the World Cup with the West Indies and going to India with the West Indies, but he hasn't been finding favour in Test cricket for some reason. There hasn't been a lot of first-class cricket in the Caribbean, mind you. As Stokes comes down the pitch, and just defends, pushes the ball to the mid-off area where Jason Holder's fielding, and there's no run.
I thought Pramod on day 1 in this Test match, I thought he bowled a lot better. He looked as though his action was a lot higher.
This delivery is down the leg side and turned into the hands of Bonner there at short leg. Of course, all along the ground.
And when he gets it like that, then there's a lot more revs on it, there's a lot more control on it, and there's a little bit more turn. He turned the ball a little bit yesterday compared to the second innings in Antigua.
This time again, bang on the middle stump, defended. And still no run there for Ben Stokes. He's looked good so far for his 22 from 52. Just struck 4 fours. He looks very settled. He's in for the big haul on the Kensington Oval pitch. As this delivery comes down the pitch again and on drives to the long on era from 1. The pitch, that was a big bone of contention in Antigua. How is it here to you?
Here, I think it's better than what it was in Antigua. I think there's a little bit more pace in it. There's a tiny bit more bounce, not much more bounce. I sit alongside Sir Curtly Ambrose, who is apoplectic with what happened in Antigua, and he's nearly as bad as what he was up there about this surface. But I think you've got to give a pitch some time. I think a perfect test pitch, possibly a little bit more pace in it for the bowlers on this to make the ball bounce a little bit. Batting will be comfortable, you can score on. But if this pitch deteriorates in a test match, then I think that's a good test match pitch. It's good for batting on first 3 days. It deteriorates, so it helps the bowlers later on.
Joseph with a new over. This one is on the line of the off stump, played out to the mid-off area, and there's still no run. 286 for 3.
What you want is an even contest between bat and ball. I don't think we've had two pitches like that. I think it's been more batsman favourable. But if this one can hold together for another day after today, the West Indies get a chunk of time batting on a pitch which is still half decent, then all of a sudden it starts deteriorating. I don't think it would be a bad pitch for test match cricket. I think that's just the way you want the game to go.
Joseph again bowls Joe Stokes, who's turning the ball into the onside. He finds Jaden Seals at mid-on.
What I would say is that when we were here sitting last month, Barry, me and you, talking about the T20s, when we played a second game on a surface that had already been used, the second game there was a bit more turn, and you look at the pitches that the boys have been practicing on, and they're turning, and they're only 2 days older than this one, so I think we are in for a little bit of spin by the end of the test.
This one is driven in the air out to the mid-off area. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. So Stokes coming on the front foot and almost just helping that delivery. Just pushed it in the air. There was no one there, and it just rolled into the boundary.
Dismissive from Stokes. I don't think that was what he was looking to do. I just think he got in a position where, as usual, looking to attack the ball, and he just kept going up and up and up, and that just twisted a little bit in his hand. Never really a problem for him. Brooks was never in the game. Neither was Seals at mid-on and mid-off. Joseph has to just drag his length back just a touch.
Joseph in again and bowls to Stokes, and this time Stokes is just defending. Out to the captain, Craig Brathwaite at cover, and there's no run. 290 now for 3. Stokes has gone on to 27 with that 4.
But again, it's another over where the West Indies just searching a bit, going for boundaries, bowling 3 or 4 good balls, and then just releasing the pressure. More from good batting and the surface being very placid. The disciplines of what we've seen in the first 40 minutes just starting to go a bit here for the West Indies.
Again, Joseph on the line of the off stump, defended, pushed out to the man there, Brooks at mid-off. Again, we've got some clouds coming over here at Kensington just to cool things down, but it's been very windy, even though it's been sun shining for the last couple of days. Just been a really good atmosphere here. A couple more locals in today, but still 80% of Brit tourists. As Joseph in again and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the delivery down the leg side, and he turns it to fine leg for 1. That should end the over, where the West Indies, after losing the toss, England batting 291 for 3, with Ben Stokes keeping the strike on 28 and Joe Root 136.
Talk about the crowd. It's a fantastic venue, the Kensington Oval, and it's a sea of colour, as you normally would in the Caribbean. Noise, fantastic support, Caribbean islands whenever you come over here and play, but unfortunately the colour is the St George's flag and England football shirts. A lot of English supporters in the stands. Party stand hasn't really ramped up just yet. I think it might be after seeing what I seen leaving the ground yesterday. Our little minibus nearly knocked about 10 people over. We had a good day yesterday. Might be a few of them still looking at their eyelids, comforting the hangovers in bed.
Stokes reverse sweeps and does so successfully. That's going to be 4.
What a shot. What a shot. I don't think I can give this justice. describing it. It's a fantastic shot. It's a reverse sweep, man, backward point, Jayden Seales just behind square, and it's gone past him before he's even looked. Fast bowler, he would have been concentrating, and I think the ball at the fence before he even turned round. It wasn't a bad ball by Vasami Permaul. It was a fantastic reverse sweep by Ben Stokes.
He's gone to 32, on the verge of 300, 295 for 3, as Permaul bowls to Stokes, who comes down the pitch and hits it, hoiks it, that's gone. Going once, going twice, sold for 6. Ben Stokes bringing up the 300 there for England, and also his first 6 to go to 38. It's now 301 for 3.
Talk about the situation player that Ben Stokes is. I think he's one of the best in the game of season when to go and try and set up a total that his team needs and goes through the gears, and this has been 2 fine shots. Reverse sweep followed by, not quite to the party stand, but the party stand are just waking up there now, waiting for something special from Ben Stokes. That the last 2 shots are anything to go by. Yeah, they might be waking up very quickly.
Yeah, I just told you, I sense this. As Permaul comes in again and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets a delivery on the line of the off-stump, defends it, pushes into the offside, and there's no run.
He's been threatening, as Ben Stokes. Yeah, before the series started, he had 2 relatively low scores in the warm-up game, I think 11 and 19. And then he got in Antigua.
Permaul to Stokes again, down the leg side, turns it back with a square for 1. So that means that Joe Root, who has been off strike for a little while, will be back on. Stokes has gone to 39 from 63, 6 4s and a 6. Roots 136, 302 for 3.
He got 36 in the first innings in Antigua, and in the second innings obviously they were going for big runs, so he had to throw his bat. He's been threatening for a little bit to put a score together.
Permaul to Root, who's driving out to cover. They're going to take a quick single. Shamar Brooks running to his left wasn't quick enough to stop that. So the over ends with England now 303 for 3. Actually, there's just 1 ball left.
Go guns.
Joshua Da Silva giving the guy some support there behind the stump. So I saw his dad here from Trinidad and Tobago this morning. Here he comes now. Spins the ball from hand to hand, Permaul, and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets a short ball. He's cutting well. There's a fielder there on the boundary now, so he won't get 4. He will get a single though, even though he misfielded the ball. That will still keep him to 1, and he'll also keep the strike. So 304 for 3 here on TalkSport 2, with Stokes 40, Root 137. More comments now from Steve Harmison.
Partnership is just starting to go through the gears. Stokes and Root. Ben identified that Vasami Permaul not most confident at this moment in time after what happened to him. Got the run around in Antigua. I don't think Ben Stokes is comfortable with spin bowlers bowling to him. He wants to be the man that forces it upon the spin bowler and give Craig Brathwaite a decision to make here. Go back to the seam or stick to his spin bowler, who potentially could leak boundary after boundary, both sides of the wicket.
So Joseph to continue, bowls to Stokes. Stokes gets the ball on the line of the all-stump, pushes it out to cover, and there's no run. Joseph has been more of a white ball cricketer recently for the West Indies. He's actually got a big IPL contract, so he'll make his debut next month in the IPL. I'm sure he's happy with that. After doing so well in India in those ODIs and T20s, it's always timely. The West Indies always seem to tour India on the eve of every IPL. And for some reason, the West Indies players seem to perk up around that time. They've got 17 players in the IPL this year. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Stokes, and Stokes is getting the ball down the leg side, turns it behind square, and there is just 1 run. 300 now and 5 for 3, with Stokes going into the 40s and 41. Root's got 137. This is really good cricket from England. They've batted in partnerships after losing that early wicket. Those 3 partnerships with Lees, then Lawrence, now Stokes. It just augurs very well for England in this match.
Yeah, and it's the surface. The surface is a good surface to bat on. There's not many demons in it. There's not much venom in it, but I also think there's not much venom going in it from a bowling point of view.
Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Root. And Root gets the delivery on the line in the middle stump. And this one is turned into the onside, and he'll get the single as well. The fielder there was very, very deep in Brooks, and he was able to come through for that single. And one run achieved. So Root moving quite nicely along. He's on the verge of 9,900 runs in Test cricket. I think he's somewhere now, 9,890, 9,892, somewhere around there. But he's approaching another landmark. I'm sure he'll be happy with that, approaching 10,000, closing in on 10,000, which he might get in this game or even Grenada. That'll be something special for Joe Root. Stokes on 41 as Joseph comes in and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes is driving in the air. That's gone over cover. Will he get 4? It's going to go down to the boundary, but it won't get there. It was actually a bit of a miss-hit as it skied into no man's land. And 1 run, 2 runs there to Ben Stokes to go to 43, 308 for 3.
Yeah, just a little bit width from Alzari Joseph. Ben Stokes now in sort of one-day mode. Anything that's straight, he's going to tuck into the leg side. They're running hard, and anything that's got width to throw in the kitchen sink at. That was a little bit too wide, if anything. Bat just turned in his hand again, like did the over before when he hit Alzari Joseph over the top, down the ground.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Stokes, and Stokes is driving, a bit airy-fairy, but won't carry to the fielder there. Brooks at mid-off, no run. Stokes wants to get on with it. He wants to bat. He wants to really get going. This is not Leeds we're watching for sure.
No, it's not. And it identifies that England want to get to probably around tea time with a score on the board sufficient enough. Bear in mind the inexperience of the bowling attack that England have. They might need a little bit more time. They might want some more time to go at the West Indies.
Joseph bowls to Stokes, and this one is going to go down to the flying leg area. But there's a fielder there. It's for Sammy Pramwal. So just a single to end the over here on TalkSport 2. England 309 for 3. Stokes 44 on strike. Root 138. As we hand you back to Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Barry. And I think Steve Harmison has stayed with us. Steve?
Yeah, I'm still here, Mark.
How are you, my boy?
Way aye.
Way aye. All good over there?
It is. It's very well.
It's a privilege,
Mark.
is the word you were looking for.
Well, yes, it is a privilege. Spent a nice meal with a good friend of yours last night.
Who was
Mark.
that?
Mr. Bramsgrove.
Oh yes, fine, outstanding.
Mr. and Mrs. Bramsgrove.
Yeah.
So we had a nice bit of company. Mr. Atherton. It was Mr. Butcher. So we enjoyed his company very, very much.
Okay, back to the cricket. Pramwal about to bowl to Ben Stokes here. Stokes looks in good nick, 44 from 69 balls. It's a little leg-sidey, but it's a dead straight bat from Stokes. He just pushes it to short mid-wicket for no run. He was quiet to begin with, and now he's begun to expand. And there really is no more thrilling player. A man and cricketer that you know so well, you've seen grow up, and after this ball, we'll let you just have another say on him, because he's gone to reverse sweep, and he's got it nicely. There's a man back. But Steve, this is a guy who's had a really difficult year of his life in so many ways. Took time out, didn't he? Took a sabbatical from the game for about 6 months last year, and yet here he is, seemingly back to something near his best.
Absolutely, and not only his game's back to near his best, Mark, his body is as well. He looks like where he was before he went to the Ashes, before he had the break.
Pramwal again, bowls round the wicket to Joe Root, who reaches for that hard hit sweep in front of square, but for once doesn't quite time it. It dribbles out to square leg for a single, and Root looks frustrated with himself, but actually the ball was just a little higher and floatier, and therefore it's harder to time that shot. The flatter the ball, the easier the shot. And I think Ben, I agree with you physically, but what really matters with Ben, of course, is the mental shape that he's in. And he admits that in Australia he just couldn't find his best form and his full concentration and all that kind of thing. And maybe now he's back in play, as they say.
Yeah, and Mark, the loss of a parent is huge to everybody in life. But Jed was so so much to Ben because he was a professional sportsman himself. He'd give him such good advice, there for him all the time. He was his best mate in life, and to lose that, I think it is going to take some time to sort of overcome, and I think that was what happened with Ben as well.
Okay, interesting. That's a little push block. I wouldn't call it a usual defensive shot, but he definitely wasn't trying to score big off it. He might have been trying to work it to mid-on for a single, but anyway, it went back to the bowler off a full length, and there's no run. Here comes Permaul again. Oh, down he comes, Stokes. Oh, that'll be big. Don't worry about that. Sometimes you just know from the minute it leaves the bat, it's the noise, it's the follow-through, and it's maximum.
Mark, not only is it a maximum, we're going to use a new ball. It is on the roof of the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. This ball has landed, great view from 4 floors up in the press box, so we can see the ball. It's hit the corrugated bit of the roof, 3/4 of the way of going over the top of the stand, and it's rolled slowly back down into the guttering. So it's new balls, please.
Well, thank you for that. We can't see that here from London, but it looked a mighty strike. It's also taken him to 50, we should add, and he raised his bat with a huge smile on his face. There's really, Steve, nobody more exciting to watch. There's something about Stokes' spirit in his cricket, I think, that's appealing.
Yeah, and like we said, it takes some time to come back into not integrated into a group, because he was always a mainstay in there. But I just think having that Ben Stokes that we've got now, we didn't have that in Australia, and that was largely down to body shape, body condition, and let's be fair, how good Australia were and how poor England were as a collective unit. And I've been involved in that where you just can't stem the tide. 7 weeks just goes in a blink of an eye. You can't stem the tide, and unfortunately for Ben and for England that was the case, but he's had a time to reflect on that, time to work on his fitness, time to get himself back in a position to be a challenge again, and I think that's what we're seeing now. You're talking about the spirit.
Yeah.
Mentally he's in a great place, and for me he's one of the best situation players going.
I tell you what, Harvey, we just had a close-up of his face watching that ball fly, and even he looked surprised and pleased.
It was huge.
By the
it was
distance
huge.
and the height. Now Permaul, they've taken a long time to choose the right ball. He'll be a nervous bowler now as Ben advances, if he does. And in fairness to him, he got it up there just outside off stump. It turned a bit, and Stokes whipped it away behind square off his front foot for a single. 318 for 3, England, who have nearly got their run rate up to 300. The end of that Permaul over. Up to 3 and over. Now their score has passed 300, so they're scoring at 2.9 and over. Remember, at lunch and for a period after lunch yesterday, it was 1.5 and over they were going at. So I think, Steve, you've finished with this, is that right? Yep, Steve's gone. Alex Tudor is here with me. Another tall, fast and nasty. Still working on the quiz question I said him. Joe Root 139, Ben Stokes 52, men to come: Johnny Bairstow, Ben Foakes, Chris Wokes, Matt Fisher, Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood. This is only the second test match that the great triumvirate of Stokes, Wokes and Foakes have all played together. A challenge for any commentator. Who have we got? Alsari Joseph, tall, slim man who probably hasn't kicked on like we thought he would when we were in the Caribbean a couple of years back. 3 years ago now. Gosh, how it flies. He bowls and Stokes goes forward and pushes the ball firmly out to the guy at point that they've dropped halfway back, which is an odd position. He's neither sweeper nor orthodox single saver, is he, Alec?
Yeah, it's always a frustrating one for me. He used to drive me mad. Mark Butcher as well, who's out there, he used to drive him mad. It's that sort of defensive, it's just an easy shot, isn't it, for a batter just to get a bat on it and it just rolls out there. Just keep him up. Sometimes as bowlers, you try and look after your figures, but make the batter have to play a different shot. It's too easy for the likes of Ben Stokes, who's a quality all-rounder, quality batter, just to get a bit of bat on it, just to run it down there, sort of to points. No man's land, isn't it?
Number 8 on his back, Alsari Joseph running, beats Joe Root with a little outswinger. Root feeling for the ball and maybe uncharacteristically letting bat come away from body a bit, and maybe that didn't have quite the substance to it that most of his defensive. No, that's just a nothing sort of prod. Very un-Joe Root-like on that line.
You talk about attributes of bowlers, Mark, and you said you were out there and you saw him, was it maybe 3 years ago, and you thought this lad's got something. He's got all the attributes. I just don't know what it is, what he's missing.
Well, I mean, he's bowled nine. He's bowled okay. He hasn't taken any wickets, but he's no quicker. He probably isn't as quick as he was. Point one. He's bowled very straight there, and that's knocked to mid-on by Root, but it's a tumbling bit of fielding, I think, by Craig Brathwaite that stops the ball. And the fact that Jared's picked up his mic means you've got something on Alzarri Joseph, I'll bet.
And his speed, if you want.
Oh, okay. Yes, please.
He reaches 90 miles an hour in half of his tests. So you say he's 90 mile an hour-ish type bowler. So we know he can go above it, but it's not something he can do regularly. And I think that might be part of the reason that he's maybe struggled to develop the way that you think he should have, Mark. So he's probably more around 85 to 88 as a regular sort of speed.
And do you think that the faster he tries to bowl, the more he loses the ability to swing it?
Yeah, I think that over the last couple of years they've tried to use him more as an enforcer.
Here he is now. He bowls on a length, and that's defended by Root on the back foot. A slightly hurried defence for the first time in a while.
When we saw him, Shannon Gabriel was still in the middle of his great form, and Gabriel did all the enforcing role at that point. From that point forward, that's really where Roach and Holder have completely taken over. When the ball's moving, they're the two that get the ball. I don't think he gets the ball now as much when it's nipping around. And now that Seals is in the team, again, he might miss out on that. They're finding a lot of skillful bowlers. They just haven't found as many, well, they haven't really found a really good Shannon Gabriel replacement because O'Shane Thomas hasn't been fit.
It's a full toss to the toes of Joe Root, and he slightly falls over as he gets plenty of bat on it, out to deep backward square leg, only one in it. He's a bit cross with himself for not picking the gap and therefore the boundary, but anyway, he's moved to 140. That's come in 291 balls faced. It's another mammoth effort from Joe Root, backing up what he did a year ago at the start of 2021. A brilliant innings in Sri Lanka and then India. And he started well. In fact, he played well in Australia, but he tailed off, as so often with captains in Australia. The more you get worn down by being beaten and battered and bruised, so your own batting tends to just drift a little because your mind's so preoccupied with other things. Joseph bowls again, and that is too full and too straight, and Stokes has done nothing but just what's the word? Just touch it really to wide mid-on for four. I mean, that was incredible.
It's fantastic, wasn't it? It just looked so easy, didn't it, Mark? His head was in a great position, his stature at the crease, and it just strayed on his pads, and he just played it effortlessly, didn't he? Towards mid-wicket, raced off to the boundary, playing so nicely as Ben Stokes, as you rightly said, Mark. When he first comes into his innings, he gives himself a little bit more time now, doesn't he? But he's just kicked on. I think he fancies Pamal, that is for sure. He's like, this guy's not going to be able to bowl to me whatsoever. He's stamping his authority on him. But it's also now getting him in good positions when facing the seamers. And my thing about Alzarri Joseph is, I'm always saying to young bowlers, you need to figure out quite early on what type of a bowler you are. You need to speak with your captain. It's important. You was a very good captain, Mark, and you looked after arguably the greatest seam bowler for me in Malcolm Marshall. And, am I a wicket taker, or am I someone who's just going to dry up balls? And I think when you've got someone with the ability to bowl at 90 plus, as Gerald is saying.
Pamal, full toss, that Root prods straight to short mid-wicket. Almost like an amateur who hasn't played for a few weeks and overbalances, and he just got the whole thing wrong, and he almost wants to start the over again. Anyway, it's a dot ball for Pamal, who comes in again now, left arm round the wicket. Root is back, and that doesn't come off the pitch with any pace at all, and so Root was on it early, trying to work the single to mid-on, and the ball did carry in the air 2/3 of the way down the pitch. So two, as far as Root's concerned, quite comical balls, because he had a big smile on his face after that last near mistake. Pamal bowls again, and this is a more orthodox defensive stroke, pushed back to the bowler, who feels it very comfortably. So 3 dots in a row for Pamal. Usually Root doesn't soak up many dot balls because he finds a way to rotate the strike so well. He'll want to give Ben Stokes as much of the strike as he can. Now he reverse sweeps, but he picks out the man behind square. 4 dot balls in a row. Root was trying to get that finer and use more of the pace of the ball. He certainly didn't try to hit it hard. He settles again into his stance, twirls the bat, taps the ground, waits now, lifts his bat up and knocks that to square leg for that single that I'm talking about. That boundary a moment ago from Stokes, I said he just almost seemed to sort of touch it and it raced wide mid-on for 4. I watched the replay and in fact it wasn't too straight. It was an off-stump ball and he had walked across his crease. There's no doubt that he alters the bowler's line with his own early movements, but also makes the bowler wary of him and the threat that he has, because he hits the ball so well when he does. Many move around and don't hit it as well because they're on the move, but Stokes seems to. And now he backs away, miles outside leg stump, looking to cut, but the ball doesn't come onto the bat. He's really starting to play like it's a one-day game here. Every ball is to him an opportunity to score. End of that over, 325 for 3 England, having played very well this morning. In fact, you'd say it's been pretty flawless. It started quietly when that ball was new, and then Alex Tudor, they've just sort of accelerated into control mode, haven't they?
Yeah, they have 2 fine players, as you say. Joe Root's always very busy. Stokes now takes his time, but now he's escalated and he's feeling very confident. You can tell by the way, as you said, Mark, the way he's moving around in the crease. He's walking at the bowlers, he's moving across his stumps, the spinners, he's coming down the wicket and showing the stumps and showing he wants to cut it. You know, you have to be so precise with your line and length, otherwise these 2 fine players are going to punish you.
Oh, that's 4. Down the leg side from Joseph. Poor ball, and Root made no mistake. All he had to do was get some bat on it, and so he goes to 145, and Joseph goes back to his mark, tail between his legs.
Yeah, he's just got his line horribly wrong there, Joseph. And I was just saying, Mark, before Pamal bowled that over, you know, as a bowler who can bowl up to 90 miles an hour, you need to have that discussion with your captain. What is it you're asking of me? Am I bowling here to bowl maidens, or am I to try and take a wicket? And then you'll set your field accordingly. I just think he's sort of caught in between at the moment.
And now Root works another straight full ball to mid-wicket, but there is a fielder back who runs round to his left and is able to stop the second run. Well, you've really hammered the nail on the head with that point. Any cricketer, but I think specifically a bowler, has to understand their role. You have to. The captain has to work with that bowler over time, not just on the morning of a day's play, over time, to strike up a relationship where you both understand each other. It's not just about the captain understanding the bowler, it's about the bowler understanding the captain. What does he want from me? What do I think I can give him? Because if he wants something I can't give him, he has to know that. Very important relationship. As Joseph bowls again, wide of off stump, and Stokes drives but doesn't quite time it. The face shuts and it goes to mid-off for a single. I really think knowing your role is a much underrated aspect of developing a team.
Yeah, massively, Mark. And I just think you've got bowlers within your setup that can bowl those maidens. You've got Holder, you've got Kemar Roach, who are skilled bowlers, but to have that person in your team that can bowl up to 90 miles an hour is how you use them. You know, England do it with Mark Wood, and Azari Joseph has that ability to bowl quick, but at the moment he's sort of...
It's good length, and back goes Root to defend, and then sort of falls forward after the ball, as if to say, I actually wanted a single off that, but I think that if anything, the pitch seems a little slower today, now that this ball is not quite as hard as it was when play began, and Root is trying to use the pace to manoeuvre his singles and isn't quite able to do so. He has 146. He's in his stance, familiar stance of Joe Root. Waves his bat around and then chops one down into the gully, a sort of a touch cut rather than a rasping cut, but there's no run as he picks out the fielder.
And then also as a captain, Mark, and as I said, you was a fine captain down at Hampshire, and you know, you would set your field accordingly. Adam Hollyoake did it with me, Mark Butcher, when Adam was away on England duty and he took over the captaincy. He used me. He said, Jude, you're going to bowl no more than 5-4. I need you to run in hard, get me a wicket.
Final ball of the Azari Joseph over, and it beats Root outside off stump. Well bowled, good line, that's all that was. If you're out and about and you want to keep up with the cricket, you can get us on the TalkSport app. That's probably the best bet. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2 on your smart speaker. You can get us online, and now of course on TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us, and a ball by ball scorecard too. So lots of ways to have some contact with us. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. At lunchtime today we've got part 2 of our Shane Warne tribute. We dealt with the man yesterday, and today we turn our attention to the cricketer, and in particular events and dramatic moments during his career that lit up the cricketing firmament. So part 2 of our tribute to Shane Warne today. Over to you, Manners.
Thank you very much indeed. Mark Nicholas, 331 for 3.
Go ahead, Sammy.
Scoring rate up to just a fraction under 3 and over now, as Versamy Permaul, affectionately known as Gunner, is into the attack once again. That one's a long way down the leg side, and Stokes looks disdainfully at it as it passed by his backside into the gloves and then out again of Joshua Da Silva. He was having nothing to do with that. It was a look of disgust almost. A reverse sweep from Stokes, and he's just missed it, and it's just missed the stumps as well.
Yeah, I think Ben's seen enough, and I think he wants to say that he doesn't feel that this young man can bowl at me, and he wants to stamp his authority for sure. Just be mindful though, there's 100 out there for you.
Permaul again, short pull shot from Stokes out towards deep mid wicket. It's gone all the way. That's his 3rd 6. It really was it was a look of disdain, the first ball of the over, and that was a shot of disdain. And if he is thinking this young man can't bowl to me, then he's actually older than him. Permaul's actually older than Ben Stokes. He's 33. Versamy Permaul, and that really was an innocuous, not long hop, but he's just picked the length up so quickly, Ben Stokes. And now he backs away, gives himself room outside the off stump and launches it over extra cover for 4 more. Well, never mind the age, he is thinking you can't bowl to me.
He's seen enough, man. This is really destructive air from Ben Stokes, because the captain's got a decision to make, hasn't he? He's going to have to get one of his big seamers on. Normally the spinner comes on to try and settle it down, but Ben's not having any of it. Mr. Stokes is getting after him. He's put on a display. And Manners, the run rate has crept over 3.
He's galloped over 3. 341 for 3, England, and another reverse sweep. Ben Stokes has hit it very nicely straight out the middle of the bat, but he will find the fielder Jaden Seals on the boundary, and it'll just be a single. Ben Stokes has raced up now to 69 from 83 balls, and England have got the gallop on here. They're scoring freely. Ben Stokes is scoring runs just about wherever he wants them. 244 for 3 when they began, so 98 runs in the session, and we've still got 15 minutes to go. Solitary slip in now for Permaul. It seems optimistic. He's not turning it away from the right hander. Root forward, plays defensively, pushing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Ben Stokes has hit 3 sixes in this innings of 69 from 83, and you may or may not know the list of the most sixes in Test cricket by Englishmen, and if you don't know, Jared Kimball will inform you.
Ben Stokes is number 1. Say Harry Watt just tweeted through asking where he was, and yeah, he comes up at number 1 all time, 86 sixes. Number 2, Tudes, who you got for number 2?
Number 2, I will say KP.
Correct. Manners, number 3, let's keep this running.
Flintoff?
Yes, because I just told you. Number 4, Tudes.
Oh wow. I'm going to say...
It's a fairly big name, Tudes.
Pardon?
It's a fairly big name in English cricket.
Okay, Mr. Gooch.
Slightly bigger.
Think Lord.
Mr. Botham.
Lord Botham. Here is Alzari Joseph, wide outside the off stump, slashed away through wide long off for 4 more by Ben Stokes. What's quicker than a gallop? He's on a canter.
Manners, I know you would have been out there in that innings he displayed out in South Africa. Was it Cape Town? with Rabada and those guys on the back end when he got that double 100. Johnny Bairstow got 100. He's being dismissive. That's what I'm looking at it. He's just playing with a carefree. He did all the hard work early on. Now he's saying, listen, I'm going to put on show for this crowd here. A lot of English contingent in Bridgetown.
Do you remember what their partnership was? Stokes and Bairstow for the
Gerard?
fourth wicket. 399 on a very, very batting friendly surface at Newlands. Here is Alzari Joseph again, bowls. Stokes goes once more, full and wide outside the off stump, over long off for 4 more. Well, my goodness gracious me, the bowlers are rattled. That's quite clear.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Mrs. T's not sleeping today. I tell you, she's enjoying this. It's absolutely destruction from Ben Stokes. As my dad would say, this is licks. He's putting some strokes on it here. It's fantastic batting from Ben Stokes. He's absolutely enjoying it because there's a little smirk on his face as well, Manners.
350 up for England, 350 for 3 here, live ball by ball commentary exclusive at TalkSport 2. Stokes drives again, he's got 4 more through wide long on, he hasn't timed it, but who needs to? It's a thick inside edge. He's just striking it so cleanly. It's 4 more and Stokes is up into the 80s.
Wow, he's gone 20-20 mode, or even 100. I mean, he's putting back to ball, and the ball is getting dispatched all parts of this beautiful ground at Bridgetown. The bowler, this is a situation as a captain, a bowler, you just there's no idea what field to put in place. Where am I bowling it? Because he just does not care at this moment in time.
Viswami Permaul went for 12 in his last over, and Alzari Joseph's gone for 12 in half of this over. 4-4-4. Ben Stokes 81 not out. Joe Root's 146. He's got the best seat in the house. Watching this entertainment, field spread now as Joseph is in at the pads of Ben Stokes, turns it off his pads. They're going to come galloping back for the second, and they make the second as well. Clever batting that from Ben Stokes. If he'd clipped it firmly, it would have been just 1, but I think he's interested in keeping the strike at the moment. Couldn't be on for 100 here before lunch, could we?
I'm telling you, man, as he's feeling it, I'm just a little bit worried though. As he ran that second one, as he got through to the crease, he's just pulling up like he might have had twinge a little bit on that hamstring. You know how delicate he is in recent times, and you know you want to wrap him up in cotton wool, but when he's playing like this, you want to just let him go. It's fantastic, and that's what he also does extremely well. Not only hits the boundaries, he runs hard too.
Delicate was the word that he just used.
They were leg byes actually, so he remains on 81. 356 for 3. Remember, he hadn't faced a ball. He came to the crease fresh at the start of play, so he's got 81 in the session. This time it's thrashed out towards extra cover, straight to Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. There's very, very famous instances, of course, 100 before lunch on the first day of a test match. There's a few more who have scored 100 in a self-contained session, and I'm not preempting it, but he's got 10 minutes.
Come on, Ben.
It's one of the rarest batting feats in Test cricket. Alzari Joseph in. Stokes goes full and straight for 6. Straight back over the bowler's head onto the balcony. My goodness me, I am preempting it now. 6 number 5 for Ben Stokes, and he's up to 87 from just 89 balls. 362 for 3.
I reckon that's landed on the Jolly Roger boat. That's a massive hit. As I said, he's not playing, it's Ben Stokes. If it's up, it's off, it's as short it's going. He's enjoyed that. He's watching it all the way downtown. No fielders straight. It's a fantastic shot. Just look and admire. Fantastic cricket shot.
5,000 test runs for Ben Stokes in his 78th match, his 27th 50 to go with his 1000s.
So he's 8th all time on the most sixes in Test match cricket, and in this innings he went past Viv Richards. He's now level with Chris Cairns, I think, as we currently stand here. The Callis is above him. I didn't realise Callis was so high up.
I know.
Who's number 1?
Chris Gale?
No.
Adam Gilchrist.
No.
Say Wag.
Brendan McCullum. Gilchrist 2, Gale 3. And
We're on the podium with those guesses.
Yeah, Brian Lara's quite high as well, but Stokes might go past Lara and Cairns and a couple of others.
And Lara's ones would have been all against Danish Canaria. I mean, if you can remember that time when he chirped him, and it's not the wise thing to do to BC, and Danish went in the bush.
I mean, you say that Gareth Batty might have a couple.
Yes. When he got to 400. Ooh.
I tell you what a session we've had. As I said, England resuming on 244 for 3, and this time Jason Holder's been brought back into the attack, try and stem the flow of runs to Joe Root, who immediately takes a single easily enough off the first ball of the over, and then grins wickedly at Ben Stokes to say, "It's all yours, pal. I just want to watch."
And that's quality, isn't it, from the captain, as you say. You know, he's enjoying it at the other end as well, Manners, and he's just saying, "I'll see one." And good luck to you bowlers bowling at Ben in this mood. As he said, he's 87. He's got what? 8 minutes until lunch.
100 in a session.
100 in a session.
Oh my goodness me! So easy there. Root just he knew exactly where he was going to take that single. Whatever was bowled to him, he was going to drop it down behind square on the offside, get down the other end, first ball of the over. Jared, you're about to throw another nugget of interesting, entertaining information our way.
No, just have a look at how many balls he's faced. He's actually faced quite a few balls in this session as well, Stokes. So you would expect it to be off quite a few. So I think Root for a long time has just been like that last ball. That was one day Root, wasn't it? He just leant on the ball, pushed it to point, and took off.
I was going to say he's faced by some way the majority of deliveries, but that's no accident. Holder is in. Stokes plays defensively, pushing that just defensively back towards mid-off, and then holds his hand up as if what's he saying? Is that some movement behind the bowler's arm? Is that why he didn't hit it for 6?
He's in that much of form that not only has he played the ball as if he was having a cup of tea, there's obviously someone stood up in the background that he's also noticed as well. And obviously Barmy Army weren't happy with that, were they? There's a couple of boos came out because they obviously want to see the 3 figures.
Sometimes I'm not aware of how easy or difficult it is to find statistics, but I wonder whether Gary, our brilliant statsman, can tell us. Here is Holder again, bowls, Stokes forward, pushes it again just for a single out into the deep. There's 5 men on, 6 men on or very close to the boundary at the moment, trying to rein in Ben Stokes, but 100 in a session of a test match. I'm thinking there's only, I think, half a dozen, 6 or 7 occasions where it's done in the first session of a test match, but obviously it will be more, 100 or more batsmen in a session. I know that Gary's working on it.
And myself and Mark were at 1. David Warner did it at the Wacker against India, which was just brutal.
Well, this has been brutal too. Holder in bowls, and Stokes pushes it, just looking for a single into the covers. Won't find one.
Can't remember who. I forget the name of the bowler, but he played in the IPL for years, and it was his only test. And he came on for his first ball, and David Warner went up to Ed Cowan in the middle of this session and said, he's just coming on, let's just be sensible. And first ball, Warner puts his knee down, drags it from outside off stump over long on for 6. And Cowan comes down and goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Oh, it was in my wheelhouse." That's this kind of mood, isn't it? We just like that one where he backed away, he'd hit it over cover.
Outrageous. Here's Holder again, short, like a slower ball bouncer, and Joe Root pulls it out towards deep backward square leg, and Kemar Roach makes ground behind square from in front of square to keep them down to 2. 366 for 3. To think we had 47 runs in the first session of this test match. 47 in total.
That's what's great about our game, though, isn't it? In Test cricket, there's so many different layers to it. As you said, it was sort of, you might probably say it was set up with the way that Joe and Alex Lees went about it yesterday. And as you said, when you've got the stroke play of Stokes, Folkes, Wokes, and all of them in there, this is what can happen. I mean, 122 runs in a session. That's a lot of lashes there, Manners, let me tell you.
122 runs off 150 balls in the session so far. Holder in bowls, and dipping full toss, which is punched by Root down the ground towards mid-on to bring up his 150. Joe Root, 150 for 306. Fair to say that he has been very deliberately taking a back seat in the last 45 minutes as Ben Stokes has gripped this test match by the throat. He's giving it a good strangle.
It's just amazing, isn't it? Out of his 2,500, he's gone past 150 12 times. That's phenomenal. You know, we talk about Graham Gooch, someone that I admired and watched, and you always talk about your daddy hundreds. And Joe Root, he seldom gets out. When he gets his 100, goes big, and that's what you're doing. As coming from your leader as well, it sets that benchmark in the dressing room.
If you're out and about or want to go out and about while the cricket's on, you can keep up to date with every ball on the go on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2. We're on your smart speaker, online, and now on TalkSport YouTube page, where you can find us as well as a ball-by-ball scorecard.
Root has faced 57 balls to Stokes' 91. According to the website Howstat, Stokes has made 100 in the session on 2 previous occasions. One of them was Headingley. And there's also that's scoring 100 runs, obviously not from scratch.
Craig Brathwaite's bravely brought himself into the attack with his very gentle off spin, and a reverse sweep attempted by Joe Root. Doesn't hit it for once.
So Headingley was one. You can probably guess the other one was Newland.
Yeah.
So he's done it a couple of times. Travis Head did it in the Ashes at the Gabba. And Stokes was the one before that. And then there was Shikhar Dhawan, and Warner did it against Pakistan at the SCG.
Here's Brathwaite once again, and slower, even slower. Root again is into the reverse sweep, as if to say, I don't miss very many, and I'm going to reverse sweep you, and does for an easy single. And that takes total up to 368 for 3.
Just thinking with the pace that Brathwaite bowls, Penn's thinking he's lining him up downtown now, I'm telling you. I could be wrong, he could play for lunch. But the way he's going, he could take him downtown. 2 hits, 100, walk off.
That delivery was 41 miles an hour. Brathwaite in, that's even slower, and it's driven by Stokes back past the bowler. He gets a hand to it and will now be counting his fingers to make sure they're all still there. Or did it hit him on the foot? It ricocheted off, but that was absurdly slow delivery. And yeah, it was. He was right in step. Ow.
Yeah.
Ankle?
He's extremely odd, that, isn't he?
Sorry, was that his ankle he tried to stop that with? In the
I'm surprised he's still walking if it was. And that one is pushed by Root up towards Holder, fielding in a catching position at short straight mid-on. 369 for 3. I tell you what, you can't accuse the captain of hiding with the onslaught on. He's brought himself into the attack with this very, very slow off spin. That one is punched out to Nkrumah Bonner at square leg. So any idea, Jared, how many times 100's been squeezed? No, I don't think he'll do it now. It's lunch in one ball. We get one more over, he might still do it. Any idea how many times batsmen have scored 100 in a session? Is it quite a lot? Is it more
84?
Oh, okay. 84 in 2,700 odd test matches. Brathwaite in once again, and it's punched defensively by Root up towards mid-on, and so Ben Stokes won't score 100 in the session, but that's by the by. He has entertained us royally with just a breathtaking array of strokes. He's 89, has come from just 92 deliveries with 11 fours and 4 sixes. And as we often say with Ben Stokes, if you could be awarded more than a 6 for the distance you hit the ball, then at least a couple of his, or 3 of the 4 actually, 2 of which departed the stadium, would be worth at least 6.5. Joe Root receives the applause. Ben Stokes backs off, allows the captain to lead the 2 players off the field. England's captain is 151 not out. He has been absolutely brilliant, but Ben Stokes, for sheer power and entertainment value, has outshone him in the session, finishing 89 not out. Just a dominant set, completely and utterly dominant session. No wickets for the West Indies, and England have scored 125 runs in that session. More of the same between lunch and tea. I would imagine there'll be no chat otherwise it's just pile them on, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a perfect morning for the England cricket team. 123 runs in the session. Run rate of 4.7. It's been fantastic. Ben Stokes started slowly and then got into the groove. Fancied Pamal and pretty much all the Zari Joseph and Holder enjoyed the bowlers. And Joe Root just went about his business as he did. Started the day on 119, got to 150. The 12th time that he's done that in his career so far. I'm sure there'll be many more. But as you said, more of the same in the second half. And you still got Bairstow and Folks and Woke still to come.
Welcome back to the Kensington Oval in Barbados for the start of the 5th session of this Test match. England winning the toss and batting, of course, and we just had an exhilarating session of entertainment. Some magnificent batting, attacking batting from Ben Stokes, and some single gathering appreciation at the other end from England captain Joe Root, who's passed 150 for the 12th time in his career. 2500s, 12 of them gone past 150. On strike, Ben Stokes on 89. Jason Holder about to bowl the first delivery. It's right up in the block hole, and Stokes has scattered the field with his endeavours in the first session. So he's got a single wherever he wants one here, Alex Tudor, and he does. He just nudges one down to long on and takes a one to move it on to 90.
Yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, I mean, listen, he commands a little bit of respect in the way he came out in that first session and dispatched the West Indian bowlers to all parts. As you said, 4 sixes, lots of boundaries, 11. And,
commands respect or commands fear?
There's a lot of fear, I have to say, in the bowlers' eyes when they run up bowling at him in a minute.
Here's Jason Holder, the former captain, all 6'7" of him, up to the crease now, down the leg side, and Joe Root glances, plays a leg glance and doesn't make contact. Do you know what? But the West Indies have bowled so much on Joe Root's pads. I'm half wondering whether they're trying to get him caught down the leg side again. They dropped him on 34, but seriously, they bowled poorly to him.
Yeah, it hasn't been good. I mean, listen, the morning session was good. I know Darren was saying that they were hiding the ball a little bit, but they had a little bit of control then. And then since the afternoon session of yesterday, it just lost it a little bit for me.
Full and wide outside the off stumps, better to Joe Root, but wide enough for him to leave alone without giving it very much consideration. 116 overs in the England innings so far. There was a graphic which was illustrating the speed with which some of the greatest all-rounders in terms of number of Test matches played have reached 5,000 runs and 150 Test wickets. Some very familiar names on that list. Jared may have caught sight of it. I just caught a glimpse of it. That's pushed away by Root for another single out towards square leg. As I said, he's very much in single gathering appreciation mode here. He wants to spend as much time as possible at the other end watching Ben Stokes. So he's trying to give away the strike. That was a back of the hand delivery from Jason Holder.
Yeah, he's just trying to mix it up, isn't he? They're trying something, trying to think of, a bit of a lapsing concentration from the two England batters if it will bring them a wicket, but they're just seeing it like a breadfruit at the moment, aren't they, Manners? They're seeing it extremely well, and I suppose everyone's in anticipation to see how quickly Ben could get to those magic 3 figures.
Here is Holder once again, pushed firmly by Stokes again for a single down towards long on, and of course he's going to take singles now. There's no point him making the mistake that Dan Lawrence did and getting out in the 90s. And let's be honest, Dan Lawrence did get himself out there driving, should have been the penultimate ball of the day to cover. Stokes is going to say, well, you know what, if you want to keep everyone on the boundary, I will just get there in singles.
That comes with a little bit of Nous played a lot of cricket, hasn't he, Ben? Now has he got 10 Test hundreds?
11, I think. Here is Holder again, short and pushed away at square of the wicket on the offside, and again they take an easy single. And so Ben Stokes passed 5,000 runs in this innings. He'd got to 150 Test wickets a few matches ago, and the over comes to an end. The first one after lunch. England have ticked over very nicely on 373 for 3. And if you are one of those fans who's wondering how long England will continue to bat, just don't even think about it for the moment. Just let's get to tea, and then you might be able to prognosticate about whether they'll want to have a bowl this evening.
You say bat once, don't you? Obviously, you get a score this, you bat once. So if it's high 500s, even 600, because obviously then the follow-on for the West Indies, and you know they don't get to 300 too often. So, and as you said, it's going to break up a little bit. There's going to be the bowler's footholds, and then Jack Leach can get to work.
Yeah, I wonder whether Jack Leach is polishing his spinning finger. he knows he's going to have some work to do. Here's Kemar Roach. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Roach is celebrating. He's not even appealing. He's run down the wicket. Joe Root is given not out by umpire Nigel Did-Good, but they've reviewed it straight away. I mean, Roach really well. That was
Thank you, Nigel. Review for LBW.
Yeah, that was a
TV umpire.
celeb appeal.
To
it was, but there was
director.
someone yelling, "It's going down."
We have
it's
a players
going down,
review
it's
for
going
LBW.
down. And Brathwaite did not
The
listen to
original
them at all.
decision given
Whoever it
is
was, I
not
couldn't
out.
see it, but
Front
someone
foot
was.
check.
It's going down. It's
Field
going
delivery
down.
established. Can we move on?
Did
to
you hear?
front
I
on?
heard that as well. I thought I was imagining it. I thought it was somebody in here. Somebody was saying it's going down.
Appears to be a gap between.
It's quite high. Hit him on
Can I
the
just
top
confirm
of the
that
knee
with the use
roll.
of ultra edge?
Might be clipping, Jared. What do you think? Umpire's call?
I think it's certainly hitting the stumps.
Flatlining gap.
Might be 50-50 on umpire's call, but I think it looks pretty straight to me.
Tracking when ready.
It looks dead to me. Listen,
Really?
Yeah, for me, it looks real close.
Pitching outside off.
I think it's clipping leg.
Impacts in line. Wickets hitting.
Hitting the top of leg. He's
Gonna go
out.
back to Nigel on field.
He's going to have to reverse his
Nigel, I'm gonna
decision.
ask you to change your not out decision to out. You're on screen now.
It's Nigel Did-Good who gave the decision. Leslie Reefer tells him he has to overrule and overturn it. And Joe Root's gone for 153. Kemar Roach, the leader of the attack, goes past Sir Gary Sobers on the list of all-time West Indian wicket takers with his 236th scalp. And out of the blue, it must be said, Joe Root is on his way. Didn't see that coming. Neither did he.
I think we're just surprised that he's just missed a straight one. Actually, he did nip back. He's just missed it. It's hit him on a knee roll. And as you said, it's clipping. Well, not clipping. It's hitting leg stump. So he has to depart. The skipper for 153 off 316 balls face. He's taken it all in, and so he should. Fantastic innings from the England captain. And Johnny Bairstow just walks past him, taps him on the shoulder, says, "Well played, Skip. I'm off to work now. I'm having some of this fun."
It's quite interesting because I was talking to CricViz just very recently about whether Kemar Roach brings the ball back into right-handers or away from left-handers more than anyone else in world cricket, and he's got the 7th most swing back in. Almost all the others are left-armers, so that's their natural swing. So if you think about it from a right-arm perspective, it's only Ishant Sharma who brings the ball back in more to right-handers or away from left-handers. So he's an absolute expert of that. But this is quite an old ball. Was that something off the seam, or was that reverse?
Not too sure. It seems like it just tad maybe. Obviously, the ball's been hit to all parts. It could be hitting.
I think it's just a bit of swing, isn't it? It's just the angle back in.
It's hitting a bit of concrete and stuff like that. I think we're getting roughed up, so it could be, Gerard. It could be, there's getting a little tail of reverse. And if anyone's going to get anything, it's going to be Kemar Roach.
But yeah, according to CricViz, it's Ishant Sharma and Kemar Roach are the best bowlers of in-swing in world cricket. They swing it the most. Ishant Sharma's just ahead of...
Amongst men.
Amongst men. That's a very important thing, as we were talking about the other day, because, Anya or Shikhar Pandey or Megan Shute would be listening to this, sending me messages and say, Jared, we swing it further than that.
I was going to say Bhuvnesh Kumar, when he bowls his in-swinger, let me tell you, that goes massive.
Yeah, I think he'd have to be up there as well. There just aren't that many left, are they? And Ishant Sharma, it took him years to work it out, but now that bowlers are bowling fuller, those in-swingers are more dangerous because they're hitting the stumps.
2 slips and a gully. Johnny Bairstow comes forward to his first ball and pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 373 for 4 England.
I mean, if you look at the first part of Ishant Sharma's career, he must have beaten batters on the inside of their bat and gone over the stumps about 400 times before he just went. Do you know what? If I pitch it up, but just Kemar Roach, we've talked about this. The fact he's gone past Garfield Sobers, in some ways, this is almost his 3rd career. His first career was when he put Ricky Ponting retired hurt at the Wacker.
Roach again. Forward comes Bairstow outside half of the bat to cover no run.
Actually, it might not have been a Wacker. It might have even been Belrive. put him in hospital with a suspected broken arm. I mean, if you're fast enough to hit Ricky Ponting and send him off the field, that is absolutely huge. He almost decapitated Callis in a very short chase that South Africa had against him. It was a great clip of that. That was the first part of his career. He then has the car accident. When he comes back from the car accident, he's bowling wider of the crease and he's really struggling to be the same kind of bowler. And then the last 5 years, he's just been one of the best bowlers West Indies ever had.
Roach again, forward comes Bairstow, turns it away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for an easy single, and Bairstow is off the mark. It's easy to forget how quick he was, actually.
Oh,
tear away.
Absolute, and there was a bit of Malcolm Marshall about him too, in that he could swing it both ways, and he had that skiddy bounce he couldn't get away from.
Yeah, he was wheels. I remember he went to the IPL quite early on as well. I remember that time watching and seeing him when he was roughing up Ricky Ponting. I actually remember Ishan Sharma when he first burst onto the scene and giving Ponting a torrid time.
You're right. He doesn't like the in-swingers.
No, it was just those in-swingers, and then he said when he got his wrist wrong, he ended up bowling these leg cutters, and it was causing havoc.
We were doing a series recently, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Gareth Batty was saying to me.
Roach again to Ben Stokes, full and wide left alone.
If you had the option, which West Indian seamer would you take? Ian Bishop or Kemar Roach? Now, both of them had massive injury concerns during their career. One of them's 19 foot 12. The other one's about 4 foot 8. So they're very, very different. Based on pure numbers, I think Kemar Roach has had a better career. Obviously, his injury he eventually got over, even if it did affect the way he bowled, whereas Ian Bishop probably never bowled. But for those who never saw, Ian Bishop was bowling 90 mile an hour outswingers.
Roach again, and this one is slashed away by Ben Stokes, square of the wicket on the offside. In fact, in front of square on the offside again. The wicket very slow, is into that cut shot very quickly. How much difference does having the opportunity to lead the attack affect your figures? I mean, Ian Bishop was always first or second change, wasn't he? Once or twice, I think he took the new ball, but Roach in the last four years, I think, has led the attack all the time.
I think Bishop, when he was at his absolute best, I think he got the new ball ahead of Courtney Walsh, didn't he? So I think Kirtley had it from the first over and then Bishop at the other end. I mean, people have forgotten how good Bish was, but Chuge, you can explain it to them.
Well, he was one of my idols growing up. 1990, listen, when we first got satellite TV, when England went there, 89-90, we used to call him the Rolls Royce. He used to just glide in, and his right arm used to come round behind the umpire's bowl, really close to the wicket, and he used to bowl massive, big away swingers for someone so tall, and he had a beautiful action.
Jason Holder begins a new over around the wicket to Ben Stokes. That's full and wide, tempting the drive. He leaves it alone, not interested. He's on 92, Ben Stokes, 375 for 4.
If you've never seen Ian Bishop bowl, I think the most accurate comp would be Kyle Jamieson. 6'6" again, so Kyle Jamieson's a couple of inches taller than Ian Bishop. Not quite as fast, but the ability to swing it at that height with good pace just doesn't exist.
I mean, it was horrible. I always remember Gooch, Larkins, opening the batting for England that time, and he was causing havoc. He had Ezra Mosley.
Holder again round the wicket. Oh, he's on the charge, Ben Stokes. Down the wicket, driving it to Roach. Turns it into a low full toss, takes a single, moves on to 93. Ian Bishop used to run like a hovercraft, didn't he?
He's gliding. I remember the 95 when they played in England, and I was at the Oval at the time, and he was warming up, and I just went out there and just watched him, and he just glided in, and he bowled heavy ball. Keeper, I can't remember who was keeping at the time. 95.
Dujon?
No, Jeffrey done by then. Dujon done by then.
Jacobs? Or was that just before Jacobs?
Yeah, before Jacobs. I don't know. It was not Murray, or might have been Murray. Junior Murray. Junior Murray was the keeper, and he was standing miles back, and it was just great to watch him. And he was very graceful, good seam presentation. As you said, for someone so tall, he used to get that swing.
But I just don't think we'd be, Kemar Roach, with everything that's happened in his career, you just wouldn't imagine he'd be this high up on the all-time wicket takers for West Indies.
Here is Holder once again, and outside the off stump, Johnny Bairstow leaves alone. 376 for 4. If you've just literally tuned in and you're wondering why it's 4 down, Joe Root's departed LBW to Kemar Roach for 153 from 316 balls with 4 fours.
And the bowler he went past, of course, was Garfield Sobers, who needs to be mentioned was 3 bowlers in one and used to bowl 37 overs per match, which is almost double what Callis and Stokes do.
Holder again, and that was driven down the ground. Nicely fielded by Jermaine Blackwood, sliding across from mid-off. I'm always conscious of those who might not know. Sir Garfield Sobers, you say 3 bowlers in one. I just feel the need to explain that. And people go, what?
If you're a statistician, we call it a mixture bowler. There aren't that many in the history of the game, really. Colin Miller was probably one of the last famous ones. Ian Botham occasionally did it. Tony Gregg was a very famous version of this, which is where you bowl seam and you bowl spin. And Garfield Sobers took it a step further because he bowled finger spin and he bowled wrist spin. So he took the new ball, then he would come back and bowl finger spin, and when nothing was working, he'd bowl wrist spin as well.
Holder again, and that is pushed away defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run, which makes him unique. I mean, as a serious option.
I can't think of anyone else who regularly bowled all 3.
No.
But did it so well as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, there we go, Sir Gary's just he's taking a mick. It was he bowled all 3 extremely well.
No. I mean, Tony Gregg had probably a healthy split of both, and Colin Miller obviously did, although they didn't use his new ball skills that much in Test cricket Australia. It's just not a normal thing to be able to do. You're supposed to be good at one thing. He probably could have been a very good wicketkeeper as well, Sobers, because he could do everything else.
You've seen some of the catches that he's taken.
Do we include Andrew Simons in that list as a serious mixed bowler? Because he bowls medium pace and spin. Here's Holder again. Full and wide outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run.
See, the difference for Mark Waugh or Andrew Simons is they started as medium paces, and as they got older, they realised it was easier to come in off 3 steps and bowl off spin. I think the real difference is probably the players who went between it, but depending on the pitches or the conditions or the batter that was there. I'd say those are slightly different to what Mark Waugh did. I think Carl Hooper might have bowled medium pace at times as well. I don't remember on occasion. I think Carl Hooper might have been another one. So we have players like that. That's a little bit different to what we're talking about, where literally, Colin Miller would. I mean, I used to watch him play for Victoria. He'd come in, he'd wobble the ball around everywhere. He'd get the 2 openers out, and then he'd have a stretch, change the field, and suddenly there was the fine leg would come up and the deep backward square would go out and the field would completely change. That's a whole different level of a mixture bowler, or having multiple skills.
Ben Stokes on strike on 93 as Kemar Roach comes into him. He walks across outside the off stump and then leaves that one alone.
But then to add the 3rd skill on top of that, I just think is remarkable. You did mention it before. Sachin Tendulkar bowled off-spin, leg spin and medium pace at times, but not anywhere near the level that Sobers did on probably any of the 3 skills.
And the thing about Sachin is that, it's the IPL has made this less peculiar. Well, not that much less peculiar. I think there's only a couple who do it. Here's Roach once again. Stokes tries to steer this one outside off stump, but and chops it down into the slip cordon. But Sachin used to not bowl a spell of leg spin or a spell of off spin. He would bowl leg spin to the right-handers and off spin to the left-handers at the same time in the same over.
Yeah, he mixed it up a lot. I suppose Sonny Ramadan is probably one of the only other cricketers who ever really did anything like that. So again, that's quite a remarkable skill to be able to go through the 2. Whereas now it's seen as a much more normal thing to be able to do, but it wasn't in that era.
Here is Roach once again, bowls an in-swinger to Ben Stokes there, and it's punched away down the ground towards Jayden Seales, and that's good running. They come back for 2. If you're out and about, by the way, or you want to go out and about, maybe you're desperate to go and do something at 5 o'clock, but you want to hear Ben Stokes reach his 100, well, you can do that, because if you can keep up with the cricket, listening to us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2. And we're on your speaker, online, and now on TalkSport YouTube page, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard. Roach in again outside the off stump to Stokes, who leaves it alone. But I tell you what, I mean, the way he played in the 40 minutes before the lunch break, it was just entirely for the benefit of, well, it was for the benefit of the team, obviously. But then, he's taken lunch on 88 and he's come out afterwards and, I'll just put the entertainment on hold just because I would like another 100. And then we'll pick it up again after that. Here is Roach once again. Flicked nicely off his pads by Stokes down towards long on again, where Jayden Seales does the fielding. Can you imagine if he cuts loose again, if he does get to 100. He's now on 96.
Well, I think you're right, man. I think he will. But also, Johnny Bairstow's come out and everything's hitting the middle of his bat so far. So he's just starting where he finished off. You know, in the last test match in Antigua, he's hitting it really well. He's really positive and he's defensive. He's hitting the middle of the bat. He's hitting the fielder hard. So it means he's just seeing the ball extremely well. And if these two get going, it's going to be destruction.
Here's Roach to complete the over, his 22nd, and it's flicked away off his pads. I think possibly literally off the pads of Johnny Bairstow there. That's very good running once again. Slightly lackadaisical fielding. Leg byes confirmed by umpire Nigel Duguid, and England move on to 381 for 4 after 120 overs.
And Johnny Bairstow, one thing he does do, he is one of the best runners in world cricket between the wickets. He is extremely quick. So anything like that, they're going to run this West Indian team ragged, pick off anything. And then, as I said, the mood that Ben was in 40 minutes or so before lunch, it didn't matter wherever they bowled, it was going. You know, he was full of confidence, showing his stumps, in it over extra cover, downtown, over the pavilion, into Bridgetown. I mean, it was going to all parts, and it was great to see, and the crowd were royally entertained.
At one point, Stokes scored 38 runs off 16 balls. It was he hit Versamy Permaul, the left arm spinner, out of the attack, forced Craig Brathwaite to make a bowling change, and was then the very next over even more severe against Alzari Joseph, who went for 16.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't think Ben rates young Paul too much.
Here's Jayden Seales, and Ben Stokes comes forward, blocks that one out to Nkrumah Bonner at cover, no run.
There's always players and batters against bowlers that they just feel, regardless of what they've done, that they can't bowl to them at all. And Ben just had that air that, you know, Ramsamy just wasn't going to be able to bowl to him. Whether he thinks he bowls too slow, he's not turning it big, and that's in his wheelhouse, and he's just going to take him downtown. And if he bowls short, he dispatched him over deep mid-wicket, didn't he, for a big 6. It just causes havoc for the captain, because he most probably wants his spinner on to give him a bit of respite for his bowlers.
Jayden Seales in once again, and Ben Stokes pushes it up again out towards Nkrumah Bonner. A big 6. That was the one that landed on the corrugated iron roof and disappeared over the back of the 3W stand. And we had quite a lengthy pause while somebody was directed from the stand. Somebody who was outside getting themselves a snack or a drink was asked, "Excuse me, but there's a ball just rolling down the street. Could you pick it up and throw it back to us, please?" Stokes 96, 381 for 4. Here is Seales once again around the wicket. Down the wicket comes Ben Stokes, driving firmly up to Jason Holder at mid-off, and Stokes looks up towards the heavens and thinks, you know what, a yard either side and I've got 100.
Oh, 100% manners. I mean, he's hit that an absolute, he's like a tracer bullet. He's hit it so hard. And as you said, metre either side, and that's and that is 100. As you say.
381 for 4. The score remains as Jayden Seales comes charging in again, the 20-year-old around the wicket short, and Ben Stokes up onto his toes and bunts it away straight to Jermaine Blackwood, who's at deep backward point, not quite on the boundary, but maybe 10 yards in, and it's a single. Ben Stokes moves on to 97. He's got 10 hundreds, and not many of them have not been memorable. I mean, obviously the 269 at Newlands was breathtaking. That was a long time ago now. He was just establishing himself.
Yeah, he was. I just remember, you know, Rabada, who I rate highly, and it was steaming in, and he was hitting them to all parts. He had no respect for any of them. Him and Johnny caused havoc that day. What did you say the partnership was? 300 plus?
399.
Wow.
Here is Jayden Seales once again. He's over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, who pushes that to Jason Holder at mid-on. And there's no run. Holding pattern now for the West Indies. It's all about damage limitation, isn't it? Just trying to slow things down.
Yeah, without doubt. You know, they've got to try and stem the run rate. It's gone to 3.16. They want to try and draw this out as long as possible, but England, as you say, they've still got batters to come, Wokes. So they've still got players who, you know, like to get on with it. They're looking at sort of 500 plus, I would say. Bat once and then get to work in the field.
Here's Jaden Seals to complete his over, his 22nd, and that is driven by Bairstow. It's a lovely shot towards mid-off. Tumbling stop from Jermaine Blackwood away to his left. He keeps him down to a single. Bairstow's on 2. Ben Stokes is 97. The only wicket to fall today, the England captain, Joe Root, LBW to Kemar Roach for a wonderful 153. You're listening to live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary right here on TalkSport 2. And for the next 20 minutes or so, behind the wheel will be Mark Nicholas.
And maybe hitting the pedal if Ben Stokes scores 3 more. Bairstow's just nicked the strike off him actually with that single off the last ball of the previous over. Bairstow in such good form. Really nice to see him sort of relaxed and enjoying his cricket. I think that's the real upside. Little tuck onto the leg side there from Bairstow. The ball not really coming to him actually. They've got 3 in the ring now on the leg side, square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. But he looks at a different person. You go back a year or two and he was almost a tortured figure at times as he was uncertain of his place in the team, didn't seem to be trusted. Moved around the batting order, will he keep, won't he keep? But now he's secure as a batsman and he isn't keeping, and he kind of knows that with folks in the side. Again, he flicks it away off his toes, but there's a misfield. And that means that Jermaine Blackwood has given the strike back to Ben Stokes, who's on 97. It's come in 107 balls, quick-fire stuff from Stokes after a pretty slow beginning. Once he got in, as you just heard from Neil Manthorpe, he took him apart really, almost dismissive of the bowling, a certain arrogance and power to the innings that only a player like Ben Stokes can provide when they're utterly dominant as he's been. Can he go on? Can he go real big here? Roach is round the wicket to him. A couple of sweepers are out and they really don't want to give him much. Tense moments. A slip in place, that's all. Attacking, then an extra cover and a mid-on. Everybody else is back. Here's Roach. Half volley. Punched hard but into the ground, and therefore it bounced up and Roach was able to get across to his left side and save the run. He's been relatively becalmed since lunch, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think he obviously before lunch he was trying to get to those 3 figures, and obviously afterwards now he's sort of set in his mind that I'm going to go big. I'm only going to maybe bat once in this innings, in this match, and make hay while the sun is shining.
Knocks it down the ground with that mid on his back for 98. I don't think he's going to fall for the trap of all those fielders back. If the thing is going to hit one up in the air, he looks to have changed mood to me. It was as if he was the showman before lunch, giving us a spectacle to enjoy. This afternoon he looks like the pro, a pragmatic sort of intensity to his play here and level of concentration. Before lunch you felt that he could give his wicket away, so extravagant was the stroke play. Since lunch he doesn't look remotely likely to. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow is Kemar Roach, trying to bowl very straight, which is a good tactic, Alex Tudor.
Yes, definitely, especially early on against Johnny. You want to be bringing the ball slightly back in. As you say, Kemar Roach does that better than most, so he's looking to attack the stumps, attack his pads, but Johnny's looking solid.
That's why he's tucked in the leg side there. There's so many shots. That one went firmly to mid-on but for no run. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and bowl straight. It makes a lot of sense to me. Number 24 on the back of Kemar Roach as he pounds in now, and that's wide down the leg side, and Bairstow guides it easily off the blade of the bat, a sort of classic old-fashioned leg glance, really played delicately, and he gets a single for it. 386 for 4 after 122 overs in the field. They took the new ball after about 3 or 4 overs of being able to, so I suppose it's something like 38, 39 overs with this ball, but it's now looking very much in favour of batsmen. There's been no movement since the ball from Roach to Joe Root that got him LBW that nipped back off the seam. I don't think I've seen anything else move since then.
No, you're right, Mark, it hasn't. And as you said, England have been excellent so far today. I just feel like Ben Stokes, he's so calculated how he goes about things. Bowlers he tends to take down, bowlers he will respect. He just does that better than most for me.
Seals now. 20-year-old Jayden Seals is a full ball. Bairstow goes forward to it and pushes it to mid-off. And because we're relating the fact that mid-off and mid-on are doing a lot of the fielding, you know that the bowlers are pitching full and straight. Good quality players want to play in the V down the ground, the V between mid-on and mid-off. Nice breeze coming across the ground. It was much more powerful breeze yesterday, close to a proper wind, I'd say. More of a typical Barbados. That's nicely driven by Bairstow. He does play in the V. He plays gun barrel straight, so much so that it almost hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but it sprinted away for 4.
Fantastic shot by Johnny Bairstow. As I said, when he's come in, he just looks good, even though he's in defensive mode. Sometimes it's hit in the middle of the bat. That one's over pitched by Sells, and he's hit it straight back past him. There's no fielders down there. Fantastic cricket shot by Johnny Bairstow. He looks in the mood there, Mark.
Yep, he sure does. Roach again, full again, and Bairstow drives through mid-off for 4. Nothing the fielder could do about it. He lurched to his left, slid and missed. Back-to-back boundaries for Johnny B.
The execution on both those shots are absolutely fantastic. The straightness of the bat. He's hit that in front where extra cover is. And between mid-off. So in between extra cover, mid-off. Again, no fielder there. Straight bat punch. With authority. Fantastic shot by Johnny Bairstow. 12 or 17.
Jayden Seals has got a big heart. He's going to need it against these two. They're good enough to bully you. Well, you might say they are doing some bullying out there. Bairstow pumps that back at Jayden Seals, who does stop it. And it squirts away off his body or hand or wrist or arm or something to mid-wicket, but there's no run for Bairstow there. He has 12 from 18 balls. England are 394 for 4 with Ben Stokes hovering. 98 for Ben Stokes. A brilliant, brilliant innings today from one of England's finest cricketers of this or any age. Here comes Jayden Seals again, and that's way down the leg side. A rank bad ball from a tired-looking bowler. I was surprised when we interviewed him before play, and we've got a big screen here in our studio in London, and his face was shot very tight. He looked younger, he's kind of looked 20, whereas you watch him out on the field bowling and he doesn't. He looks a bit old. He looks mid-20s, and he really did look like a boy in that interview. Here he comes again now to Bairstow. Last ball of the over. Bairstow is back and knocks it down into the ground almost aggressively in that defensive shot, but there's no run in it. So the end of the over, 394 for 4. This is hard graft for the quicks, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, it's hard work, but you've got to keep going. This is where you learn about yourself as a bowler. You can't just bowl on bowler-friendly wickets. You've got to learn to bowl on these wickets that don't give you a lot. Get your field right. What's your extra? How are you trying to get wickets? Are you trying to dry them up? Are you going to bowl short bursts and go for a bit of bouncers or Yorkers? You need to figure that out. And as me and Mark were alluding to in the first part of our commentary, we were saying, it's really important that the bowler and the captain have that discussion and they have that understanding. At the moment, West Indies don't have much going for them.
Thanks, Tudes. We're going to switch to Barbados and bring in Steve Harmison. Harmy?
Good afternoon, Mark. Yeah, just you're talking about Jayden Seals. He does look, he's a young man. And I think he's bowled really well in this series. for somebody who's learning first class cricket on the job. I think this is only his 9th first class match, and 6 of them are test matches.
Yeah, here's a short pitch ball from Roach, and back goes Stokes. When he set off after playing that cut shot, he momentarily thought there might be 2 in this because he was on 98, but he's now on 99, so there was only 1. And the camera shoots Sir Garfield Sobers. So we've gone from Ben Stokes, one of the great modern day all-rounders, to the very greatest of them all. And this is just such a Sobers sort of innings, by the way, that Stokes has played here today. Bairstow on strike, beautifully bowled, lovely ball, nice and straight and full, and just held its line, and he stands there as Roach with his arms sort of half aloft, thinking, oh, on another day a less good player might have missed that, and I'd have knocked middle stump out of the ground. But as it was, a thick outside edge greeted it, and it's shot to point, not for a run. So Bairstow survives an extremely good delivery from Kemar Roach, who's bowling the smarts now on a flat pitch, full and straight. Says, you miss, boy, I hit. Here he comes again with good strength in his legs, pounding in. Bairstow goes forwards, defends, the ball rolls out onto the offside. Bairstow makes a little nod of approval with his right hand, as if to say that ball nipped a bit. Just the 2 fingers sort of dipped down, as if to say, yeah, the old nipper. And I contended well with it. Harmy, I'm going to ask you in a minute, you've got a moment to think about it, but I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that you faced the last over that Shane Warne bowled in Test match cricket. Here's Roach again to Johnny Bairstow. There's no run there as he knocks it to short mid-wicket quite comfortably, and we had the second part of our tribute to Shane Warne today. This was the cricketer Shane Warne. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Me and Jimmy Anderson faced the last over.
The might of the batting there.
Yes, and his last ball in Test cricket was hit to the boundary by a very average number 10, I must admit.
You hit him for 4?
Hit him for 4, very last ball. His last ball in Test cricket got hit for 4.
What was it, a full toss?
It was a hack, I know that.
Here's Roach again, and Bairstow forward, and the same thing, a defence that goes to short mid-wicket. So carry on with your story.
It was a hack, but when I got told, I think it was actually our producer John Norman told us about it, me and Manners in the Cricket Collective. The last ball that Shane Warne bowled got hit for 4, and my initial thought straight away was, that makes me even more proud and privileged that I actually graced the same field as him. Because in 100 years, we've talked about Bradman, in 100 years' time, we'll still be talking about Warne.
Yeah, too true. Here's Roach again. And again, unbelievable. 3 balls in a row, and you could have been playing the same record. Forward he goes, it goes to short mid-wicket, there's no run, and it means Stokes will have the strike now with England 395 for 4. What was your best innings in Test cricket?
I got 49 at the Oval, so that was a high score. I think probably
against
South Africa.
Oh.
But against South Africa, it was KP's first Test as captain. He brought me back at the Oval.
I remember the game. Yeah.
I hit the ball straight to extra cover on 49, or between extra cover and point. Went for a run, and Monty Panesar was looking at the London Red buses, thinking, I wonder who's on that. And then by the time he sort of looked up, there was no single there anymore, and then I hit it straight to A.B. de Villiers, and Monty was actually nearly on my toes. So I was run out for 99. I enjoyed that one, but most of my best innings, Mark, I think, was batting with a player at the non-strikers end who had a score going, a proper batsman. I talked about Joe Root a bit earlier, the way Ben Stokes has just performed. He had the best seat in the house. The best seat in the house when you watch somebody from 22 yards away, a special player, go to a milestone. And I was the fortune a few times to get people to hundreds, and probably the best one was here in Barbados, 2004, when Graham Thorpe got 100. For me, that's one of the best hundreds I've ever seen by a batsman under pressure.
Okay, here we go. Ben Stokes is on strike. He has 99. He leaves it alone outside off stump. Yeah, he is showing the kind of discipline that maybe follows the wicket of Joe Root. With Root at the other end, he may have been happier to play with the extravagance of his pre-lunch session, but he's reined in here I don't think he wants in any way to give away England's position. One of those things, you lose one, you then lose two, and all of a sudden new batsmen are in, and the balance can change a bit in the match. But 395 for 4 is such a strong position, particularly if Stokes remains unbeaten. He's on strike now. He goes forward and defends to a length ball. It goes to extra cover, and there's no run there. There was a certainty about that shot. Absolutely, thou shalt not pass from Ben Stokes.
There's a lot of chat from the West Indians, and they've been, to be fair, the energy have been good from West Indies throughout this Test series so far, led by Jason Holder. Wherever he is in the field, he gets them on their toes. He's very vocal, trying to get the West Indian end players just to keep their spirits up when things aren't happening.
Here he is again now, facing Roach. Down the pitch he comes. Wanted to work the space on the offside. He can't. He hits it into the ground. Extra cover does the fielding. First time he's looked to force the issue. This crowd are going to go off, aren't they, if he goes to 100, Army?
Oh, are they? They are. We talked about a sea of colour. It's always a sea of colour when you come to the Caribbean. Unfortunately for Caribbean fans, the colour is the St George's flag in a lot of English football shirts.
Stokes again, 3 balls of the over have gone. Down he comes, gets the single. Ben Stokes goes to 100. 100 to savour. Stokes is back. Some might say he never went away.
Well, it's an emotional Ben Stokes. One glove gets taken off. We know what the celebration is about. The helmet comes off, the bat's on the ground. He hasn't celebrated with a bat. Normally you get a batsman who'll celebrate with a bat. He'll twist it round for the sponsor sticker. Not Ben Stokes in this occasion. He raises the hand, drops the finger, and it's all about Jed Stokes. It's all about a signal to his father. I think this is the first Test 100 since the passing of his dad. No bat in hand. A very emotional Ben Stokes picks the bat up now, acknowledges what is a fantastic Barmy Army crowd, and this has been a fantastic 100 by the Durham all-rounder and really set this game up for England.
Well, that was a magnificent reception for him. Bairstow on strike now, and he goes back, and there's no run as he punches it out into the offside. Yeah, the crowd stood, and the warmth of the applause was even more revealing, I think, than the strength of it. Funny how you sort of, at this level of spotlight in the modern world, you live your life through other people in a way, and Stokes is an immensely popular figure in English cricket, much in the way that Ian Botham was for stirring deeds, and indeed for being a fascinating personality with so many other aspects to his life. The over finishes 396 for 4, but sportsmen who can light up the game they're playing and therefore delight their audiences are much loved wherever they go. Live sport is still very much the thing, and Stokes has just made a superb 100. A 100 that grabbed the game this morning, shook it about, and gave England a position of great strength. But purely personally, Army, you know him so well, you must be so pleased for him.
Pleased for him, so proud of him as well, for what troubles he's come through. We spoke a little bit earlier, Mark, about the time he spent away from the game. I feel a lump in my throat now just talking about it. The way he spent some time out of the game after what happened personally, and then what's happened to him in Australia, and after what the debacle of the Ashes, took a lot of responsibility on himself. Really strong words when he came out saying he let people down, body wasn't in the right shape, he wasn't ready for it, and to go to 100 the way he has done today, he's really set this game up. Some people might think, you know what, he's come out, he's had a go to try and set the declaration. There's been a plan there. I don't think there has. I just think Ben Stokes has seen the ball, he's hit the ball.
Well, hold up, balls now to Stokes, who's cutting, not timing it at all. So add Kensington Oval to the grounds that Ben Stokes has stole the hearts of many, and got a century. In fact, his last century was against the same team, the West Indies, in 2020 in Manchester. He got 176 then, and that was quite some innings, and it's almost like he's picked up from where he left off there in 2020 in July. He's had some half centuries in between, but nothing like this for 3 figures. His 11th as Holder, who replaced him as the number 1 all-rounder in the world, bowls to him, and this is delivery just on the line of the leg stump, turned into the onside, and 1 more run for Ben Stokes. When you look at Ben Stokes and Holder, would you say that Ben is a better batsman, Jason is a better bowler? What makes Jason the number 1 and Stokes not?
Yeah, I think Ben's a better batsman. I think Ben's a much better batsman than Jason Holder. I think Jason Holder is a more consistent bowler than Ben Stokes. I think he just shades it on the bowling front. I think they're equally as good in the field. I think Jason Holder's a fantastic slip fielder.
Here comes Holder now, and bowls to Bairstow, who gets the ball on the line of the middle stump. Bairstow on the front foot pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. 397 for 4, beginning to look a bit imposing, with Stokes on 100. Bairstow's been kept quiet on 12 from 28.
But the comparisons for me, and Mark touched on it just a second ago and mentioned Serene Botham or Lord Botham, what the character that gives the team and the crowd, it just shades it for me why Stokes is one of the very best all-rounders even in the world at the minute. You've got Jadeja that went to number 1, he's now number 2 because Holder's taken over for him. Ben's had a little bit of a lean time, but this is Ben coming back at his best. He bowled beautifully in Antigua.
Holder bowls to Bairstow, short ball, cut away. That's a lovely shot. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Well, Gordon Greenwich could not have done it better, and has gone into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. 4 more runs to Bairstow. He goes to 16. 4-1 now for 4.
Yeah, I just had to look on the replay there. It was a slow ball, back of the hand slow ball from Jason Holder. He's dragged it down, sit up. Johnny Bairstow, off the back of 100 in the first test match, is not going to miss out on that. But to finish off on Stokes, the character that he's got, he lifts the side just walking out there. He's inspirational. And I think that just makes shades it for me with the comparison between Stokes and Holder.
Holder again to Bairstow on the line of the middle stump. Bairstow's on the front foot, defends it, and plays it there to Azari Joseph at mid-on.
That's not to knock anything against Jason Holder. I think he's a wonderful player. I think he's a wonderful man as well. I think the character, the gentleman that Jason Holder is, he speaks very, very well about the game. He understands the game very well. Obviously, being the West Indian captain, he's an impressive young man in my opinion. But Stokes has got that X factor that the crowd just love.
Holder again to Bairstow, looking to turn this into the onside. Does it get hold of it? The over ends here on TalkSport 2, where the England team are 401 for 4. Stokes is 101, Bairstow's 16. And speaking about what you said about Jason Holder yesterday, in terms of Lawrence being dismissed, you remember he got hit for 2 fours prior to the dismissal, and after the second 4, the captain was coming to him to tell him something, and he just said to the captain, "Don't worry about that." It was almost like he had something planned. He was planning something, and he wasn't worried that he was struck for 2 boundaries. And it proved at the end that he definitely had a plan that came to peace.
Yeah, it was an inexperienced batsman, obviously, and Dan Lawrence and Mark Nicholas and Darren Gough have done 2 great lunchtime pieces on the great Shane Warne. And one of the best things Shane Warne said, I remember him saying about bowling, is sometimes getting hit for a 4 is a good thing, because the batsman all of a sudden thinks they're invincible, think they can get out there, and if you bowl your best ball, the next time there's a good chance of you getting a wicket. And I think that's what happened. Jason Holder bowled 3 balls marginally in a similar area, and because of obviously the mind games that you go end of the day, and obviously 91 scoreboard on, Dan Lawrence has picked out extra cover from a similar ball, so holding your nerve and saying, right, you might hit my best ball for 4 once.
Joseph bowls to Stokes down the leg side, pretty wide delivery, well taken there by Josh De Silva. No run.
But you're not gonna. Can you do it again? And can you do it again? And last night Dan Lawrence fell into that trap. And fair play to Jason Holder and to Craig Brathwaite, because they kept the same field. They kept the similar plan, and and they've got their just rewards.
So Joseph has been pretty expensive. He's got none for 95. He's about to break up a century himself. And bowls to Stokes, and Stokes this time is defending it out to the mid-on area, and there's absolutely no run. Johnny Bairstow himself has come into a bit of a purple patch of his career. He's batted really well. That responsible knock in Antigua was kind of a character that you haven't really seen Johnny Bairstow in.
No, he left the ball very well in Antigua, but I think it was coupled with the fact that I don't think the West Indies bowl very well at him. For a man who gets bowled an awful lot in Test match cricket, the West Indies bowl far too wide to him and give him a chance to get in.
Joseph to Stokes. This delivery is played down to the fine leg area, turns it, and that's an easy single there for him. There is Brooks coming across to do the fielding. 402 then for 4. What's the decoration, or what total do you think England will be happy with as they go in?
It'll be an interesting one, because I don't think, unless England bowl the West Indies out for 150, I can't see England making the West Indies follow on. Just simply, I think they'll want to bowl last on a wicket, which hopefully they'll get deterioration, and it'll go downhill quickly, because the first class wickets so far here at the Kensington Oval have done that. There's been some big scores, but there's also been results in the game.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Bairstow. This time Bairstow's on driving straight to the mid-on area. No run for him on this occasion.
So I'm not sure the score is too relevant now when you look at 402 for 4 on the board. They'll be looking at time and possibly giving themselves an hour tonight, hour and a half tonight, getting a good spell into Matt Fisher and Saqib Mahmood, get them into the Test match, give them a little bit of a side tour of what it is, short burst, give them everything that they possibly can this evening, and then obviously with a calmer night's sleep, come back tomorrow and put in a good shift in what will be still a very, very good wicket for batting on. So I think it'll be time more than runs on the board for Joe Root. And now 90 minutes, 75 to 90 minutes could be what they'll be looking for at the end of the day.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Bairstow, who gets a good short delivery. He has to sway like a boxer, and he does so successfully. It's taken there by De Silva.
And if you look at that, you're probably looking at another 35, 38 overs from now. England had advanced the scoring rate. They're going to be in excess of 500, and that would be a huge thing. You know, thinking too far ahead here, but be a huge thing from where this cricket team's come from in the space of the last sort of 6 months.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time this is on driven through the mid-wicket area. Runs here for Bairstow in England. He gets one, he'll come back for the second. Picked up just about now. Pretty good throw, and the batsman will complete 2 to end the over here on TalkSport 2, where England are 404 for 4 with Ben Stokes on 102 from 119 balls, his third fastest century, and Johnny Bairstow, he's on 18.
And off the back of what was a really tough and challenging winter, England have now gone past 300 in 3 innings in a row, and I've always said, when you, as a bowling unit, no matter whether they've got inexperienced bowlers or you've got experienced bowlers, Broad and Anderson, when you got runs on the board, it's so different when your thought processes and trying to set batsmen up, catches in for longer periods, and when you are bowled out for less than 200, chasing the game and your confidence is dented. So I think this is a massive tick in the box to this reset that England have been talking about.
As Holder continues now, bowls to Stokes, who's driving pleasantly out to the long off area for 1. Holding his 28th over. 1 for 72 he has. He's certainly been bowling for quite a long time, like the majority of these West Indians, but the pitch has really been that much of a big assistance to these seniors, has it?
No, it's been no assistance whatsoever. I mentioned a bit earlier, Curtly Ambrose wasn't happy with what it was dished up, and he's on his home island in Antigua, and he's less than happy than what it's like here. Along with Ian Bishop, they can't believe Barbados wicket hasn't got any bounce in it.
As Holder comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, and it's played into the offside, and there's just a single down to the point area. 405 now for 4. Ian has been on that trail for a while about the Barbados pitch, and it just doesn't seem to have perhaps gone any better. Like I said, the last test played here was in 2019, so we haven't seen a test here in quite a while. But we had some ODIs against Australia last year. The pitch was definitely not up to ODI standard. It was, I think, in one match they scored 147, and you don't expect that in a 50-over game these days. That's not even a good T20 score. This one is driven firmly out to the long off area. Stokes gets one. He was thinking of two, but Joseph was on to it quite quickly. They decide just to settle for the single, and that takes a total to 407 for 4.
We were talking about the pitches, and we played on I think it might have been 4 pitches for 5 games at the back end of January. And the first one was a shocker, an absolute shocker. It was like we talked about the ODI pitch. I think England got bowled out for 109, I think it was. And then from there, the Sunday pitch was a bit better. The Wednesday pitch was the Rothman-Powell pitch, which it flew through, and I thought, you know what, can we play this test match on that pitch?
Delivery just outside the line of the off stump, played backward of point, and there's no run.
And then we finished the series on that Wednesday pitch, which turned. And if you think it was prepared for the Wednesday, I think it was the Sunday when we played the last ODI, the decider. And the pitch did turn. The pitch had some bounce. It had some turn. So when we came away from Barbados, I'm thinking, you know what? If we play on that pitch, it might not be might be a bad test pitch.
Here he comes in again, and bowls a delivery that's short, a slower delivery, pulled away. But there's a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, so he'll only get a single. 408 then for 4.
A lot of pace, bounce, good for batting on. Deterioration later on, and 4 days later the ball turned when the decider, the last 2020 was playing. But very, very surprised at how little pace is in this surface, and if it's going to break up, and obviously it's going to suit England, but when is it going to break up? Is it going to give the West Indies a day of batting on it? And if it does, then the West Indies will feel as though they can hang in and stay in the test match.
As he turns again and runs it and bowls to Stokes, and Stokes is driving in the air, but it's going to go down to the man there on the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll just get 1. So the end of the over, England 409 for 4, Stokes is 105, Bairstow's on 20, and this has been a pretty good partnership as well that has yielded so far 36 from 65 after the dismissal of Joe Root, who went earlier.
Ben Stokes moves on to 105 and looks as though, like he did in that first session, being very watchful, very mindful of where the fielders are, trying to get himself in, get himself going. He's gone past 3 figures, and it looks as though he's now going to try and go through the gears. West Indies are by the field looking as a plan. They're going to go a lot straighter and more in towards sort of middle and leg. 5 fielders on the leg side, 4 on the boundary. Joseph comes in, bounce, ball just bounces in and around, just it's gone over the top of off stump line, but it's bounced on Ben Stokes, and that's the first time we've really seen the pitch misbehave off any bowler. It was Alzari Joseph, back of a length. Stokes goes down, pats it offside field of about a 3rd slip, backward point on the ring, extra cover, long on, long off, mid-wicket in the ring, and the other 3 fielders are on their leg side.
Joseph comes in and bowls, and this time Stokes is advancing, taking a bit of an advance down the pitch, and just pushes the ball into the offside and dashes off for a single. So he goes to 410, and Zari Joseph is on the verge of his century. He's got none for 99. His figures really reflect how he has bowled. Has he been better than that?
I think he's been a little bit better than that. He went through a spell. We've got to remember it's back-to-back test matches, and the bodies are human, and even though the lads are fit and quite strong and robust, unfortunately they do get tired, and I think what he put into the back end of Antigua probably just showed this morning.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Bairstow, who's pulling in the air. This is a chance for catches going down to mid-wicket. Catch taken. Bairstow goes, and England have lost their 5th. It was a short ball, and he went to hook it, but he didn't time it at all. It was a miscued hook, and on the boundary was Bonner waiting for the catch. He's pouched it, and England have lost another, and finally Joseph gets off the mark with a wicket.
Just talking about whether his figures warranted the foreigner, that under 5 and over that he was going, and he's got his reward. But he was tired in that that end of that first session. But this session, he's a little bit more of a spring in his step, and he's dragged one down. It was a filthy drag down. Wasn't a bouncer. It was a back of a length, short of a length ball that just sat up. Johnny Bairstow's thrown the kitchen sink out, and unfortunately, he's hit it high rather than far. Kuma Bonner just didn't move, stood still, waited for the ball, held up a little bit in the wind, took a relatively easy catch out just in front of square leg, out on the boundary, and Johnny Bairstow trying to go through the gears along with Ben Stokes just to set this game up in England's favour, to give them some time tonight with a score on the board, which from an England point of view hopefully will be a match-winning score. We've seen in the first ball of that over, the ball just misbehaved off the pitch. I think that's the first one we've seen really go up in 128.3 overs. Good signs for England because they've got runs on the board, but that's a welcome breakthrough for not just the West Indies but for Alzarri Joseph.
Yeah, I think Alzarri Joseph will breathe a sigh of relief. He's got a wicket there, but he's still been a little bit expensive. So you look at what has happened so far in this test match, and you have to give some credit to, I think, almost everyone who has batted. Perhaps Crawley is the only man who's missed out, so to speak. But we've seen a good team performance, and this is the third time that Gary Morgan, our statistician, tells us that this is the third consecutive time since 2020 that England have scored 300 runs in 3 consecutive innings, which is a good sign for them, especially coming after that debacle in Australia where they lost 4-0. So I'll give you a brief recap of what has happened in this test match. The England side won the toss and they elected to bat. We had Crawley, who was caught the silver ball seals for duck. Alex Lees was LBW to Jamal for 30 from 138 balls, 3 fours. Joe Root, LBW to Roach for 153, his 25th test century. 316 balls he faced, 14 boundaries. Dan Lawrence was caught by Bradford off of Holder for 91 from 150 balls, 13 fours and 1 6. Ben Stokes is unbeaten on 106, and Johnny Bairstow just dismissed caught Bonner, bowled Joseph for 20. Only 10 extras. The West Indies have been pretty disciplined. Won by 6 leg byes, 2 no balls and 1 wide. 410 for 5. Roach 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 56. Seals 24 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 55. Pramal 27 1 for 97. Holder 28 4, 1 for 76, and Bonner 1 over, costing 3 runs, with Bradford 4 overs, no maidens, done for 17. We're going to have a resumption now where Alzarri Joseph, after the water break, has bowled 20 overs and 3 balls, 1 maiden, 1 for 99. The new batsman is Ben Foakes. So we've got Stokes and Foakes, no jokes. And here comes Joseph, as umpire Joe Wilson just looks around and says we're ready to resume. 410 for 5. This has been really good batting, as the Barmy Army and the crowd there in the beach stand are still very happy in the party stand. They've been going all morning and all afternoon. Here he comes now. Joseph steams in with just 1 step in the gully and bowls to Foakes, and Foakes gets to deliver the landing off stump, plays it into the onside, and there's no run. Run rate of just 3.19, which has picked up considerably. It was 1.9, 1.7 for quite a bit yesterday, especially when we saw the batting of Lee, and he was batting with Root. They were just seeing themselves in. And I said earlier that I just thought, when I saw how Ben Stokes looked this morning, he batted for so long in the nets, about an hour, and then he had a lot of throwdowns. He looked very determined. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Foakes, and Foakes gets the delivery wide of the off stump, left alone and taken there by the keeper. The rain is falling in the distance here at Kensington Oval, but we've got some sunshine, and I don't think we're going to have any rain interruptions in this passage of play today. What a beautiful match it has been. Very interesting field as well, with just one slip in a gully, a backward pointer cover, mid-off, mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and a square that's not forward or not back. Here comes Joseph now, and bowls to Folkes, and Folkes gets another delivery outside the line, the off stump, taken there by the keeper to end the over, where England are 410 for 5, with Stokes 106 and Folkes yet to score. The latest score here at Kensington Oval as we hand it back to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Barry Wilkinson and Steve Harmison. So 40 minutes to go until tea, with England going very strongly indeed. 410 for 5, 129 overs gone. Do they have a little bowl this evening? If they bat through the day and into an annoying half an hour tomorrow morning, then they are firmly committed, you would think, to the eggs in one basket approach, and only bat once. Well, actually Australia did that in the second test against Pakistan, and actually just added another 97 for 2, didn't they? Left Pakistan 500, and didn't work for them. And I think it will be very, very hard work. I'm sure, I know it will be very hard work for England, unless there's a classic example of scoreboard pressure which affects the West Indies. Here's Craig Brathwaite, the captain, and Ben Stokes has lashed this gentle off spinner out towards deep extra cover. They'll come back for 2 as Vasami Permaul runs around the boundary to do the tidying up. And Ben Stokes moves on to 108, his 11th Test 100. His third fastest, and I say he would have got there at better than a run of ball had he not been cautiously tiptoeing his way through the 90s. Oh, and he's gone huge here. He's had enough of Craig Brathwaite, and he's launched this one out towards long off, and that's all the way and more. I think the time has come. He's just said, Craig Brathwaite, what are you doing bowling me this filth?
It's a 12.
Be gone with you.
It's a 12. Ben Stokes, he came to the crease, and there was so much hunger, so much intent on playing a part for England, like he used to do a few years ago. He's gone through a bit of a patch where he struggled with certain things in his life, and he lost that kind of buzz for playing cricket, but I believe he's definitely got it back. Just some of his comments building up to this Test series. He's hungry to perform again, once again for England.
Here's Brathwaite once again. It's a long hop, and it's smashed away by Stokes. Has he got enough of it? Joe, it's caught on the boundary and it's toppled over. Jermaine Blackwood positioned himself underneath it. He was backpedaling. He was aware of the boundary rope. I didn't think Stokes had struck it cleanly. Long hop from Brathwaite, and Blackwood has tumbled onto the rope as he completes the catch. John Campbell, beg your pardon, not Jermaine Blackwood. But he didn't get all of it, but he got enough, and it's 6. Ben Stokes is really teeing off against Brathwaite now, and he's caught by Shamar Brooks at long off. Another long hop from Craig Brathwaite. He leant back, he tried to spank it over long off, and he's holed out to Shamar Brooks, and Craig Brathwaite's gentle off spin has earned him a wicket. Ben Stokes has holed out for 120 from 128 deliveries. He receives the acclaim and the applause and acknowledges it from the England supporters. He's disappointed, obviously, because he's got out to the gentlest of part-timers, but he's done his job with 120.
Yeah, it's a magnificent masterclass of batting there from Ben Stokes. Some wonderful, wonderful cover drives throughout, and then some power hitting since lunch. It's been superb to watch. It's an absolute masterclass. But it got to the stage, I think, where he thought, yeah, you know, I've had enough now. It's time to go downtown. It's either going to be the quickest under to 200 we've seen in a long, long time, or he was going to get out, caught on the boundary. And it was the latter, caught on the boundary. 424 for 6. But I think it tells you the intent of England. I don't think they're going to bat on to day 3. I think they're looking to get out there and have a ball as soon as possible. and give themselves the best chance of winning. I think in the short time since they've gone to the Caribbean, and Paul Collingwood has come in as coach, I think there is a determination to try and win every test match from whatever position they're in. And I think intent's there for England to get out and have a ball as soon as they can, and just go catch that from Brooks in the deep. But Ben Stokes, a pleasure to watch there. Take a bow, 120 off just 128 deliveries. It brings in Wokes, and the score of 424 for 6 here on TalkSport 2.
Well, Craig Brathwaite has picked up another wicket, and believe it or not, he's taken 25 test wickets before today in 76 test matches, and he's got his 26th wicket now. I have to say that it's teasing, toying stuff that he bowls. Dramatic variations in pace. The point about the ball that got Ben Stokes, he will say, is that it was much quicker than his average delivery, even though it was long hop length. And new batsman Chris Wokes pushes this one out towards John Campbell, who's now come in from the long on boundary, long off boundary as he was with Stokes, and he's now fielding it mid on to the right-handed Wokes. Here's Brathwaite again. That's a quicker one, and it's pushed away defensively by Wokes out on the leg side. So absolutely, definitely, England will bowl this evening, even if they, declared. That shot from Ben Stokes told us that.
Yeah, I think so. I just get that. I mean, having known Paul Collingwood and played with him, he'll look to try and win every single game. I think we would probably, over the past couple of years, we have probably been a bit conservative, aren't we, in declaring or the intent of when we bat. But I think the way they've gone about things, whether it be Lawrence or Stokes, there's definitely an intent there to get the runs as quick as possible and get out in the field and have a ball and give ourselves 2 chances of winning the game.
So 200s for England, 153 for Joe Root and 120 for Ben Stokes, and it's Foakes and Wokes at the crease now. We're told that Matt Fisher is down to bat at number 9, Leach 10, Saqib Mahmood 11. Actually, amazingly,
I'd put Leach at 9. Fisher should be 10.
Here is Alzari Joseph up to the crease now, and it's driven firmly by Ben Foakes up towards mid-off. Saqib Mahmood and Matt Fisher have very similar records. They both average about between 12 and 13 at first-class level. So, I mean, they can bat. Jack Leach is... It depends if England are still looking for quick runs. Then you might put Leach at 11. Let the stronger lads have a bit of a swing. Not that Jack Leach's not strong, but he's not known for his boundary hitting. 2 slips in a gully. Here's Alzari Joseph, full and wide outside the off stump. Foakes leaves it alone, and there's no run.
The only problem with Ben Stokes getting out, I mean, following him with Wokes and Foakes, we know Wokes can hit a ball. He's got a good record with a bat. Foakes, good player. He's more of a nerdler, isn't he? He's more of someone who just tries to pick the gaps, gets the 1 and 2s. Played a terrific knock over in Sri Lanka, by the way. Remember?
On debut, scored 100, and good sweeper.
Yeah,
good player
very
of
good
spin.
sweeper.
But he's not going to get very much spin now, you wouldn't have thought. Alzari Joseph in once more, and that one is punched away for the back foot. And there's no run, it goes straight to the fielder. Alzari Joseph's been nursing and protecting his bowling figures. He's been on 99 for his last couple of overs. There are a couple of West Indians who are looking at 100. Vasami Pamal, the left arm spinner, 1 for 97. Alzari Joseph 1 for 99. Here is Alzari Joseph, full and wide outside the off stump. It's another dot ball. He offers no shot.
It's amazing when you think about it. After, like I say, first day going to lunch, 47 for 1, and now one of the seamers for the West Indies, Joseph, got figures of 1 for 99 off 21.4 overs. Amazing. On this pitch, slow pitch, hard to score.
He's going for 5 and over.
And going for 5 and over. I'd be distraught.
Well, I mean, Ben Stokes really tucked into him in that one over before lunch. And that one is chopped away behind square on the offside for 4 runs. That is a quality shot from Ben Foakes. a very, very pleasant way to get off the mark. It was I must say that the ball got what it deserved. It was back of a length, not quite long hop, but short enough, and it does just sit up, doesn't it? And there's nobody down there on the third man boundary. Just sits up and begs to be steered away.
Absolutely, just use the pace of the ball. It's bowling around 140 clicks, just short of a length. Not going to do anything from that length. He just opened his face and used the pace of the ball. Down to third man for 4.
428 for 6 England now. That's a quicker one from Alzari Joseph, and it's left alone outside the off stump and taken behind by Joshua Da Silva. Scoreboard pressure is bound to play a role, and and the West Indies have a tendency to self-destruct. John Campbell is an enigma at the top of the order. He can, as he did in Antigua, he bats like long periods. Well, long periods. I mean, 25 balls, 3 or 4 overs, and doesn't score a run, and then suddenly tries to hit one out of the ground.
He is from the first moment I saw him, and then that's just the way he plays. It's block slog, isn't it? And surely he's a better player than that. There's more to his game than that, and he's got to start and deliver for the West Indies.
Here's Craig Brathwaite continuing. Sweep shot, nicely played by Chris Wokes. Bit full for a full-on conventional sweep. He wasn't down on one knee. He was still upright when he played the shot. There's only been 2 rounds of the first-class competition in the Caribbean, and John Campbell's got 250 runs in them, and that was the reason for his recall. But he certainly has not done his talent justice in the Test arena. An average of 23 from 14 tests. Here's Craig Brathwaite continuing, and it's pushed away gently up towards mid-off, straight to Jason Holder. Something about Craig Brathwaite that I'm missing, Goffey. I mean, Ben Stokes climbed into him in 1 over. But I admit I've been disrespectful.
Well, you wouldn't lose
about
sleep.
his
Come
bowling.
on, you wouldn't lose sleep on it. I mean, you just wouldn't.
Well, you would lose sleep worrying about getting out to it. Here is Brathwaite. It was flicked away by Ben Foakes up towards short mid-wicket. Jared Kimber has picked up his microphone with intent. He's going to tell me what it is that I'm not seeing in Craig Brathwaite.
Last ball was 67 kilometres.
Here's Brathwaite once again, and it's clipped away nicely by Foakes for a single to deep mid-wicket. 67 kilometres an hour. He bowled one that was,
I think,
timed. I think that's his slowest.
Maybe 66
Is
or
it the
67.
moon ball? The snip moon ball?
It's very close to that. So, but when he got Ben Stokes out, he got him out with 108 kilometre per hour ball.
Long hop.
Yeah, it was
Pushed
a long
away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Alzari Joseph, and there's no run. So
Surprise
that's it.
bouncer. Surprise bouncer.
It was a long hop, wasn't it? It bounced.
That's 40 kilometres of different pace, though. That's weird. Unless you're facing Tamal Mills with the back of the hand slow ball, you don't usually see people have that much variance of pace. I mean, that's not why he got the wicket. He just bowled a half tractor and Ben Stokes mishit it, right?
But that is a massive difference. I wonder whether that's something that's measurable. The greatest differential between
it would be
slowest and quickest deliveries.
It would be either Tamal Mills or Anrik Nortje, because it's anyone who has a back of the hand slow ball and also bowls over 90 miles an hour.
And there's another South African, Andile Petlaquaya, who used to
he did not bowl 90 miles an hour.
He did.
Every ball was a slow
Not
ball.
when I've seen him play.
he did when he was 18. Pushed away defensively up towards mid-off.
With his body type?
Oh no, he was lither.
Yeah, okay.
Then
I'm not sure he's ever done 90 miles an hour in a car video game, but I'll default to your knowledge on him.
I think it was more the slowness of the slower ball rather than the speed of the quicker ball. But he was timed at his quickest at 136 kilometres an hour, and he bowled a back of the hand slower ball at just over 100. So almost 40 k's an hour difference. That's punched away off the back foot, behind square on the offside, and but
Tamal's
they go through for a single.
154, I think, is his top speed, and his slow ball back of the hand has been around 98, 99.
That's the biggest I've ever heard of.
So Anrik Nortje, I think his slowest one's about 101, 102, and I think he's a little bit quicker than Tamal. I think he's about
Brett Lee. What about Brett Lee? He must have been a really slower ball. He used to bowl.
I don't know if we looked at the differences, but I don't think he had a back of the hand slow ball. If you have
but
an
it was
off-cutter,
a real slow ball he bowled. A real slow
Split finger.
Yeah, he bowled it really slow.
Yeah. When we look at the CricViz data, it's always, or the Hawkeye data, it's always the back of the hand ones that are so slow.
Well, it won't be Shai Akhtar because he's slow ball at 90 miles an hour.
Here's Alzari Joseph continuing. Short pull, bottom edge, just over the top of the stumps. Bit of fortune for Ben Folkes. It looked like it was going to be played on, but he's chopped it off a bottom edge just over the top of his stumps, and he comes trotting back for the second run. He moves on to 6. England are 433 for 6. A scoring rate now of 3.27. It's been a long way from that first morning when we had 47 runs.
Well, if you're now Joseph, figures are 1 for 106 off just 22.3. All you're thinking now is this could be my last spell. I need to pick up a couple here to make the average look decent.
Consolation wickets there'll be as Alzari Joseph is in. Looks for the Yorker. It was a stump-seeking delivery, but it's turned nicely by Chris Woakes off his toes out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, and he moves on to 4. 434 for 6. So it's not about necessarily the runs. Obviously England want more of them, but the strategy now, the plan, the thinking will be how many overs do we want to bowl at the end of the day, won't it? That'll be what's driving them.
I would say so. I think they'll be wanting a good crack with the new ball and probably have a look at the spinner.
Here's Alzari Joseph, and that's punched off his thigh pad by Ben Folkes for a single again out towards deep mid-wicket. So what would that be, an hour?
Yeah, I think 15 overs. I think that's where I've got in my head. If they can get 15 overs at the West Indies tonight, we'll have a look at the seamers and then get the spinner on for 2 or 3 overs, and then they have another crack tomorrow morning. So when they're fresh, so it gives them 2 hits at it. Slightly more than the West Indies gave themselves last night. What did they give themselves? 6 overs with the new ball? 5 overs?
5.
I think 15 overs. I think England will want tonight.
Chris Woakes on strike on 4 as Alzari Joseph is into him and punched away, square of the wicket on the offside. I have to say, it is very, very benign. I mean, it is very benign. Mark Nicholas said a short time ago, if anything, it seems like it's got slower. I know the ball is 53 overs old, but if anything, it's got slower.
I mean, why would it encourage fast ball? Can you imagine Marshall, Roberts, Ambrose and Walsh and Garner bowling on these sort of wickets? It wouldn't have been like this in those days, would it? Not a chance. Everybody used to say, see Barbados flying through. It was a great test match to watch, great viewing. And then you get this. Oh, it's like being in India, isn't it? Pakistan, Karachi.
Right, for the next 20 minutes, here's Mark Nicholas.
Well, there's a little lob ball from Brathwaite up at leg stump, and Woakes just sort of touches it away into the leg side for a single. I think it's a great point, and I think it's inexcusable. I think that the pitch is everything for cricket, and to repair such dead surfaces is nuts. Of course, someone's turned on the lights in here. It's very bright. There's an on drive, goes for a single. No, it doesn't. It goes for 2. What good running. Woakes had to shift a bit there. He was going to the non-striker's end, and I think he was surprised that Folkes called him back for the second, but he obviously fancied the strike. I guess you would if you're batting for England against Craig Brathwaite. Here he comes again. Little gentle off breaks. That's thrown up really high, and on another day would be hit out of the ground, but Folkes is new to the crease, and I'm sure that they want to bat for as long as I'm with Darren Gough. 15 overs to go this evening would be the time to be bowling. Get 1-2 bites of the new ball cherry, or whatever you want to call it, and that goes to mid-wicket for no run. A little work off the toes from Ben Folkes. He's a good-looking player to watch, actually. When you saw him play so well in Sri Lanka, going back however long it was, 3 years ago now, he was a nice player to watch. Plays within himself. He works that away of his hip for a single. It was just back of a length from Brathwaite, but another gentle delivery. And I suppose what you'd say about Folkes is he makes the most of his talent, both with gloves and with bat. Now with bat, he's not as talented as with the gloves, so everything he does with the gloves looks easy and natural. With the bat, he's working a bit harder at it, but thankfully that hasn't compromised the aesthetic appeal as Woakes defends on the back foot. A full ball, actually, could have been forward to it. There's no run. It's 4:40 for 6. Goughy.
Yeah, 440 for 6, and I think that 15 overs will be there. But also, as well, we've seen that teams are like that. They like to get to that magic number. They don't know whether it's a 500 or a 400 or a 600 even. And I think that's what they'll be looking at now. If they can get another 60 odd runs and get past that 500 mark. England have not been there for a while, what I can remember. But thanks to two great players in Joe Root and Ben Stokes, magnificent hundreds, both of them, totally different, great to watch, both of them for different reasons. It's put England in a great position. 440 for 6, and it's going to be spin at both ends, Mark.
Yeah, Virasamy Permaul is now called upon. He's 27 overs, 1 for 97. 6 West Indian bowlers have taken wickets. What the most is in an innings, how many people have contributed in a bowling attack to wickets. Roach, Seals, Joseph, Permaul, Holder and Brathwaite have all taken a wicket, a single wicket each. Permaul's going to bowl with, let me look here, we've certainly got 4 back. Ben Foakes is on strike, spins the ball on his fingers, now runs up and spins it towards the batsman who gets a full toss. I've seen a lot of full tosses hit to fielders in this innings, and that's hit to short extra cover for no run. Foakes back into his pretty orthodox stance, tap of the ground, and he picks the bat up a little later than some in the modern era and defends half forward, half back, out of the offside. I wonder if our stats man Gary has got that one for me. Anyway, find out. Permaul bowls again, and down comes Foakes. Nice little shimmy to get right to the pitch of the ball, and hits it firmly out to mid-on for a single. The whole thing has becalmed. It's as if Stokes caused a thunderstorm, and the storm has now finished, and everything's just getting over the shock of it, and the game's gone back to a gentler rhythm, might be the way to describe it. A run rate of 3.2 and over.
Well, it's a period of the game for me where West Indies are just waiting for England to declare.
Here comes Permaul. He bowls to Woakes, who drives it down the ground for 1. And yes, I mean, they're not thinking, how do we get a wicket, particularly, are they? They want to get wickets, but they're only thinking, well, if someone hits it up in the air and they're caught in the deep, so be it. But otherwise, there's no other plan to take a wicket.
Spot on, Mark.
The slip in place. Ben Foakes, bearded, goes forward and pushes that out onto the offside for another single. England ticking over with singles here. 5 balls bowled in this over. 3 of them have gone for singles, and you wouldn't bet against this final ball going for a single either. Woakes has 7, Foakes has 12. Matt Fisher on debut waits to come in next. He's already gloved up as Permaul bowls again, and he actually stops it, the drive, so it doesn't result in a single. End of the over. 443 for 6. How's Matt Fisher with the bat?
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, he's not a gun, but he can hold a bat. He can play. He's quite orthodox. He's probably freer scorer than Jack Leach. I would say probably Jack Leach would be harder to get out, but he might be someone who can, you know what I mean, he can score quite quickly. He's quite orthodox. He's not a slogger.
Jack Leach can play.
Exactly.
I'm a big Jack Leach fan. Why is he not? But he's made 90 in a test match for England.
I think what we were saying is probably, but he doesn't score probably quick enough. And England, the way they're trying to go about things, probably, but they've gone for Matt Fisher over Leach. But yeah, Leach is probably the better player.
More Brathwaite. Here he comes, bowling round the wicket, but straight, and it's driven, and there's another single for it to mid-off, who's up, but he has to go to his right. Jared.
Matt Fisher's been quite a good List A player. He averages 28 with a strike rate of 98, but hilariously in first-class cricket, he's got a strike rate of 30. So he must have been blocking out a few draws in some of those games, but he gives it a whack in the white ball.
Yeah.
And that's worked to the leg side for another single by this Woakes Foakes partnership, having said goodbye to Stokes.
You've waited for this one, haven't you? Stokes, Woakes, Foakes. So confusing, wasn't it? I mean, Stokes, Woakes.
I'm not sure I've waited for it, but yeah, I know what you mean. To get them all into a sentence is nice, isn't it? how else could it happen? I suppose as Ben Folkes drives that back down the ground, it's stopped by the bowler Brathwaite, who nips across in front of the umpire, picks it up, turns back to his mark, drifts in again. Pretty orthodox action. Really bowls that slowly and high outside leg stump, and Folkes gets low to it and sweeps it for a single. I suppose you could have a batsman could be caught Folkes, bowled Stokes after an interruption by Woakes.
Woakes was the non-striker.
So Woakes could dive across and palm it to Folkes off Stokes. That could happen, couldn't it? And so it could too if Stokes was bowling and Woakes was bowling and Stokes was. What am I talking about? That's a single to backward square leg.
Yeah.
And there's another run in it at 447 for 6. You can tell the game's meandering.
Yeah, well, why don't you just say Folkes caught Stokes, bowled Woakes? You get all three of them
because
in there.
they play for England together. They play for different counties and they play for England together. That wouldn't work, Darren. Pull yourself together. That's a single to mid-wicket as well. Similar shot, a little knock into the leg side. That's what's happening at the moment. 448 for 6, 9 for Woakes, 15 for Folkes on a day that's been lit up by Ben Stokes. A quite brilliant 120 that came in quick time. In fact, of all the 120s scored in Test match cricket, his is the second fastest after one by Chris Cairns. And also Joe Root went on to 150 today before it was LBW to Kemar Roach. He did play second fiddle to Ben Stokes, but when they're together they are a magnificent pair of cricketers to watch. One elegant, the other powerful, and both absolutely at the top of their game today, making a sort of, would you say, average, just above average West Indian attack on a flat pitch. Making the pitch look easy and the bowlers look easy too. Here's Permaul now with his left arm spin. For beauty, beats the outside edge of Ben Folkes' bat. That is an orthodox left arm spinner, getting a bit of rip out of the surface, and that, above all else, will encourage Jack Leach.
Absolutely, I think this is an opportunity for Jack Leach. He's been waiting for a pitch like this for a long, long time in Test cricket, and I think the toss has been his.
That ball's too full and it was driven out to mid-on for a single. A lot of fielders back, so the singles available everywhere. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think the toss has gone his way by England batting first and reaching 449 for 6. It gives Jack Leach an opportunity to bowl in conditions that he actually might be happy with for a change.
Permaul again. Woakes pushes that and beats both Folkes, who slightly got in the way of Permaul, but not such that I think they're going to turn the single down. No, they take the single. It's 450 now. The crowd that is mainly English applaud, well, I suppose generously, though the applause for Ben Stokes when he went to 100, how they stood, and the warmth of it was, for me, the highlight of the day. That and the 6 that he hit onto the top of the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand. Pushed out to extra cover for no run by Folkes, who's well forward there, really leaning into that with a bent front leg. This is sort of how you imagine cricket to have been 70, 80, 90 years ago, as it's pushed down the ground for a single, though the fielders wouldn't have been back. I mean, with a left arm spinner lobbing it up, trying to get a bit of turn, batsman playing forward and gently caressing the ball around the outfield. 451 for 6 now here at Kensington Oval. A partnership between Chris Woakes and Ben Folkes, worth 27 from 43 balls, and that's blocked firmly to short mid-wicket, and there's no run in it at the end of the over. 451 for 6. So I heard you saying earlier about you thought 15 overs tonight. If England weren't bowled out, Root would declare.
Yeah.
So about an hour's play in the field.
I want an hour tonight if I was England. They'll have been in the field nearly 2 days. And it's an opportunity for the debutants to get out there full of energy. You heard Mark Fisher, he's desperate to get out there and have a bowl. It doesn't matter it's flat, it doesn't matter but the pitch is slow. They've got a new ball in their hand, bowl at the stumps and attack West Indies, who will be tired, they'll be jaded, they've been out in the field, they've gone for runs, and now they're going through the motions. So the mindset is going to be very hard to switch on for the West Indies.
Yeah, 26 minutes until the tea break. Here's Brathwaite again. Still bowling round the wicket, still bowling in at middle and leg, and still knocked into the leg side for a single. So we really are Well, it's just a drip of torture, this, in comparison to what we saw earlier, which was brutal stuff. I felt sorry for the afflicted, who were the West Indian bowlers. Here at least they can breathe a bit, but when Ben Stokes got into them, it was really something to watch.
Well, this is easy runs, isn't it? If you're a lower order batsman now and you're coming in against these two bowling on this sort of pitch.
Forward block, a really quiet piece of cricket. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to take singles. You couldn't resist. You'd want to wind up here.
But there's no risk. You can. But these two are good players. The point is, but these are lower order batsmen, but they're good players, so they can just keep pushing ones. There's so many gaps.
Brathwaite again, much flatter that ball, and he bowled it quite round arm, and it was hit quite firmly to short mid wicket, but again for no run. Brathwaite shaven completely on the top of his head, but he has a lengthy beard. Actually, it looks to me to have noticeably grown during this match, as that's worked leg side for a single by Chris Wokes behind square. It was a wispy beard, I felt, when he was at the toss, but it's already grown into something a little more substantial from the West Indian captain. So many beards in the modern game. Beards are in, as moustaches once were in the 70s, in the rock and roll days, with the long hair and the sideburns. And that's a misfield by Brathwaite, and actually they turned the run down, and that's primarily because Folkes was unsighted by Wokes. Folkes is the striker and Wokes the non-striker, so he just didn't take the risk. There would have been a single if he'd gone straight away pretty comfortably. Brathwaite again. Oh, that is a loopy high ball that you'd see in a testimonial game, that's helped around the corner in a sort of a sweep shot by Folkes. So there's at the end of the over, that ball was bowled at 61 kilometres per hour. That's hardly any miles per hour. 454 for 6, and Jared's in.
That is 5 kilometres slower than he's been registered at in this series so far. That's barely club cricket off spinning pace, surely. That's got to be one of the slowest balls in Test cricket in about 15 years.
Samuel?
Hi, mate.
You know a bit
good.
about spin bowling. Is that one of the slowest balls you've seen in a test match?
Certainly. Craig Brathwaite, he has two paces, slow and slower. He's absolutely taking everything out of those deliveries, not giving the batsman any sort of pace to work with. He's bowling from the Malcolm Marshall lane, asking the right-handers to hit into the wind. And so he's asking the batsmen to use their strength, their power. And I think that's good bowling from him. As Veerasammy Plumall continues, this one is on the line of the stumps and just prodded on the front foot, goes to extra cover. Craig Brathwaite, no run.
It was 37 miles per hour, that ball, just so you know. Plumall again. Plumall, maybe I should say, and that isn't a run. That was another attempt to turn it into the leg side for a single, but it failed. And no attempt from the batsman to hit boundaries. A lot of fielders are back, but this really is drifting along, and probably will do so in another 22 minutes until the tea break, and then England will take stock and probably come out with a plan in the afternoon, or the final session of play. That is a single down to long on. So all these runs, Samuel, you know, they all add up, they all count. If England get 500, it's a mighty task then for West Indies.
Indeed, especially on a wearing pitch. We did see one delivery from Veerasammy Plumall turn away from the edge of the right-hander, so Jack Leach might be enthused by that, and the more they bat, the more this pitch will be won. This one is worked towards long on quite nicely, will get a single. But yeah, I think that's the plan, just to go along just at this pace and assess, like you said, during that tea interval, and maybe come out and bat just a little bit after tea, get them a little bit more tired, the West Indian batsmen, that is, mentally and physically. Plumall once again around the wicket on the front foot quite competently. Ben Folkes down back to the bowler, no run.
Well, Darren Gough thinks that England would bat for 50 minutes after tea, 10 minutes between innings, and have a good hour at the West Indian top order. Give his young seamers a chance both this afternoon and tomorrow morning with the new ball. And I think that's the right tactic, actually. I don't think I'd declare too soon after tea, particularly if these two are still there. They're good players. Forward goes Folkes, and he tries to work the space on the offside but doesn't manage to. He picks out the man at short extra cover. It's the end of the over, 4:56 for 6. What have you made of the West Indies attack today?
Yeah, they were absolutely bludgeoned this morning, weren't they? Ben Stokes came out and he was belligerent, he was pugnacious, he was very attacking. He started off slowly. I think he took 10 balls before he got off the mark, and he was 4 runs of 18 balls, and then he absolutely went berserk thereafter. They tried a few things. I didn't think that they were consistent enough in one area, but the way Ben Stokes played, it was always going to be difficult, particularly the spinner, the left-handed spinner Versamy Permaul bowling to him in that sort of mood. He scored 4 sixes in that knock, 6 sixes rather, and 11 fours. Craig Brathwaite continues to wrong the wicket. Short just punched back down to long off, just a single. So I think that they tried different plans, but take nothing away from the way Ben Stokes played. Even Joe Root was just a mere spectator.
Well, we were so spoiled by that innings and by Root's innings that this is pretty plain fare, isn't it? It's a bunch of singles, 2 spinners lolling in and lobbing it up, and the field back, and England just taking single after single after single. And it's one of the things you have to understand, I think, about cricket is you need some patience when you watch it. You need it when you play it. You need to watch it too, because the ebb and flow of the game is part of its fascination. A full toss as Folkes dances down and punches it out to deep mid-on for a single, and you just have to get that. And once you get that, you can live with these passages of play that don't seem to mean much. But of course they often lead to something else, and in this case it's leading to, in England's plan, master plan, a very difficult evening for the West Indian openers. Again, oh, that is another loopy high slow thing outside leg stump, and is swept firmly out to Alzari Joseph, who does the fielding at deep backwards square, and his throw in isn't particularly energetic or accurate either, but a tired man and a tired mind, I suspect. 4:59 for 6 here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. As down the wicket comes Ben Folkes. He hits it straight back to the bowler, who's Brathwaite, who flings it back to the keeper. Folkes scampers for his ground and safely makes it. Another good crowd in, but very much English supporters out here on holiday, and a single is pushed to mid-off on the front foot by Folkes. And really, honestly, the English supporters come for the tremendous sense of excitement being in Barbados. Not just the cricket ground, but the island itself. It is a joy, frankly, any trip to Barbados, as we turn our attentions to that island, to the commentary box at the Kensington Oval, where Barry Wilkinson awaits.
Thank you so much. And the last 8 tests here at Kensington Oval, we've had England, of course, the West Indies winning by 381 runs. We had Sri Lanka beating the West Indies by 4 wickets. We had the West Indies beating Pakistan, West Indies beating England as well. So the record here against England has been pretty good. I think the last time that they would have beaten us here was when Steve Harmison was bowling to Chris Gayle and he got his stumps knocked over. You remember that, Sammy?
Yeah, I think that was 2004 in that series. And before that, the last time they won was 1994, and before that in the 1930s. So only 3 times have England managed a win here at Kensington Oval since 1935, if memory serves me correct. And I think there were some 16 attempts. So it is sort of a fortress here at the Kensington Oval, especially against the English. And that might be challenging this test match, particularly with the score 460 for 6 and the way England have batted in this first innings. There is a slight pause in play as the umpires converge. The 4th umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., comes out with a bag of balls, options for the on-field umpires to possibly choose from, as there might be another change in ball. We've had quite a few changes in balls during the course of this first innings. Of course, there was that second new ball that was taken around the 85th over. Has to be changed once again, maybe because of the shape. Umpires having a little bit of a discussion, Nigel Duguid, Joel Wilson, and they've decided on which ball they're going to use for the next passage of play. 460 for 6 here at the Kensington Oval. Alex Lees 30, Crawley didn't score. Root 153, Lawrence 91, Stokes 120. And Johnny Bairstow got to 20, and Ben Fowkes and Chris Wokes 22 and 14. I want to welcome all the listeners on Talk Sport as we bring you live coverage from the Kensington Oval in this second Apex Test match, West Indies versus England. Barry Wilkinson, what do you make of this plan from England? How further do you see them batting?
Well, teas in about 15 minutes. I think that they might just well declare by 3:30 if they're not bowled up by then. But I think 500 runs, I can't see them losing the test match from there. 460 for 6 is already a pretty good total, and the time is for them. You've got 3 days and a piece. As Prumball is ready to resume now, they've got a ball, and this delivery is flighted and played into the offside, out to the cover area, and there's no run. Craig Brathwaite is there. This is going to be a stern test for the West Indies. Even though we talk about this pitch and how flat it is, and this and that, don't be surprised if the West Indies were to come and lose some quick wickets and somewhat struggle. They must be very tired out there.
Yeah, this one has worked towards mid-wicket, no run. And you're right, we can only assess a pitch when both teams have had the opportunity to bat on it. Yes, England have done remarkably well, but it remains to be seen how the West Indies go on this pitch. This one from Versamy Purmall on the line of the middle and leg stump, comfortably on the front foot. Ben Fowkes pushes it back to the bowler, no run. So you're absolutely right. It remains to be seen how the West Indian batsmen fare on the surface.
Here comes Purmall now and bowls to Fowkes, and Fowkes gets delivered. That's driven. He wants a quick single up to the mid-off area, and he takes it too. I thought Joseph was very lackadaisical. He didn't attack the ball at all, and in the end they were able to get that single quite comfortably. I think he's in no man's land in that position. Can't save a single, definitely can't stop the boundary. Not quite sure why he's so far back. That's going to be a single every time. Here comes Purmall again, spins the ball from hand to hand as Wokes is on strike. He's on 14, and this delivery is on the line of the off step. Wokes is on the front foot and pushes the ball to the cover point area. There's no run. 461 for 6. We had 141 overs in this contest, dominated by the English. Centuries to Ben Stokes, Joe Root, as this delivery is again on the line of the off stump and plays screen to the offside, and there's no run. 461 then for 6. So Fowkes will continue on 23. I think the West Indies team will be looking around and saying, well, who can we bowl? Well, what different can we serve up England that we haven't tried at all in this test match?
Well, Anderson Phillip is on the field, the 12th man in this game for someone. He, of course, is part of the West Indian squad, yet to make his debut in Test match cricket. Did make a debut in one-day international against Sri Lanka last year, so he's played international cricket before. I've also seen Kyle Mayers on the field, so maybe they can ask him to offer up a few. But yeah, they're in desperate need of some sort of inspiration, and perhaps that inspiration, Barry, could come from the fact as we see Craig Brathwaite around the wicket once again, this time on the line of the leg stump, worked away towards backward square leg. Versamy Purmall does the fielding, fires that throw into wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. That inspiration from that magnificent 276 that Craig Brathwaite scored here just a couple of weeks ago. John Campbell himself scored 127 in the same game. So that sort of memory, that sort of performance should urge these players on, should spur these players on. This one nice and full, slow once again from Craig Brathwaite on the front foot. Chris Wokes back down to the bowler, no run.
This pitch is reminiscent of the wicket that was here in 2009 when England played the West Indies. As Brathwaite bowls, and this delivery brings him on the front foot, plays into the onside. Back then, England scored 600 for 6 declared, and then 279 for 2 declared. The West Indies made 749 for 9 declared, a match that was a mere stalemate. It was drawn. The pitch was very similar. In fact, you look at the report of that particular match, and the pitch was maligned from the very first ball, much like it has been here. But the West Indies don't have perhaps the batting lineup that they might have had back then. Sarwan would have made a big double on that occasion. as this delivery is swept down to the flying leg for 1. We also saw a century from Dinesh Ramdin, he got 166. And then the Strauss, he got 142. Ravi Bopara 104, Alistair Cook 94. So everyone just kind of cashed in back then. It was a very dour game. Alistair Cook actually got a 100 as well. In the second innings, as Brathwaite bowls, and this delivery is played along the ground in the slip cordon. No run. 463 then for 6 at the end of the over here on TalkSport 2, with Wokes on 15 and Folks on 24.
England management will be very pleased with the productivity in terms of the runs in this series. Of course, in the Ashes quite recently, that was a concern, the amount of runs scored, certainly the number of centuries. Only 1 century in that Ashes. Johnny Bairstow, the centurion, I think it was in the Sydney Test. And already here, in just the 3 innings, we've had 5 centuries from English batsmen. Joe Root has 2, Zach Crawley 1, Bairstow 1, and Ben Stokes the other. So 5 centuries in 3 innings, as compared to just the 1 century in those 5 test matches in the Ashes. So from that point of view, the red ball reset has had an excellent start. Can they replicate that with the ball? And I think that area is much more of a concern in the absence of Broad and Anderson and 2 debutants here today. And that's something else the West Indian batsmen can draw some bit of positivity from. The fact that they are untested fast bowlers in the opposition ranks. Purmall continues from around the wicket. Well played once again. Back down to the bowler from Chris Wokes. No run. The score remains 463 for 6. So if you're looking for any bit of positivity, Barry, there's one in terms of their scores in the previous first-class game. And this one is swung away by Chris Wokes over mid-wicket and gets to the boundary now. All the way for 6, as a matter of fact. A magnificent blow from Chris Wokes. Just slanted to that one, dipped his back foot, got under that delivery from Purmall, uses the angle, not necessarily the middle of the bat, but he was hitting with the wind, and it just sailed over the boundary. Excellent shot from Chris Wokes. Score now 469 for 6. We're into the 143rd over. It's been a long fielding spell for the West Indies. There's some weary legs out there.
Yeah, indeed, some very weary legs. Mentally as well. As this delivery again is well flighted. Much better delivery there from Purmall and driven back to the bowler. Purmall's got 1 for 112. He's been expensive. His 32nd over. As Purmall bowls again. This one is a attempted sweep. There's an appeal for LBW, but must have been pitched outside the line. Now it says the umpire.
Yeah, a couple of centurions here with the bat for England. A couple of centurions with the ball for the West Indies. Purmall 1, Joseph the other. 109 in 23 overs from Alzari Joseph. Very expensive. Purmall in once again. This one is driven back towards the bowler. He does the fielding himself. A little bit of a fumble. Makes the gather now. No run the result. Just think that Purmall in particular has been off the boil. Again, another difficult surface for him to operate on, and the way Ben Stokes came at him was always going to be under pressure. This one is worked away towards the one side, beats the diving fielder at mid-wicket and gets the single. Brings the over to an end. 143 overs bowled, 470 for 6. England winning the toss yesterday morning, and Joe Root decided with tremendous alacrity that he wanted to have first strike on this surface.
Yeah, it was a very good decision, even though they lost that early wicket. We still saw how the England batsmen were able to dig in. 47 for 1 at lunch, and you now look at the situation, 470 for 6 the next day, just before tea. You wouldn't mind that 47 for 1. That seems like inconsequential as to anything that has happened. And it was just a wonderful plan that has come together. England must feel very vindicated by that decision. Brathwaite is going to continue, the captain. 11 overs, nominated 1 for 51. But I'm just a bit surprised as to the thought process by these 2 batsmen, Wokes and Folks. I mean, they haven't really, I wouldn't say started to swipe, but they haven't moved on either. As Brathwaite bowls now to Wokes, who's defending. and play the ball back to the ball, and there's no run.
I think they're much more advanced than they thought that they would have been. At the close of play yesterday, an entire day 244, they're already 470, but that was due to the way Ben Stokes played. So if you told them yesterday afternoon that before tea today that they'd be 470 for 6, they'd take that. So they're so advanced, so ahead of the game that they're in absolutely no rush. So much time left in this game. Another very slow delivery from Craig Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump. Cut away by Chris Wilkes, but well fielded by Kyle Mayers in extra cover, no run. And it's just a matter of trying to, like we keep saying, mentally wear these players down, physically wear them down as well.
Here comes Brathwaite again and Bulls. This delivery is played down to third man. That's going to go down to the boundary. He was attempting sort of a late cut, or just to kind of guide the ball. I think it might have come off the pad of the keeper. Don't know if that came flush off the bat. I think it hit something as it went towards the boundary, but it's gone for 4 nevertheless.
It's a quicker ball from Craig Brathwaite. He tried to fire that one in, and outside edge off the bat of Chris Wilkes, and it flew past Nkrumah Bonner at first slip. He had absolutely no chance, and that brought up the 50 partnership between these two of 83 balls. So in as much as we are not seeing the boundaries, Barry, they're still scoring at a healthy rate, 50 from 83.
Yeah, partnerships. They've played in partnerships, England. Brathwaite bowls again. This time Wilkes is on the front foot and defends it, pushes the ball into the offside. He's got 26 from 37. He played a very useful knock in Antigua as well. You can't underestimate his batting. He has that batting ability.
And the previous delivery was 87 kph as compared to 67 where he normally operates.
Well flighted, undriven out to the long on area for 1. Don't think Wilkes is good enough yet to be called an all-rounder. Will you call him a genuine all-rounder? Because I consider someone an all-rounder. If you can make the team as a batsman, or you can make the team as a bowler, well, I call you a genuine all-rounder.
He still has a lot of work to do. Chris Wilkes, that's for sure, particularly in Test match cricket. I think that last delivery might have been a no ball as well from Craig Brathwaite. Yes, indeed.
How could Craig Brathwaite bowl a no ball? This one is driven back down the ground. It's gone straight. Will it get to the boundary? No, it won't. Well stopped, well fielded. That's will only get 1. Kemar Roach. One of the oldest men in this team, Kemar Roach. Would you believe it? Still a pretty young Test team. Roach is perhaps the oldest. Bonner. Then you've got Campbell. Craig Brathwaite still in his 20s. He's still 29. Jason has just turned 30. As this delivery is down the leg side and swept down to fine leg. Azari Joseph is 24. I think 29 is the vice captain. He's still in his 20s as well. De Silva is 25. Yeah, no, Paul Mall is 32. So you've got 3 30-year-olds in this team. Other than that, it's still a pretty young Test team. 478 for 6 here on TalkSport 2. With Wilkes 28, Folks 25, the latest score at Kensington Oval. We're not missing any cricket. The batsmen seem to be getting some kind of instruction from the pavilion, or somebody seems to be coming out, but they're not at their crease. They're now going back to their crease, as a matter of fact. I'm not quite sure what was the thought process there, but seems to be a very kind of laid-back approach now. Everyone seems to be pretty tired. This has been a long trek for the West Indies. But we're going to have a resumption with Paul to continue.
Yeah, the umpire just asking Craig Brathwaite to get on with things, trying to delay as long as possible. Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies did want to keep England out here with the bat as long as possible and try to minimize the amount of batting they have to do on day 2. Paul is around the wicket once again. This one is drilled through the offside. Just a single. 479 now for 6 England. Chris Wilkes moves on to 29, 25 for Ben Folks.
Well, tea's coming up. This perhaps was with the last over before tea, so I guess they were trying to make sure it was the last. So still have 5 balls left, and it's just about 2:37 p.m. local time. as Pramod comes in now and bowls to Folks, and Folks is getting a short ball that he's cutting through the cover area for what should just be another single. Shamar Brooks is up there. He's a young man that made his debut way back. I think you might have played in that game. Shamar Brooks made his debut. He made his debut in first-class cricket in 2007. He caught the eye then of Brian Lara, but he just never went on. He only got his Test debut last year. Would you believe that? As this delivery is short and cut away again. Brooks is back in business. He's there on the sweeper boundary, and there's just another run. He actually made his debut in 2020 when he played against England.
And there's been a bit of talk about when he made that decision not to tour Bangladesh towards the beginning of 2021, when many of the senior players decided not to, and Nkrumah Bonner, of course, was handed his Test debut along with Kyle Mayers, and these guys really grabbed hold of that opportunity. This one is worked down the ground quite nicely, quite comfortably by Ben Folks. A single, the result. The score moves on to 482. So Shamar Brooks decided not to go to Bangladesh, and the players who went did such an excellent job that they displaced him in the playing 11, and he had to wait quite some time and only made a return in that first Test in Antigua. This one spins past the bat. Excellent delivery from Versamy Pramod. A bit of hesitation and indecision about whether or not to appeal. They'll converge now just to have a little bit of a chat. They think that they would have heard something. In the end, they decide against reviewing that decision, but good signs for England and for Jack Leach in particular. This delivery into the surface, a bit of grip and some bounce. Yeah, some daylight between bat and ball. Good decision in the end not to review by the West Indies, but good signs for the spinner.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is popping up just to the where perhaps a gully would have been. There's no one in that position, and he gets away. So that's time and tea, says Joe Wilson. To end this session, England in firm control, 482 for 6 after 145 overs. Folks has 27, Wilkes has 30 as they go off for tea, where England will definitely be looking at what time they should declare and how long they should continue to bat after the tea break if they do so.
29 overs bowled in that session, 113 runs and 3 wickets the result. So West Indies did well on that front in terms of getting those wickets, but that 113 runs pushed the score up to 482 for 6 and really staying down the barrel here. Phil Simmons and the coaching staff will have a lot of questions. They'll have to come up with some plans to counter whatever it is the English bowlers threw at them, but still they have a job. They have not yet declared. I'm not sure if they will during the tea interval, but I highly doubt it. I just think that they'll come back after tea and look to push on for a little bit more, get at least up to that 500 run mark and continue to wear the West Indians down.
We're about to get underway after tea. 6th session of this Test match. Many thanks to Jared Kimber for talking us through the tea break. We need more time. There's lots of news in the world, don't there?
Just on that new normal, they've gone to 10 teams in the IPL. They want 30 teams. They want it to be like an American franchise system. It's going to be 3 months very soon, and then 4 months, and then 5 months. It will continue to grow.
Won't there be 2 seasons?
They've talked about. I don't see the point in that really, but yes, they have talked about that.
Here's Kemar Roach. First ball was defended, and the second delivery is short, and there's a little flappy hook shot from Chris Woakes. That was not textbook at all. He didn't get into a hook position at all. Stood upright and tried to hook and duck at the same time and made no contact.
And you and I are two of the few people who spend a lot of time looking at the Future Tours program. If you look at it for the schedules, you can see the international cricket just parting the way like the Red Sea, just little bit by little bit until there's IPL in the middle.
Here is Kemar Roach once again up to the crease, and bowls steered away behind square on the offside. During the IPL, at least Pakistan can play, but Pakistan could host maybe 3 Test series against Afghanistan, Zimbabwe and Ireland. I'm not sure how profitable that would be.
Would you watch it?
Somebody wanted me to commentate on it. I would.
Anyone listening?
There's some good players there. Blessing Muzarabani and Josh Little and Rashid Khan wouldn't play, would he?
I don't think so, no.
In fact, the Afghanistan team would be a little light on, wouldn't they?
One thing I would say, I would not begrudge the lads making that decision, especially in sport. You know, it's the finances is there. It's a short career. So take it while you can. I know there'll be people out there that might probably say, look, you know,
you should play for your country.
Correct.
Here's Roach once again, and that is driven off a thick outside half of the bat down towards the unguarded third man boundary, and that's a slightly fortuitous fall for Chris Wokes, although it didn't carry, even if there had been a fielder in that position. But it's 4 more runs. England move on to 487 for 6. Yeah, you know, I just I don't know whether to smile or just feel sympathy when people say, well, you know, it's their country. They've got to play for their country. Sporting loyalty costs money. Here is Roach. It's a slower ball bouncer. Very well bowled. Too good for Chris Wokes. He plays a cut shot and realises that he's through with it before the ball's even arrived, and he smiles in appreciation.
Well, it was that slow. He played the pull, the cut. he tried everything, wasn't it? It was a very good ball, well disguised. Yeah, as you say, it was too good for Chris Wokes.
It's bounced 2 metres in front of keeper Joshua De Silva. Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that it's caused a few shockwaves in South Africa. So they've lost their entire frontline bowling attack as well as a middle order batsman. Here is Roach once again. That's a quicker bouncer. Hook shot again from Wokes. Misses it. There's an optimistic appeal for a catch behind, but not out, says the umpire, and rightly so. There's no review. England 487 for 6. Yeah, I mean, the point about those two test matches, South Africa currently 3rd in the World Test Championship. If they won both test matches against Bangladesh and then had at least a share of the spoils in England in August and September in the 3 test matches there, they would head to Australia at the end of the year with a possibly even could lose 2-1 and still qualify for a place in the 2nd World Test Championship final.
Yes, but I don't think they're that good. I think they overperformed against India. I thought they played magnificently, don't get me wrong. I just think there are better teams who, I mean, Australia at the moment probably already getting more points out of the Pakistan series than anyone put down for them.
I think Australia are going to play in that final, aren't they? Here's for Sami Pamal, the left arm spinner, chopped away out to Brathwaite at cover, no run.
And India obviously have still quite a good run to go, and so do Pakistan. Pakistan have really let themselves down here by putting pitches that you couldn't get someone out with a bazooka on.
Here's for Sami Pamal, and it's chopped away front of square on the offside to the cover sweeper, and they're through for a single. 488 for 6.
If you're a home team in the World Test Championship, you get 33% for a draw and you get 100% for a win. Putting 2 straight pitches that have draws when you're going up against a team who hasn't been on the road for 2 years, not ideal.
I wonder what sort of surface we will get at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore for the 3rd and deciding test matches. Here's Pamal once more, chopped away in front of square on the offside by Chris Wokes, straight to Brathwaite at cover, and there's no run. We're into the 147th over of this innings in the 3rd session of day 2. Sami Pamal in again, and he's driven and beaten between bat and pad. I don't know how it's missed the stumps. It's gone straight on from Sami Pamal. It's one of those ones where the keeper just instinctively thinks, well, that's hitting, and he switches off. That's hitting the stumps. He's just worried about, you know, the bails ricocheting into him, but somehow it's missed everything and run away for 4 byes.
It's just skidded on, isn't it? It's just gone with the arm. It hasn't spun at all. Just skidded on, bit of bounce. Keeper's missed it. Batsman's missed it. It's gone for 4 byes.
Joshua De Silva moved his hands a minute after that passed.
Here's Pamal once again, and it's chopped square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. I sympathise. I've been there. He was expecting it to hit leg stump, wasn't he? I mean,
his hands were at off stump. He was miles from that delivery. I'm not saying, look, it's skidded on and they can beat you. His hands weren't even in
I mean, the ball is
area.
literally 5 yards past him when his hands move. Here is Pamal once more, and this time he's aiming leg stump, and it's clipped away by Ben Folkes out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Nkrumah Bonner, but they go through for a single.
As we're in Barbados, we'll just say it wasn't in the same parish. It was like St. Lucie, St. James or something, and his hands were a little bit late, weren't they?
Very late. Very late indeed. Now we're just keeping an eye on movement on the England dressing room balcony. Matt Fisher does have the pads on. He was advertised on the scorecard to be coming in at number 9, so he's still padded up. Goffey's best guess was that England were looking to bowl for an hour at the end of day 2.
I reckon 550 manners.
Do you think that's the number, is it?
No,
rather than the number of overs? Here is Roach once again, and that's flicked out towards mid-wicket. Nice diving stop from John Campbell, diving to his right. So I was assuming it would just be we want to bowl for an hour, and as many as we can get up till then.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? What do you get for a change? Lose a couple, didn't you? So I'd say 15 overs. Ball's still going to be hard in the morning, isn't it? So that awkward time, difficult time for opening batter number 3.
Here's Roach again, and so pitched up, driven. Alzari Joseph moves rather gingerly to his left and makes the stop. 495 for 6. Ben Folkes 35. Ben Folkes 31. Chris Woakes 35. And 200s today, in case you're joining us very late in the day, catching up with the action for the first time. Joe Root 153. Ben Stokes a glorious 120 from 128 balls. Short and hooked by Woakes out towards deep mid-wicket. It's all a little bit pedestrian at the moment.
Yeah, and then when we look back on the balcony and you're looking, as you said, you're trying to find an inkling, the fielding side, keep looking up the balcony, see if anyone's putting their whites on. No, it's lads playing around with a rugby ball. Obviously the late old fast bowlers have obviously got their whites on because obviously they're down to bat. But Johnny Bairstow's he's in training kit, socks and some sliders. He ain't going nowhere.
Here's Roach once again, and pushed away out towards extra cover, and it's gone straight to the fielder. There is no run. 496 for 6. New Zealand a couple of years ago, and this was not very widely publicised, but it was there was the last tour against Bangladesh. I think there was a similar situation going on, and the whole New Zealand team in the change room while 2 batsmen were going well. Tim Southey was one of them. That's flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for another single. But New Zealand's lead was something about around 500. Everybody disappeared into the change room, came back out in their whites, and Bangladesh put on a couple of part-timers, and they thought, well, the declaration's obviously imminent. And then 15 minutes later they all went back into the change room and came back out in their training gear, which I thought was it tickled me anyway. I thought it was quite amusing. Got a couple of cheap runs from it, and that's pitched up from Kemar Roach. I think it was a little off-cutter, and it was a slower ball as well, and it's dragged by Woakes out towards mid-wicket. I think he was trying to hit it through the offside, but because it was slower, his hands were through the ball quicker, and they go through for another single. England inching closer to 500, 497 for 6. Well, it's an interesting graphic on our screen, but I don't understand what it means. Jude, can you help me out?
More consecutive overs without a maiden. So 75 overs have been bowled, and we ain't bowled maiden.
75 consecutive overs without a maiden. That is interesting. Wow. Pushed defensively now by Ben Foakes straight back to the bowler. You watch. This is going to be a maiden, isn't it? It's bound to be. Here is Vasami Permaul. Short, cut away. It won't be a maiden. That's gone out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. 75.
Can we get Alex Lees to come in as a pinch blocker?
It's amazing stat though, isn't it? It's Test cricket.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a very reliable measure of your success. How many maidens you bowl and how many you avoid as a batting side. Down the wicket comes Chris Woakes to Vasami Permaul. For some reason, Joshua De Silva says, well bowled, Gunnar, as he's driven tamely down towards long on for another single. Do like the fact that his nickname is Gunnar. 499 for 6. Oh, he's stumped. He's got a wicket. Vasami Permaul. Down the wicket came Ben Foakes, and looking to drive through the offside. I don't think it turned very much, to be honest. A little bit. Doesn't need to turn much, I suppose, to beat the outside edge. And Ben Foakes is on his way, and there's a consolation wicket for Vasami Permaul. Oh, it did turn. It did. It turned off the straight.
Yeah. Jack Leach will be interested in that. As Ben Foakes just trying to move on the run rate. They need the parts for 33 or 64 balls faced. England 499 for 7. Live here on TalkSport 2.
Indeed, and if you're out and about, or you want to be out and about, don't forget you can keep up with the cricket. You can get us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2, and we're on your smart speaker, online, and now on the TalkSport YouTube page, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard too. So we won't need to do things like run through what's happened during the course of the day, but for those of you who aren't on the YouTube page, let me tell you that Joe Root was LBW to Kemar Roach for 153. Ben Stokes made a glorious 120 from 128 balls, 11 fours and 6 sixes. Johnny Bairstow made 20, and Ben Foakes and Chris Woakes have just added 55 for the 7th wicket. But Foakes is on his way now. Smart stumping from Joshua De Silva, who hasn't had the tidiest Test match, to be honest. And still at the crease, Chris Woakes on 37 from 54 balls, 499 for 7. Here's Permaul once again, and that's played defensively by Matt Fisher, Test debutant. Test cap number 703. Saqib Mahmood, Test cap number 702. Here's Permaul, and forward comes Fisher, pushing it out towards Nkrumah Bonner straight at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Who's going to take the new ball? 499 for 7. Who's going to take the new ball for England?
Well, I think Woakes, definitely. I think as the leader of attack, and by all accounts, Darren Gough says Fisher, young Matt Fisher on debut, will bowl a new ball, which will be interesting. I think Mahmood might probably bowl, first change? So I think it'll both be those two with the new ball. And as you said, they'll be chomping at the bit just to get in there. When you've got a massive score behind you, attacking field, you just run in and bowl, and then sometimes you think it's a flat wicket. And my dad always used to say to me, you got to wait until 2 teams bowl on it just to see how flat it is. If you put it in, you will get it out. You don't want to go with the mindset that it is flat, because then you sort of bowl within yourself. Still bend your back if you can.
149 overs. There was a very well-known captaincy philosophy espoused by Steve Waugh. Short ball from Kemar Roach, bouncer, and another hook shot from Chris Woakes, who makes no contact. But Steve Waugh always said, if you can take a team in the field just into a 5th session, just even 20 minutes, half an hour, into a 5th session, and this is a 6th session, then he said he reckoned that was worth 2 wickets. Guaranteed it was worth 2 wickets. Just the sheer physical and mental exhaustion Here is Kemar Roach once again. Slower ball, and it's pitched up and swung away out on the leg side for 4 runs by Chris Wokes. Right idea, wrong execution.
Yeah, the slower ball just got the line wrong. And in the mood that Chris Wokes is in a minute, he just picked that up, swatted that down to fine leg. Further down there, had no chance. Decent slower ball, but he just got the line wrong. It was like a sweep, wasn't it? A very hard sweep behind square. It's a good shot. Chris Wokes, and the score moves on to 503.
500 up for England, 503 for 7. Here is Roach, and it's short, and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's caught. Good running catch from Alzari Joseph. Roach has a consolation wicket. He's delighted. The slower ball bouncer, I think it was a slower ball bouncer. If it was a regular bouncer, it was slow. But well done to Kemar Roach, and Chris Wokes on the attack. I think it was off toe end rather than off the splice, off the high part of the bat. And it's 503 for 8. Wokes is on his way for 41.
Yeah, good bowling from Kemar Roach, just mixing up, as you said, a slower ball bumper. Jaden Seals out there, deep square, running in, taking a good catch, good composure, got his hands, big hands to it, and he has to depart for 41. Good 41, just up in the impetus. And the run rate at the moment, 3.36, as Jack Leach strolls to the wicket. As Mark was saying, you know, he can play. Is it 92, was it, at Lords? My phone was going nuts. Because obviously I think he was night watchman as well, wasn't he? And people were saying, "Choose, is he going to go past you? Is he going to go past you?" I was like, I don't know. I wish him all. I wish he does go past me, because then people will leave me alone. I mean, it's. But since then, he hasn't really, you know, I suppose had the opportunity to show what he can do. But he can bat. He's got a good defence.
Won a Test match at Headingley as well with the bat.
Yes, it was
the greatest unbeaten one in the history of Ashes cricket, surely.
100%, yeah. That you will not find a better one if you go back to when the game started, I don't think, than that single. He nearly got run out as well with that single.
He did. Yes, he did. But what a great one. Best unbeaten one. Do you remember how many balls he faced? Jared remembers.
Wait, I don't know. I've got 37 in my head. Is that wrong? Have I made that up?
Possibly.
I genuinely can't remember. It was in the 30s, wasn't it? Yeah. 503 for 8, England. Matt Fisher and Jack Leach at the crease. Fisher has faced 2 balls. Jack Leach has yet to face any. And only Saqib Mahmood is still in or on the changing room balcony. And it's all changed now. 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, and West Indies are putting a short leg in. John Campbell's got the helmet on, has gone into short leg. Here's Kemar Roach. He's got 2 for 68 now, and that's down the leg side. Hits Matt Fisher on the pads and is collected by the keeper Joshua De Silva. And there's no rut. 17, just been told.
It is 17, yeah.
Ollie Hunter's our producer, and he's just been
half right, although nowhere near it.
Wow. 17. Yeah, I mean,
it just shows you though how Ben was just able to just
in an hour, 17 balls in an hour.
Wow, how he just kept strike, didn't he?
Staggering. 503 for 8. Here's Roach, bouncer, and Matt Fisher ducks underneath it. That was harmless. That he didn't need to duck, actually. It was that short, and heading that far over his head. That's been a composed stay at the crease for Matt Fisher on Test debut. He's only faced 4 balls, but he looks nice and calm.
It's always used to be the thing, is that new batter comes in, fast bowlers on short leg, regardless of what pitch it is.
And it's Kemar Roach once more up to the crease, bouncer, and again Matt Fisher ducks underneath it, and there's no run. So England have the 500 up. They've got 503 for 8 from 150 overs. And West Indies must be toiling physically and emotionally, but there's absolutely no sign whatsoever of Joe Root calling the troops in. He's still in his training gear on the changing room balcony, and he looks satisfied. I was going to say thoughtful, but I'm not sure that he does look thoughtful. He just looks quite satisfied. 503 for 8, and Mark Nicholas will take you through the next 20 minutes.
I've just asked Darren Goff to find me a bit of water, some still water that's only sparkling, and then he's come back with a wine glass. It's definitely not the plan. I imagine it's to put still water in. Right, Jack Leach, spectacles on. A famous figure, a cult figure in some ways for that extraordinary single that we've just heard about at Headingley in harness with Ben Stokes as one of... Oh, I say that has ripped out of the rough area outside off stump, the bowler's footmarks. It's ripped and it bounced alarmingly, hitting Leach. Let's have a look at the replay. I'm thinking around the hip, top of the thigh pad. Fantastic bit of bowling, and England will be hoping the pitch behaves like that. Down the wicket comes Leach, and actually defends when he gets there. He came down with a sort of high backlift as if he was going to slog it over wide mid-on, but he ended up prodding it for no run to extra cover. Down he comes again, and this one he does slog. Well, actually he doesn't. I'll tell you what, he creams it over extra cover. More of a slice, I think, than a free swing of a straight bat. But he's done very well to get somewhere near it, and he's clearly happy to sacrifice his wicket for a quick 20 here. Such an admirable figure, Jack Leach. You sense that he tries with every piece of himself every time he puts on a shirt, for whether he plays for England or for Somerset, whoever it may be. Looks studiously around him, surveying the field, doubtless looking for the gaps. 507 for 8. A fine day for English batting, led by Root and Stokes, two of the very best, as Leach comes down again and is stumped. Yep, the sacrifice is on, I think. That's a lovely bit of bowling. Maybe he came a little early, but he threw it wide. The declaration has come. I was going to say the bowler Pamal threw it wide, and the stumping was expertly finished, but Leach now trots off. England declare. 507 for 9 is the score. And all in all, this has been a day for Ben Stokes above all to remember. A lovely innings, of course, from Joe Root completed today before he was LBW to Kemar Roach, but it was all about Ben Stokes, who took him on after a quiet beginning. As is his wont now, he tends to spend a bit of time having a look at the attack and weighing up his options, and then once he thinks he's seeing it okay, he just turned it into an assault really on the West Indian bowlers. 153 for Root, LBW to Roach, 120 for Stokes off the back of the 91 by Dan Lawrence yesterday. 120 and 128 balls, by the way, so when I call it an assault, that's why, after a slow beginning. 20 for Bairstow, 33 for Folkes, and 41 for Chris Wokes. Matt Fisher did make it to the crease, so too Jack Leach. He hit a boundary over extra cover, and the West Indian bowlers, all bar Bonner, contributed, though Bonner only bowled a single over. 2 for Roach for 68 from 27 overs, a Herculean effort with 5 maidens there. 1 for 55 for Jayden Seales. Zari Joseph 1 for 101. Virasamy Pamal 3 for 126. Jason Holder 1 for 76, and Craig Brathwaite 1 for 59. So a total of 507 for 9 declared, allowing England a really good run at the West Indian top order this evening with the new ball on another lovely day in Barbados. A breeze, not quite the strong wind of yesterday, a breeze across the ground. I suppose you'd call these the trade winds actually in Barbados from the old days with the ships. But anyway, the long and the short of it is this strong English contingent in the crowd. Alex Tudor has had a crackerjack day out thus far, and it could get better.
Yeah, it could, Marcus. It was a fantastic day for the England batsmen today, as you said, lit up by Ben Stokes in that fine innings, 120 of 128 balls faced. Joe Root just marching on to 153, and then Folkes, Wokes, just a bit of glittering with a few boundaries there at the end, getting England to 507. And as you say, the bowlers now, when you've got that big score behind you, could just run in, not carefree, with discipline, know what you're doing, but you can have attacking fields. The West Indies batsmen are going to be under pressure. They seldom get a first innings total of more than 300, so you can really put them under pressure.
I want you to take us inside the dressing room now. I want you to tell me what you're doing. Will there be a sudden rush to put on your bowling gear, or would you have been ready? Say that you were a waiting batsman. You'd have had to get your pads off. Just take us through the process here, mental and physical.
Well, I'll be watching Gough and Caddick going through their rituals and sort of baiting each other who's going to bowl at whatever end. Goughy obviously would tell him that he's the quicker bowler, so he's having the wind, and Caddy be muttering under his breath, but you know what a partnership they were. And I generally was, as Goughy just said in my ear, first changed bowler. But I'll be getting myself ready, most probably be out there with the bowling coach, bowling to a mitt, and just sort of focusing on what the captain and the team would need of me. I mean, the way I bowled, I was an attacking bowler, I wasn't a maiden bowler, and you know, if the captain Nick gave me the ball, I knew he would want me to get a wicket. My field would be accordingly, and I would give it everything for those 5 overs.
So mentally, you would now put yourself in the position that the captain's given you the ball. You try, as you bowled a few looseners into the mitt, as you called it, that's a coach with a baseball glove on. You'd actually want to set up that in your head and make a picture of it in your mind.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, from watching, you'd be looking and say, right, what are the right lengths to bowl? Where would you be able to ask questions on a wicket like this? As Darren says, and we both said at the beginning, you know, be trying to hit the stumps. Make sure the batsmen play with that new ball. Do not waste it, especially when you're away from England. You need to make them play as much as possible. Don't bowl those pretty lengths where they're just leaving it and it's going through to the keeper. If you do go for the odd boundary, do not worry about that. While the ball is hard and it's swinging, give it the opportunity to get it up there, get it in the right areas.
Nerves?
Yeah, I was always nervous at the beginning, but generally after I bowled my first ball, I was generally okay.
So the nerves didn't hinder you in your preparation at all?
No, because I was...
Or were nerves good? Could you put nerves to good use?
Oh, 100%. I mean, when I remember going back to my debut mark when I was bowling at Mark Taylor, at first I couldn't believe it because I remember watching him as a kid playing. Then I was playing at Test match. I remember I just had to rub my hands when Alec decided to throw me the ball on the ground just to get them dry. I was so nervous. But then after I bowled the first ball, which he left, that just settled me down and I just got into my work. But as a young kid, I was always confident that I could get anybody out. That's just how I was. Didn't always happen, and I fetched it a few times, but I had that belief that I could get anybody out.
And would you have a field setting in your head, or would you rely on the captain for that?
No, I knew what sort of field I would generally bowl to. I would generally, you know, depending on the bounce of the wicket, but I may have a short leg, a few slips, a gully because of the bounce I had, and I used to bowl sort of the in movement towards the right hander away from the left hander, and then when my wrist got wrong, it was the sort of like a leg cutter, so I had a lot of balls caught in the gully, so I'd always make sure there was a good fielder there. Ben Hollyoake, when I was at Surrey, God bless him, used to catch absolutely everything for me there. He was phenomenal. But you know, I didn't used to pitch up too much, so I didn't really worry too much about mid on, mid off. There's people square of the wicket that were important for me.
I've got to laugh here. Television have just put up a list of the highest scores for England. Mark Ramprakash is just ahead of Joe Root. He played marvellously well here in 1998 off the back of a very good performance on a difficult pitch in Guyana. He came and got 150 here, and I think most of us thought that was it. He was sorted, and it just didn't quite end up that way for him. He never really cemented his ability and therefore a permanent place in the side either. But I looked down the list and it had one initial for each person, so you know it said M Ramprakash, J Root, but it said T Greg and T Dexter. The reason I'm giggling is that Tony Greig, of course, was Anthony Greig, and Ted Dexter was Edward Dexter. But anyway, Joe Root second on the list with his 153, and now is outside talking to Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. These three experienced players, each of them with their beards. We talked about beards a bit earlier. Root's is just a little fairer than the strong red beards of fiery coloured beards that belong to Bairstow and Stokes. They almost look frightening men. Root skipping out now towards the middle. Oh, how he could do with some strikes this evening. He goes to talk to Saqib Mahmood, two men on Test debut as the England players get together for a huddle. Matt Fisher's there, Test caps number 702 and 703. Now all the players are in the huddle to listen to Joe Root, of course, who knows the most about this pitch because he's the one who's batted the longest on it. So I imagine his words are just concentrate. Just if chances come, we've got to accept them. There won't be many on this surface. When they come, we've got to take them. So concentrate, support each other, support the bowlers. Let's really make this count. This is a tired team that we're going to bowl at now. The opening batsmen come out understanding that there's a lot riding on them, because if you lose 2 wickets quickly here, you can have a panicky dressing room and you can really get on top even on what seems to be a flat pitch. And as Alex Tudor said so wisely earlier, you absolutely cannot see this as a flat pitch. Once that gets into your head, you hold off a bit, you bowl within yourself. What you've got to do is run in and hit this flat pitch very hard. Yeah,
100%, Mark. From a young man, I was always told that, sometimes you'll see a flat wicket and then when you go to bowl on it, you'll be like, oh, it's flat, I'm not going to give it everything, and you just bowl within yourself. No, just run in, hit it hard. It doesn't matter that, it didn't look like it was going through. Just feel that you can be that bowler that can extract the bounce or the sideways movement. You have to have that belief. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day in the field.
But the key thing, I want you just to repeat it, the key thing, make the batsman play.
Yeah, the importance of making the batsman play. As Darren alluded to at the beginning, you just felt that the West Indies and possibly Chris Woakes in his first spell in Antigua, who's just hiding the ball outside off stump, and that's what I talk about, people looking after their figures. While that new ball is hard, you must make the batsman play. Yes, you may go for the odd boundary, but you also may get that edge.
Okay, Alex Tudor, thank you very much. There's a light roller, and it really is a light roller, and it'll make absolutely no difference to the surface at all. It may tidy it up a little bit, flattening any indentations, but it won't in any way make the pitch easier to bat on. In fact, I would say that I'm surprised there isn't a heavy roller. Generally, a heavy roller flattens the surface even if it's flat in the first place, but anyway, it's a light roller that Craig Brathwaite called for, and he's a local, so he knows far better than I. Your test match average of 32, I'm surprised at that. I thought it might be a little better than that. Steve Harmison, I think, has joined us over there in Bridgetown, Barbados. All well?
Yeah, all well. I think the wicket might have done with me and Goffey run up and down in it for a little bit, more than what that light roller's just given it. I think we've seen a little bit of spin at the end of the England innings, so that should be a encouraging sign for Jack Leach, because there's no doubt he will get the ball. The ball will be new, the ball will be relatively hard, and the ball hopefully will be turning for him.
Chris
so
Woakes
first ball
is going to use the new ball, and England have 3 slips in the gully, roared on by the crowd. It feels like home support here, and he bowls a good ball, perfect, making the batsman play. A hint of shape there away, I would say, and Brathwaite is back and punches it down into the mid-wicket area, where an alert-looking Matt Fisher does the fielding, and now he's got the ball back and he's just holding it seam up, looking at it longingly, lovingly, as if it can be his weapon today. One thing at a time for England. Woakes, get it right, make him play. Here he comes, second ball. A little wide, and it's thrashed away, actually. I think that's a boundary. It is. Craig Brathwaite is away. A short and wide, and he played a slightly unusual looking cut stroke, half back foot drive, half cut, but it's gone for 4, and Woakes won't have liked that delivery at all.
No, a little bit shorter than the ball before, and width. Brathwaite got off to a flying start. His fastest 50 in Antigua. A lot of short and wide balls from Overton and Woakes. It's got to be a lot better here.
Well, that's an un-Woakes-like ball, as somewhere in Antigua. Here he comes again, and that's also a tad short, left alone outside off stump. Actually carried through at quite a good height to Ben Foakes, who took it in front of his chest. Very nice to see 2 young players on debut. Any captain likes to work with young players to shape them. As a captain, you try to, ideally you build a team in your image, your beliefs, your strategies, and you want to encourage young players into that. Wokes again, full, and that ball doesn't swing, and it's driven down the ground by Brathwaite, who loves the hardness of this new ball here. 4 more. So, well, you wouldn't quite call it a flyer, but certainly a very good start. Wokes briskly back to his mark, shaking his head, obviously unhappy at one long hop and one half volley, costing him 8 runs. But the answer is, you bowl them there. If the batsmen are good enough, they'll hit him. That ball did swing, so he mightn't mind Brathwaite going after it. In fact, now the replay shows his face is, if you like, exasperated by the fact that it went off the middle of the bat, not the edge. Here comes Wokes again. That's straighter, and this worked to square leg. There'll certainly be 2 here as Mahmood comes round to do the fielding. So Brathwaite looks in good order. He's clearly seeing the ball very well, and he doesn't look, there's nothing about him that looks jaded. You know, some batsmen at the crease have a sense of purpose, of urgency, and certainly Brathwaite has that today. In the past I've seen him not have that, but he looks on it, for want of a better expression. 3 slips of gully, a square cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And it's left alone. That's a good ball, left alone, just outside off stump. 10 for no wicket after the first over. England declaring with 507 on the board, 9 down, after Ben Stokes made a sparkling 100 from 128 balls. He made 120 runs, and Joe Root finished with 153. So a fine day for English batting, and we haven't been able to say that quite enough in the last year. But it is a good pitch for batsmen, no doubt about that, because the bounce is even. I wouldn't say that it's racing onto the bat, but the bounce is even. Steve, what's the trick here for Fisher now on debut? Deal with the nerves, or do you know much of him?
Yeah, I know. I got to know him quite well before the T20s, coming out here into the Caribbean, commentating on the T20s. Darren seconded me into coaching Yorkshire for a few weeks, and I spent a bit of time with Matt Fisher. This boy's got some skill. He has got some skill, but it'll be about the nerves.
Here we go. First ball in Test cricket, and it's gone to the boundary. It's just outside off stump, very full, and John Campbell has leant on it. And he reminded me of somebody doing that. That was a classic left-hander shot, using the angle and the pace of the ball. A really lovely bit of batting. It sort of slid off the blade and raced to a square third-man boundary down there. He was in control with his top hand and just gave a little punch with his bottom hand, Steve.
Yeah, he did, and it was controlled in the area he was trying to hit it. He was purposely hitting it that square because the ball was full.
So 14 for no wicket already from 7 balls. Here's Fisher again. And that beats him. Oh, he edged it. Yes, he has. Fisher has his first Test match wicket. What a moment. Fantastic for Matthew Fisher. 2 balls, 1 boundary, 1 wicket.
A little bit like Zach Crawley in the first England innings, where he didn't know how to play it. No, it wasn't. I've just looked at the replay. I thought he took his bat away. He didn't. John Campbell. A little bit of indecision. Ball just outside off stump. Got to an under edge, and Matt Fisher gets his first wicket in Test cricket. What a wicket it is. Motion for the young man. He runs down towards the corner. I'm assuming his mum's sitting in the corner of that stand. There's a point up to the air. Again, an emotional celebration, just like Ben Stokes, somebody who else lost his father. It's wow, what a feeling that must be for the young man from Yorkshire. Goffey, I'm sure you're proud as punch, sitting there, director of cricket of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
We're going to get him on. Goffey.
Yeah, I mean, great start for Matt Fisher, wasn't it, on debut? Tall bowler, bit nervous that first delivery, you could see it. Just give him a bit of width, but the second one, right on point against the guy who we know in Test cricket is likely to play a rash shot. So a great start for Matt Fisher.
Ooh.
And Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
When Yorkshire
you had to
are
put
strong,
that in, didn't you?
when Yorkshire are strong army, England are strong.
Absolutely, Darren, and I'm over the moon for the young man. As Mark, you asked, I did spend a bit of time when Darren asked me to go in, and the one thing I noticed straight away is this boy knows his game. He knows he's got some skills. He had an idea of how he was wanting to set up, getting ready for the West Indies, and what a start.
Yeah, tremendous celebration. That is unbridled joy. Here he comes again now to bowl to Shamra Brooks, and he leaves it alone outside off stump. But there's a little bit of shape there. It'd be hard to say what pace he is, but I'd have him sort of mid-80s perhaps, MPH, mid-130s kph, something like that.
Yeah, early 80s at the moment. I think there's a little bit of nerves. I think once he gets a bit loose and gets going, might crank it up to mid-80s, but I think he's got the skills he's got, but from moving the ball laterally with the new ball is what has made Matt Fisher, why England's picked Matt Fisher.
Oh, you can imagine the nerves going through Shamra Brooks here. He waits for Matt Fisher, heart pumping. Fisher bowls, he goes back and plays it very comfortably. He's a tall, slim chap, and he played that nicely actually, right on top of the ball. Got to get it up to the bat, get the fella coming forward. Got to get that front leg out of its ground. If you allow him to stay back in the crease, you give him time to play the ball. What you want every new batsman to do is have to move. Got to move, because early on it's so difficult to move right. There's no precision when you arrive at the crease. You're getting used to everything, the light, the bounce, the opposition. Here he comes now, Fisher. He bowls, and that's a ripper, zips back off the seam. It's left alone very well, and Brooks has the common sense to get his hands and bat well out of the way. He lifts it very high, and the ball did bounce quite alarmingly actually, with a bit of a wobble seam, sort of thing that had he not done that, you could easily brush off the glove as it flies through to Ben Foakes, who throws himself down the leg side to make a fine take from what was effectively a fast and bouncy off break. England will be pleased to see a bit of movement out there. Final ball of Matt Fisher's first over to Brooks. Brooks is back and defends with some uncertainty. The extra bounce there meant he took his bottom hand off the bat. Exciting sounds from the Kensington Oval. And if you're out and about, you want to keep up with the cricket, you can get us on the TalkSport app. Just swipe right for TalkSport 2. You can get us on your smart speaker, online, and now on the TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us, and indeed a ball-by-ball scorecard too. So that's worth knowing. I think we're going to switch our attention now to Barbados, to the ground itself, and to Barry Wilkinson.
Thank you so much, Mark. And I said to Samuel Badrick earlier that the West Indies still have to come here and bat properly, because it's all well and fine to talk about the pitch and it's not doing this, not doing that, and all of a sudden England look very lively. So Bratton is on 10. Here comes Woakes now, bowls to him again, and this delivery's on the line in the middle stump. He plays it into the onside, and there's no run. It was kind of a half shot, wasn't it? Didn't seem as if he didn't know if to play at it or if to leave it alone.
I thought that was the case, a bit like Zach Crawley, but it wasn't quite as bad as Zach Crawley taking the bat away fully. I think he played at it, and then once he had nicked it, then he tried to retract the bat. But I'm really pleased for Matt Fisher, see him work closely, getting ready for this tour, being given a chance, and the nerves will.
This delivery on the line in the middle stump. On the front foot, for defensive. England have got their tails up, you can tell.
Yeah, a lot of chat. Johnny Bairstow up to the stumps, making sure that both West Indian batsmen know that they're playing against the team here. And for Matt Fisher, yes, there'll still be a little bit of nerves, but to get his first wicket on the board in his first over, just calm him down ever so slightly.
As Woakes comes in again and bowls to Bradford, and Bradford gets a delivery on the line, the off stump. Came a bit low as well, and was pretty close to that off stump. What I have noticed, Steve, you can tell me why. Woakes is not the quickest, but I've just recognised that you can see the keeper and the slips are virtually 3/4 way. They're not very far back at all.
No, they're not very far way back, because I don't think there's a great deal of life in this pitch. I think when the ball hits the pitch, it slows it down and takes it out, and it loops. It's a little bit more tennis ball. So from a pace point of view, the slips and the keeper have to come a little bit closer.
Wilkes bowls again to Brathwaite on the line of the all stump. Brathwaite sees it, leaves it, and taken by the keeper.
It's not quite Antigua. Ben Foakes stood up for a large proportion of the Antigua Test match when the ball got a little bit older, even to somebody the height of Craig Overton. So not only does that tell you what the pitch was like, as well as how good the glove work of Ben Foakes is. But England will be more encouraged. That ball new, end of the day, it's a little bit cooler.
As Wilkes again to Brathwaite, delivered that short. Brathwaite is defending into the onside, into the offside rather, and there is no run.
When they're hitting that good length, there is just a little bit of tennis ball bounce when you with a ball with a newer ball. So England won't want to waste this like they did in Antigua. Interesting that what Fisher said, because the TV interviewed him before the game, talked about getting his cap off Joe Root. But he also said when he gets the ball, he wants to be brave when he gets the new ball.
Wilkes again, balls to Brathwaite, wide of the off stump, left that alone, end of the over. West Indies 14 for 1 in this over number 3, with Brooks yet to score and Brathwaite 10. Back in the hutch is John Campbell, caught Foakes the keeper off of Fisher for 4. You can almost say that he was fishing outside the off stump with his bat.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, he was. The way he came out to play in Antigua, he came out a man with a mission. I think, was it 2 weeks before the first Test match, John Campbell got a century on this very ground. For Jamaica, I think it was against Barbados, but obviously Craig Brathwaite got 270. But 2 scores like that, and there was still a result in the game.
Fisher bowls, and Brooks is on the front foot stylishly, plays it up to the mid-on area, and there's no run.
So that tells you about the pitch. Also tells you how good Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell have been in, and I thought Brathwaite played nicely in Antigua. But it also tells you that this pitch should, in theory, break up. I don't think there's been a draw here in first-class cricket since 2018. So that's all encouraging signs for England, but they've still got to put the ball in the right area.
Matthew Fisher, the 24-year-old from York. Here he comes in now. Balls to Brooks. Brooks gets a good short delivery that he's forced to defend and take one hand off of the bat. That had a bit of pace upon it. Tell me about Fisher. I don't know much of him. I know he's got 63 wickets in first-class cricket. What do you know of him?
Well, he made his debut when he was a 15-year-old, and then he's had a real struggle from an injury point of view. I remember talking to him in January and saying he hadn't put sort of 4 or 5 games in a row together, and that's his challenge now. Now he's made the breakthrough. He had a fantastic trip to Australia with the Lions.
Again, this is a short ball, a balloon kind of ball that goes down to the boundary. He's going to go for 4. Let's see the signal. Buys. I think that's a bit harsh. I thought it was wide. It was a short ball that went over the head of Brooks, and it also escaped the keeper. In fact, when you look at the replay, you can't even see the ball in play.
The ball wasn't on the screen, which is, I'm surprised it did go by. Ben Foakes got fingertips to it, but no chance of stopping it, I don't think. Well, he might feel as though he could have stopped it. But the thing with Fisher, he had a good winter. England have been keeping an eye on him.
There he comes in again and balls to Brooks, and Brooks is on driving stylishly through mid-wicket. That's going to go quite close towards the boundary. Will it get there? Just stopped. A sliding save out of the deep, but they get 3. I'm sure they're going to go upstairs just to check that, but really well fielded on that particular occasion.
Yeah, good fielding from Saqib Mahmood, another young man on debut. I think he's done a great job in saving Matt Fisher 1 run there. But when England decided that they weren't going to bring Broden Anderson on this trip, whether you thought it was the right decision, whether you thought it was the wrong decision, when they brought Fisher and Mahmood, I felt as though they needed to play them and needed to have a good look at them. There's no point continuously bowling the same bowling attack, Overton, Wokes, Robinson, when they were fit, because we know what they're doing.
3 steps in the gully as Fisher comes in and bowls to Brooks, to Brathwaite rather, and Brathwaite is getting another good delivery at the line of the all stump. He's also forced to take the bottom hand off the bat. Is Fisher a bit deceptive in terms of his pace? Because it seems to me both Brathwaite and Brooks, when they've played that ball in a defensive manner, it has seemed to be a little bit quicker than they might have negotiated for.
Yeah, he hits the splice of the bat a lot harder. He runs in, he's got a nice easy rhythmical run in. He runs in, pretty similar to an angle-wise, and he's got a very similar running style to James Anderson.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump, defensively pushed to the mid-off area to end the over. 4 overs gone. West Indies trail by 486 runs, with Brooks on 3, Brathwaite on 10. They're 21 for 1 on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, there is a similarity to his running style and the way he approaches the crease to James Anderson. Don't want to put him in anywhere near a comparison, or even say he's going to be the next James Anderson, or Saki Mahmood's going to be the two of them are going to be the next Anderson and Broad. They're not. We need to find out more about and build a bigger pool of bowlers when eventually the two great bowlers do hang up their boots and move on to probably the commentary box. It's been an excellent start by Matt Fisher, but I think it was important that when you reset, and that's what they're talking about, that if you're going to reset, give the kids a game and give them a chance to flourish.
Here comes Wilkes and bowls again. Brooks gets to do it outside the line of the off stump, negotiates it well, and taken there by the keeper.
And it's a lot easier to come into a side when a side is putting runs on the board. A lot has been made mention of players that have gone out of this side. Joss Butler is another one. You talk about Joss Butler wanting to play that Adam Gilchrist style innings, but unfortunately England were always 150 for 5. Never ever going to flourish like that. So what would Butler have given to be in a position to walk out at number 7 in this team and the way this has gone?
Walks to Brooks, and Brooks gets a good delivery in the line of the off-step, shoulders arms, taken there by the keeper. This is good bowling by England.
This is better from Chris Wokes, a lot better. This is the Chris Wokes. I thought he bowled a lot better as the game went on in Antigua with an unresponsive pitch, and he's been burdened with the leader of attack. Not sure that's quite fair, because I don't think he was in the position to say, right, I am the leader of the attack, with the career he's had in red ball cricket away from home especially.
As he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is wide of the off stump, taken there by the keeper again, pretty low down. And this has been a very, very good response from England. They made a 507 for 9 declared, and then to get the early wicket, all happening on the second day with still an hour to go and 3 days left. They must feel quite comfortable with their decision to bat first. That's what you want to get when you win the toss and bat first. 500 runs.
Absolutely. Joe Root's won the toss many times in the recent past, but you've got to go and put the runs on the board.
Walks again outside the line of the off stump, very wide of the off stump. Brooks not forced to play at all, leaves it alone and taken by the keeper.
And then not only does that give your bowlers confidence, but it gives you as a chance as a captain control the game. Make sure you can keep catches in position. Matt Fisher talked about this morning on the interview. You want to be braver with length, with a new ball, try and get it up there, try and get it to swing, bring in the outside edge. He's got 3 slips of gully.
As he comes in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets another delivery outside the line of the off stump. He's not forced to play, leaves it alone in a very stylish manner, and there is no run.
And it also gives Jack Leach a chance to bowl with the confidence that he's got runs on the board, and he can work his way through his innings and work his way through a spell, and try a few things to entice the batsman to come at him and play a false shot. So it all goes well when you've got runs on the board.
Walks to Brooks, and Brooks is turning this one into the onside, out to the mid-wicket area. There's no run. Well bowled. The over ends. 5 gone. 21 for 1. Brooks has 3. Brathwaite has got 10. He's on strike. If you missed what happened earlier, England declared 507 for 9. And then the West Indies lost an early wicket. That of John Campbell, who was caught by the keeper Folks off of Fisher for 4. Fisher on debut, 1 for 7. A young man with Wilkes, who I thought might have been perhaps a first change rather than an opening bowler.
No, Fisher's the opening bowler. Wokes is obviously, I think it's right that these two have opened the bowling. Mahmood's got a little bit more pace.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As Fisher bowls now to Brathwaite, who's cutting well. He should get 1 or 2. Takes the first one fast, but that's all he'll get. Just 1 run there for Craig Brathwaite to just rotate the strike. 22 for 1. I think Saki Mahmood is the only player that would have played in the T20s that's in this squad. So he's had a bit of a taste of playing here at Kensington because he played in 1 or 2 of those games. And when I saw him, I said, well, he has good pace. I'm not quite sure about his control, but he seemed to be a very pacey kind of cricketer. As Fisher again turns and runs in now from the Joel Garner end and bowls to Brooks, who's turning this nicely down behind square. There's a fielder there on the boundary, and that's just 1 run.
Yeah, Mahmood's got a little bit more pace through the air, skiddier trajectory, and when he played in the T20s, he didn't bowl, not so much didn't bowl that well. He was very expensive. I thought the West Indies played him well. I thought they went after him, and I think England played, I can't remember who it was a 50-50 decision between Mahmood and somebody else, and I can't remember who it was. And I think when you're speaking to the coaches, they said they went with Mahmood because they wanted to have another look at him.
Fisher again bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the front foot and pushes the ball to the mid-off area and can't score.
They wanted to have another look at Mahmood, his temperament and in international cricket, and see how he goes after Akeal Hossain hit him for 4 sixes off the last 4 balls of a game. I think it was in the midweek game, it was the Wednesday night game, when Rothman Powell just went absolutely berserk. So I think Root's got it right here. Woakes is bowling with the wind across for an away swing in nicely. Fisher's bowling from the Joel Garner end. I wouldn't surprise me if it's a little short spell.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump and pushed into the offside, square in the offside, and they get a single. That's good cricket there. Ben Stokes picks it up, but they can't stop the single. 24 for 1.
No more than 4 overs, get him into the game. Chris Woakes will bowl from the Malcolm Marshall end, probably a longer spell if he bowls nicely, and then get Saki Mahmood into the game from the Joel Garner end. It'll suit him from the Joel Garner end. Bowls more in than he does. His natural is to go in towards off stump and not go away, so the wind howling across towards the Greenwich and Haynes stand will suit Saki Mahmood that way.
Fisher to Brooks, who's on the front foot, defends it into the onside, just to the left of the short leg fielder. Just to let you know that if you want to listen to Premier Football, Everton and Newcastle 0-0 on TalkSport. Yesterday it was a crack of a game with Liverpool beating Arsenal 2-0.
Not interested in that one. Newcastle, that's the only team I'm interested in.
It's 0-0. You might want to switch to TalkSport when you get off, Army. Here comes Fisher in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is getting one outside the line of the off stump, leaves it alone, shoulders arms, taken by the keeper to end the over, where West Indies are 24 for 1 in reply to England's 507 for 9 declared, the latest score here on TalkSport 2.
Good start, both sides, I think. Apart from obviously the wicket of Campbell from the West Indian side, England have bowled some challenging lines, challenging lengths. They've made the batsmen play, bowled some good areas, but then when they've either overpitched or bowled that little bit fuller to go for what you expect, risk a little bit with the new ball. The West Indies have been up to the task and been able to hit the ball to the boundary or to find the deep. So I think all in all it's been a good first 6 overs for both sides. Craig Brathwaite looks in, nice touch. You're going to remember, I think the week before the first Test match, he got 270 on this ground. He got his fastest 50 in Test cricket and Antigua, so he's in a bit of form.
Here comes Woakes and bowls to Brathwaite. This breaks his edge, but has controlled it in terms of played it along the ground with soft hands. They went into the slip cordon, but all along the ground. But that will perhaps give Woakes a bit of encouragement.
Good area from Chris Woakes. Great seam position perfectly upright, giving it a chance to swing. It just shaped away. Nice seam position, and the first time I've noticed there was a little break in the surface. There was a little puff of dust come off that good area, but I thought Brathwaite played it well, dropped his hands.
Here comes Woakes again and bowls to Brathwaite. This time he's defending into the offside, square the offside. They feel that they're running from point, and it picks it up and Brathwaite can't score. But soft hands is always the best way when you perhaps feel that you're beaten for pace.
I've just seen on the replay screen in front of us, the ball before that, he soft hands in towards Johnny Bairstow at third slip. There was a break in the surface, there was disturbance, dirt coming up. Encourage the England bowlers.
Walks in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a short ball, takes his bottom hand off again, stabs it into the ground.
Come on here.
You can hear Johnny Bairstow there giving the encouragement to the
This is us, lads. This is us. yours here, come on.
England side saying, this is ours, guys, this is ours.
Typical Johnny Bairstow. He's one to front up, shout encouragement. Didn't want to do it from slip, he wanted to do it right next to stump cam to make sure everybody in the world heard him. Typical Yorkshireman.
Here he comes again at Bowles, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump, plays square into the offside, still can't score. Brathwaite has just been, I wouldn't say pegged down, but he's been batting some good bowling, because Woakes has been on target since that first over, or the second over, when he got struck for a couple of boundaries. He's tidied up a lot, and he's found that off stump line which he's not letting go. And it's getting closer and closer to the bat, forcing Brathwaite to play, no doubt trying to set him up for one of those slips to devour him. Here he comes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets a ball just on the line of the off stump, just outside of it, and he leaves it alone to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, it was a good length, but just a touch wide. Swinging from wide, it's got a lot more swing from wider. When they've gone straight, it hasn't really shaped away. It happens, that does happen quite a bit with the bowling action. You try and open your shoulder that a little bit more, you jump a little bit wider the crease, and it swings from wider rather than straight.
Walks to Brathwaite, who's driving, well stopped at mid-on. That had 4 written all over it, but a diving save there.
Yeah, good stop by Matt Fisher, and again, that was the example. The ball didn't swing. Craig Brathwaite was able to hit the ball straight down the ground nicely, but encouraging signs from England, encouraging signs from Chris Woakes and Matt Fisher. The ball on one side of the wicket gives Joe Root a chance to set a field when it's like that. So encouraging from England. West Indies have had answers. Jack Leach is marking his run up. I'm not sure if he's going to bowl just yet. Just think he's just having a mark on his run up, but no, yeah, Jack Leach is taking the sun hat off, and Joe Root's decided he wants to have a look at Jack Leach, to have a look if it's going to spin, but with a newer ball, is it going to bounce?
So England 507 for 9 declared, West Indies 24 for 1, Brathwaite 12, Brooks 4. More now from Neil Manthorpe and Darren Gough.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. Well, what an early look at conditions for Jack Leach. He's coming on to bowl the 8th over of the innings, and there has been some turn. There certainly has been some turn in the second half of today for Vasami Permaul, the West Indies left arm spinner. So it's quite a bit earlier than I would have thought. I would have thought that there'll be some fast bowlers, Saqib Mahmood being the main one of them, be thinking, can I have a go while it's 7 overs old, please? Darren Gough,
I'm not surprised by it, actually. I think what we've seen in this pitch, I think it's a big game this for Jack Leach to show how good he is. He's got an opportunity on a pitch that's dry. There is a little bit of bounce.
First delivery for Leach then, and there's some turn off the length, off the straight, and it's pushed away by Shamar Brooks. Square of the wicket on the offside, and fielded at cover point. There's no run. He's been short of form, has Shamar Brooks. His last 6 test innings, 1, 2, 14, 36, 18 and 5. So it's you would think of very beginnings for him as well. 2 slips as Leach is in, and it's too short, too wide, and cut away out towards the cover boundary for 4. That wasn't a good delivery at all from Jack Leach, and see that would be the seam bowler's concern, is that the shine comes off, the hardness starts to lose, come away from the ball a little earlier than they would have liked.
Yeah, and they don't hit the seam as much as a spin bowler, so it's going to take the gloss off the shine of the ball. But there he goes, bit of wide, just easy runs. Nice cut away.
Shamar Brooks up to 8. 28 for 1. West Indies in reply to England's 507 for 9 declared. Sweep shot, big appeal for leg before wicket. They might just want to have a second look at this, England. It was straight. Certainly bouncing too high, was it?
I am missing off.
Great ragging that, not great spin, Leachy.
Nice bit of drift though. It was too high. It's actually. He was sweeping, so he was down on one knee, but it's hit him in the belly button. So probably missing off Andhar, going over the wide and over the top of off stump. Here's Leach once more. Good delivery, and I'm not so sure whether Shamar Brooks actually played inside the line of that deliberately, or whether he's actually missed it by 6 inches.
Turn and bounce though. Like I said, new ball, bit of bounce. Dry pitch. Good conditions for Jack Leach.
Here is Leach once more, and that time he's driven out towards cover, only as far as Matt Fisher. More and more deliveries are disturbing the surface. Coffee, more and more from the seamers, and a couple from Jack Leach have just, it's been a little a puff and some breaking of the surface. 2 slips and a short leg. Here's Leach once again, and that's just wide enough of off stump for Shamar Brooks to leave it alone. He remains on 8. Craig Brathwaite has 12. The man out. John Campbell caught behind by Ben Folkes off debutant Matt Fisher for 4. We've had 4 overs from Chris Woakes at a cost of 10. Matt Fisher's 3 overs have brought him 1 for 10, and Jack Leach's first over costing just 4 runs. So it's a really, really important session mentally for the West Indies, for the home side. They need to stop looking at the scoreboard for a start. Forget about England's 507 for 9. They've got to see it as a positive opportunity for them to bat time themselves, and don't know how they can win the game from here. I don't think they can. Here is Chris Woakes continuing. That's in at the pads, 2 straight. Brathwaite turns it away for a single down to fine leg. Fielded once again by, well, actually Saqib Mahmood fields that.
It's a big game for Chris Woakes, isn't it? People are questioning his performances away from home. I still think he's an absolute gun. I really do. He is the wizard. But his performances away from home, he's not managed to pick up wickets. He's been protecting his figures more than going at the stumps. I think he's been slightly better today, but it's a big game for him as far as his figures are concerned at the end of this game.
Woakes has 3 slips in the gully. Oh, that's a good leave from Shamar Brooks. Very, very close to the off stump, but he's read the line well, picked it well. There was no movement in, it was moving away if anything. 29 for 1. Jared once again has attacked his microphone with gusto, which usually means that there's a sign that he wants a bowl.
Yeah, we can do the Chris Woakes away from home game if you want. He has the worst bowling average of any bowler away from home, minimum 3,000 balls last 10 years.
Chopped away in front of square, sorry, I should say, and it's fielded by Jack Leach, running around from backward point. The worst bowling average of a frontline bowler from anywhere.
From anywhere.
It's an amazing stat, because he's such a talented bowler. Can make the ball go both ways. He bowls a good length, but unfortunately, I think sometimes the influence of Broad and Anderson, who do protect after that new ball, has been a bad influence on Woakes when he's gone away.
Here is Woakes again. This time it's pushed, and that's what it was. Not a drive, just a push to cover for a single. 31 for 1.
All the other bowlers around him, and he is the worst, but all the other bowlers around him are basically finger spinners, which is it's quite common for them, obviously, to struggle. So he's averaging 22 at home and 53 away from home.
It's come down though. It was 60 odd last year.
Yeah,
he's improving.
He gets 1 degree of swing at home in England and half a degree when he travels, which is one of the he's basically half the swing bowler when he travels as he is at home, according to CricViz.
Well, he should be swinging the Dukes though. This is a Dukes ball. Here's Woakes. Ooh, thick outside half of the bat, and it goes between third slip and gully, and Jack Leach chases it down from backward point, only to collect the ball from the unguarded third man boundary. 35 for 1. I mean, I keep saying, if you're not used to the Kookaburra, it's hard to swing it if you aren't unaccustomed to it. But this is a Dukes ball.
Well, it's hard to explain, because that last delivery, right, it's gone for 4, but it's off a thickage hedge, and if he bowled that length consistently away from home, I'll guarantee you he'd be averaging probably early 30s, right?
Here is Woakes once again. Oh, that's an in-swinger, I think, and it's steered away into the gully. straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Craig Brathwaite 14, Shamar Brooks 13. West Indies in reply to England's 507 for 9, declared 35 for 1.
But his problem has been, it's been a yard and a half too short, time and time again, at three-quarter pace. And one of the biggest conversations I've had with him on numerous times was, he's got to attack with the new ball, he's got to bowl a little bit straighter, he's got to bowl a little bit fuller. Because if you can't get wickets with the new ball when you're away from home, how hard do you think it's going to be between overs 25 and 70? It's going to be very, very hard. And you're hardly going to bowl, especially away from home. It'll more going to be the spinners. So you can afford to attack with the new ball.
So from overs 10 to 80, he averages, I think, 24 in England, and he averages almost 50 in outside. And that's because, obviously, in England, that ball swings around for him between overs 10 and 80. Not always, and it still stops swinging eventually.
Jack Leach for his second over, and again, it's defended on the front. He's reaching for it, Craig Brathwaite.
But here's one
no
for you.
run.
Oh, sorry, man. Here's one for you, Coffee, that I'm a bit more confused about. When he does use the new ball, he's still averaging high 30s in the first 10 overs away from home.
Here's Leach once more, and that one is played away to backward point again, and there's no run.
And he's the second best power play bowler in the world in one-day cricket, just behind Trent Boult. And quite often he's been in front of Trent Boult, but he slipped back a little bit. So the white Kookaburra, not a problem at all. The red Kookaburra, huge problems, even when it's brand new.
Leach once more. Forward comes Brathwaite, playing defensively. The question that springs to my mind is why?
Well, he bowls the white ball length with a red ball, and that's part of the problem.
Oh, that's a simple answer. Leach, this little straighter, pitching leg stump, not turning, turned away behind square, fielded by Johnny Bairstow. The second question is, why? Why does he bowl the white ball length?
Because he has success with the white ball, bowling that length, and it's a one-day game, and he gets into the mentalities, but he don't go for many runs, he takes wickets, because people are playing on the up in one-day games, and they're going to nick it.
Leach, once again, straighter, turned once more by Brathwaite to Bairstow behind square on the leg side.
But in red ball cricket, they're going to be more watchful on flatter wickets, and it's going to be harder for him to get nick-offs, or he's not going to hit the stumps because he's bowling a yard too short. And the sooner he works it out...
Played away defensively once more, the rolls back to the bowler.
And he's got to work it out quick, because England could have easily left him out of this tour. Let's be honest about it, right? They could have easily left him out.
He said he thought he was going to be left out.
And they've stuck with him because they still believe in him, like I believe in him. I think he's a terrific talent. And the over 35 for 1 on TalkSport 2.
But he's 32 years old. What do you mean when he works out what length he needs to bowl?
I know, and this is the frustration, but there's a reason why all these coaches that keep coming in, and all these captains or whatever it may be, selectors, directors of cricket, they all go for Woakes because they see what I see, a very, very talented player, and at some point it's got to click. So they're trying now to go with him, show more faith in him, and give him the reins without Anderson and Broad. Now, if Anderson and Broad would have gone, I don't think Woakes would have gone. So they've chose him and said, right, this is your opportunity now without the other two. Go for it. See if we can get an improvement.
Matt Fisher continues, and Shamar Brooks is solidly defending this one. Good straight delivery.
So from the end of 2015 until the end of 2017, I think he played 11 out of England's 15 test matches on the road. And that was the period where he didn't do very well. There's a bigger period where I think it's a problem. He starts playing one test a year in 2018, 2019 and 2020 on the road. And I think what they did was they picked him on surfaces that would suit him.
Matt Fisher, 2 slips in a gully. Forward comes Brooks, defending, no run, 35 for 1.
So he had plenty of opportunities the first time, but had to fight for the new ball quite often with Broad and Anderson. When he comes back, they bring him in when everything is suiting him and it's in his advantage. And the problem there is he doesn't learn some of the other skills that I think what Goffey's talked about is great, but it's also those other skills of getting wickets in those middle overs. He didn't really have to do that when he came back in these other matches. So some of it is just bad treatment, and some of it's also bad luck because, like a lot of England bowlers, other than Mike Wood, almost every one of them would prefer to have the new ball. That's an English fast bowling thing, isn't it? That's very common in English cricket.
Just had a proposal from a man.
Have you?
Sitting in
Did you say
the
yes?
Greenwich and Haynes stand. Here's Matt Fisher. All forward comes Shamar Brooks very late. Not me, to a lady called Mala. A man just stood up with a poster-sized piece of cardboard saying, "Mala, will you marry me?"
Is she watching the cricket? She might not be watching it.
I don't think she's there. I think that's why it was
She's listening to us on TalkSport too.
It was picked up by the television cameras. He had a big smile when he sat down there.
It's a weird proposal if he's from the UK, he's over in the West Indies, and his partner's not there.
And he's feeling so guilty, he's decided to propose to her. 2 slips and a gully as Shamar Brooks opens the face of the bat and it runs out towards backward point. It's fielded by Jack Leach.
If I were him, I'd just have a think about it when he's not on his second bottle of rum. Just have a think about it, and think about doing it early morning or mid-morning and not later in the evening over in Barbados.
Especially if she's not actually watching the television, as she's listening to us on the TalkSport app, on TalkSport 2, and she won't even know about it. Well, she will now, because I've just said, Mala, your partner wants to marry you. That is driven up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off, and he slides to his left but can't prevent the single from being taken. I'm still trying to get my head around Ben Stokes fielding at mid-off. Every time he touches the ball, I think I'm seeing an illusion, because I'm thinking Ben Stokes can't be at mid-off. He's in the slips, but he's not. Still problems with that right index finger, which he had the operation on. A steel pin implanted in there, didn't he? It just didn't heal first time round. Fisher in once again, cut away past the gully and down to the third man boundary for 4. Bit flashy that from Shamar Brooks, quite unexpected, but I guess he had the width and decided that runs need to be scored and not just balls defended. They're still 468 behind the West Indies. 11 overs gone, 39 for 1. The one man to depart. John Campbell caught behind by Ben Foakes off the bowling of debutant Matt Fisher for 4. Earlier England 507 for 9. 120 to Ben Stokes, his 11th Test 100, and a glorious affair with 11 fours and 6 sixes. Struck the ball magnificently and had a ferocious assault on the West Indies bowlers in the 45 minutes or so before lunch, when he scored at almost 2 a ball for a while. Jack Leach's early go with the new ball is extending to a 3rd over now. None for 4 in his 2 overs, 2 slips and a gully, and forward comes Craig Brathwaite playing that one defensively on the offside. I want to see Saqib Mahmood.
You're going to see him in a minute. I think they're going to give Matt Fisher 3 more overs, and then we're going to see Mahmood without any doubt whatsoever. Just giving the ball a little bit more.
Leach in down the leg side. It's missed by everybody, including Ben Foakes, and it's running away for byes. Zach Crawley's chasing after it from slip, and he just gets there a couple of feet before it crosses the rope. I must say that wasn't the best directed delivery from Jack Leach, and he's not really looping it. That one didn't turn at all, but I just went with the angle down the leg side. It wasn't easy at all for Ben Foakes, and whatever Leach was trying, he knows he got it wrong and he's grimacing. It's cost 3 byes. Here's Leach to Brathwaite now. He's on 14. That one is defended, pushed out square of the wicket on the offside. There's an awful lot of noise coming from the England fielders, and that's generally regarded as a good thing. Energy, it's called euphemistically. It's very noisy. Lots of encouragement. Here's Leach again. Forward comes Brathwaite, and the ball trickles gently off his defensive bat. Back to Leach. Only just reaches him. He has to take a step forward to pick it up. Lots of, particularly Johnny Bairstow's cheerleading. He's fielding square of the wicket on the leg side, but he's running in a lot towards the stumps. Forward comes Brathwaite once again, and it's defended out onto the offside. I see that Alex Lees has moved from silly point to silly mid-off. Right in the batsman's eye line.
He's pretty close there as well.
He is, and he's not the smallest member of the team. He's a over a roadblock. Here's Leach once again, and backing across, defending his Brathwaite. There's no run. He was very, very straight actually for the last couple of deliveries, with his right foot almost on the edge of the pitch itself. 12 overs gone. West Indies are 41 for 1. To take you through the next 20 minutes, Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Manners. I don't think England have bowled very well, really. I feel a bit mean saying it, but there's been no sort of pressure created on the batsmen to keep having to deal with awkward lines and lengths. There have been lots of release balls and lots of balls to watch go by. 41 for 1, the West Indies. Little hint of swing there perhaps for Fisher, who bowled it full. And Brooks came forward and had plenty of time to play it, so I don't think Fisher's frightening them out. He's certainly got some energy and some purpose about the way he comes into bowl, but he's not of any great pace. And the pitch has played well. There's no change really. Though there is some spin. I quite like Jack Leach's line, trying to bowl it very straight, fire it in at middle stump, seeing if they can get him, see if they can sort of get the batsman to shut the face on the ball. Fisher again. That's a nice line, just a hint outside off stump, and actually a pretty ordinary stroke from Brooks, who was half cutting and then half leaving and really didn't know what to do. So, we now see a picture of Ben Stokes warming up. Maybe Joe Root thinks it's time for a bit of Stokes magic. Still haven't seen Saqib bowl. So that in itself will be of interest. Skiddy Saqib Mahmood. Matt Fisher in his 5th over here. He bowls now to Shamar Brooks, and that's down the leg side, and lovely footwork from Ben Foakes, in contrast to De Silva, who actually had a pretty sloppy game behind the stumps. But it was lovely the way that when Foakes was taking that ball, it was on his inside. That's how good his footwork was. It went down the leg side of the ball, but he took it on his right side, so he really had to get the feet working to get into that excellent position. He's a craftsman behind the stumps. 41 for 1, that's left alone outside off stump. Fisher banging it into the surface, Brooks having nothing to do with it at all. Brooks has had a pretty miserable run of form of late, but actually he's looked quite calm and controlled here. He's a very tall and elegant looking player. He has 17, Brathwaite has 14. Getting that nice golden light now in Barbados as we edge towards the end of this second day's play. Really beautiful. Fisher bowls again. That's edged and is caught. It can't have carried. Perfect line and length from Fisher, and I think that's all I can assume. The ball didn't carry. Fisher thought he had his man. He ran through as if to begin to congratulate Crawley for taking the catch, but I don't think Crawley has even claimed it. The umpires are coming together now. So Brooks went forward, the ball was pitched up, hinted at a bit of away movement, found the edge of the bat, and Crawley had slipped, tumbled with the ball. Now the umpires are going to check it, and they're signalling that they don't think it's out. That's their soft signal, which means that the third umpire will have to be sure that it is out.
Umpire to director. We have a umpire's review for a fair catch. Soft signal is not out. Fair delivery established on check in front foot. Can you give me your front on, please? Can you just rock and roll that for me? Appears as if the ball has been grounded. Can you just zoom that up for me, please? Okay, thanks. Yeah, it does appear as if the ball has been grounded here. I'd still like to have the zoom up of the front on, please. Yep. Thanks. Just take that forward again for me. Yep, right there. Pierce's ball is grounded. Satisfied the ball is grounded. I'm ready to make my decision to the big screen. My decision is not out. I repeat, not out.
Well, I hope you heard everything from the third umpire there. His decision is not out. He thinks the ball looks grounded, and therefore he's not going to even consider overturning the soft signal. I think it's difficult for the umpires in the middle if the field is uncertain. I think they're almost bound to say that they can't be sure, and therefore the benefit of the doubt goes with the batsman, though there's nothing in the laws of the game that says that should be the case. I think that could have carried, actually, and I don't think magnifying it helps. I've said it 1,000 times, you know, we're dealing with a two-dimensional image of a three-dimensional fact on television. Magnifying it blurs it, and quite often, oh, gorgeous, what a gorgeous off-drive that is. That's as good as anything we've seen all day. That's up there with Joe Root. A full ball from Fisher, and Shamar Brooks leant into it and eased it wide of mid-off for 4. Any of the great players of that shot, I often think of Michael Vaughan, I think of Virat Kohli, lovely off-drives of the ball. Root is amongst them. They'd have been pleased with that. So it ends up 45 for 1 at the end of that over. Just to finish my point there, if you get, you know, a magnification like that, it blurs the picture. The two-dimensional image is flat, which means that the fingers, the glove, the ball and the grass are as one on a flat image. And so it's very difficult for the third umpire to tell. Sorry, Goffey, I apologise.
No need to. I've enjoyed listening to you, mate. I mean, it's true, but I think what you've seen there is one of the difference. You've got young Matt Fisher there when he bowled. The length his ball, which was quite full. The wrist getting driven for 4. One edged that could have been out, and the next ball went for 4. So that's a risk you sometimes have to take as a fast bowler.
Yeah, and much better that than banging it into the surface, which actually is pretty pointless because it's so easy paced.
Yeah, totally agree, and that's what me and Manners were talking about, the difference between Woakes in England and when he travels overseas.
I still don't understand why he doesn't bowl a little fuller and straighter. I mean, that's 2 balls from Jack Leach that are very similar there as the batsmen come forward and defend, and the 3 round the bat, silly point, slip, gully, and Leach bowling nice and straight here, making the batsman play at every ball. If one does misbehave, it can easily find the edge or the shoulder of the bat. Forward he comes again. That guy at silly point is very tight to the bat. It dribbles out on the offside for no run. Good pressure bowling here to Craig Brathwaite from Jack Leach. Brathwaite's been around a long time. You wouldn't think he'd be fit. No, they're moving the silly point across to the leg side. No, why? He just built a bit of action around the bat there. Here comes Leach again. It's left alone outside off stump. Much easier. Get it straight, Jack. Get him playing. Bowl middle and leg if you have to. This is a time to attack. Getting plenty of revs on the ball. A little bit of disturbance in the pitch there. A little bit of dusting. Leach again. That's a lovely line. Very hard for the batsman to play that. He gets squared up, defending it on the back foot. If that kicks at all and bounces, it'll cause some problems, but credit to Brathwaite, who watched it right onto the splice of his bat, actually. Ended up, as I say, playing a bit of French cricket, but never mind, he kept it out. That's wide from Leach, left alone. And an interesting over, still 45 for 1 then at the end of it. 462 the deficit. England declaring 507 for 9. A splendid day for England's batsmen. The drinks come on to the field of play, so we'll have a little pause. It allows us to reflect on what we've seen with the new ball from England, Goffey.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have seen a little bit more from Woakes again. I think, like most times you see him when he goes abroad, he's such a talented player. You want to see him make the opposition batsman play a little bit more. I think he's just got into bad habits from bowling first change, shown many times when he's travelled overseas, and he's lost that know-how to pitch it up. When you bowl that length in England, he gets away with it. Do you know what I mean? He can afford to bowl that short of a length because you'll still get the nicks. It goes quickly. But when you go abroad, you have to pitch it that yard fuller, and I think he's just got out of practice. They've shown faith in him by giving him a tour here to the West Indies without Broden Anderson, hoping that'll bring out the best in him. He had a flat pitch in Antigua. He's got a flattish pitch here in Barbados. And it's not worked for him yet, although I think he bowled better today than he did in Antigua. But what we've seen from Matt Fisher on debut is that dream start. Wicket, well, hit for 4 first ball, wicket with his second ball. So really pleased for him, and what I've seen from him, we can all see, and obviously I've seen him before. Tall bowler, not rapid, bowls a good length, seam up, and in conditions even as flat as this, he's finding the edge, he's finding the outside edge. So that goes to show he bowls seam up, clever bowler, not rapid, but just bowls the right length, good enough to cause problems.
Okay, are you surprised we haven't seen Saqib yet?
I mean, it looks like he's just gone. Joe Root went to Ben Stokes just before drinks, and he asked Ben Stokes which end he wants. So it looks like he's going to go Stokes next before Mahmood. It looks like they brought Mahmood into the side purely for reverse swing.
Okay. That seems an odd selection, but okay. Loads of football, of course, across the station, and the best place for your Premier League fix on Saturdays is Game Day from 11 a.m, where we have live and exclusive commentary of Arsenal's trip to Aston Villa. Then at 5:15 it's the FA Cup quarter-final between Manchester City and Chelsea, and they're both live on TalkSport. Samuel Badri is in Barbados, and Samuel, do you sense a threat from the English attack, or do you sense calm West Indian batting?
Hi, Mark. So far, it's been calm West Indian batting. As long as Craig Brathwaite is out in the middle, you'll get that sense of calmness. He's very composed at the crease, nonplussed, unbothered. Shamar Brooks, similar in nature. So you're not going to get too much animation from them. And so far, the surface, although we've seen some turn from Jack Leach and a bit of swing from Chris Woakes, nothing really to be too worried about. So pitch continues to be, I would say, good for batting, difficult to prize wickets out, but there are some signs of wear and tear. And certainly as we go deeper into this test match, Jack Leach will be a threat. Ben Stokes it is, who will take up the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Okay, thank you. Jack Leach with figures of 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 4. Here comes Stokes for his first bowl after his brilliant 100 today. And immediately he hammers the surface, and Brathwaite is back defending. And there's no run. I always think get a guy who's made 100 into the attack. I don't know about you, Samuel, but I reckon when a guy's up, give him the ball.
100%, absolutely. If they make runs, they generally get wickets as well because of that confidence. Everything is going for them. And he has picked up some wickets in that first test match, Ben Stokes. He has that ability to break partnerships and to get wickets.
That's Fuller, and it's comfortably played into the leg side for a single. It's interesting that how many runs have come in that area. I'd get mid-wicket a bit straighter. Brooks had all the time in the world there to just pick his spot. I think on a slow pitch, if you generally you're looking to bowl full, I think you need your mid-wicket quite straight. If the ball's going square, it's either off a thick edge or you're bowling too much at middle and leg. Anyway, here's Brathwaite now on strike to Stokes. Tucks in behind the ball, quick feet across the crease there, and was in a nice sideways on position. Having got so squared up by Leach in the last over, he held his sideways or relatively sideways on position. It's quite interesting cricket because Stokes is an attacking bowler. Leach is obviously operating with a very attacking line. There'll be chances to score against the seamers, but I doubt there'll be many against Leach. The one boundary off him came off a wide long hop in his first over, a real loosener of a ball. Ben Stokes wiping his brow, runs in now. Bowls a nice line, a tad short, and the batsman had time to adjust to the fact he was committed to the shot and could have been in trouble given the line, but he was able just to force the ball back on the ground in a sort of defensive measure. And no run comes from that either. The crowd's just a little bit becalmed. It's obviously a great time of day to be watching cricket if you're an England supporter, because you've had success with the bat. Now you've taken an early wicket with the new ball. You've got that lovely evening sunlight. You probably had a few Banks beers, and all is well with the world. What they need now is another wicket. Can Stokes find one? It's left alone, wide and full outside off stump. Stokes certainly seems to be coming in with a nice comfortable stride and rhythm, which is good. Obviously a fit Stokes bowling, well, he bowled so many overs in the last test, it was barely believable that Root used him as much as he did. England all urging each other on, as is the modern way. Exhortation. Come on, they're saying, come on Stokesy, and he comes now. And that's nice and straight. Oh, good ball, full and straight. Brathwaite got a bit squared up, but anyway, he got bat on it and he's safe, and there's no run. So the end of that Ben Stokes over. Oh yeah, if he'd missed that, they would have knocked him over. The castle would have gone for sure. Stokes knew it. He threw his head back. 46 for 1 from 12 overs. Remember, England declared 507 for 9, so this is a hard climb for West Indies to stay in the game. England would hope to bowl them out for around the 300 mark, force the pace in the second innings, and have time to bowl them out when the pitch is most worn. And now we get a shot of Sir Gary Sobers, who's been here all day and would have rejoiced in the batting of Ben Stokes, right up his street. Many of the strokes that he surely would have played himself had he been out there. A great flourish to Stokes' batting as Brooks goes forward to Leach and defends down into the gully area. But no doubt, if one of these spins and bounces, woof. Leach again now. Comes in. Bowls a bit short, and that's the first time for a while that the batsman has had time to get on the back foot and safely ride the bounce of the ball, and the higher bounce of the ball played away out onto the offside. Zach Crawley behind the stumps applauding Leach for that spin. Leach working the ball in his fingers like a spinning top. He delivers now, and that one does bounce, and that's why I'd have silly point across. It bounces more than usual. The batsman plays forward, it hits the shoulder of the bat, lobs out square onto the offside. It would have gone just behind square, so that one wouldn't have gone to hand for a silly point, but another might. I think it's a better position than the short leg. Let's hope I'm proved wrong. Here's Leach again, and that's a little too straight. It's swept for 4. Really good shot. Brooks quickly onto it. I like the look of Shamar Brooks. He's got something about him. He's played a nice sweep stroke there, not panicked. Got low, made sure he rolled the wrist on it. Very good. Ball running across his outfield. Definitely quicker outfield today than it was yesterday. Here's Leach again. Back goes Brooks and finds the gap on the offside. Good sprawling stop there from Saqib. Samuel, are you still there?
I'm still here, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's lack of communication there. I hadn't realised you were. I've been wittering on. I'm going to ask you about Jack Leach in a second, so don't go. We've got a still on the television screen at the moment of the two left-armers having finished their action, and you can see how much more drive in his action Leach has got than Permaul. End of the over as it's played out on the leg side for no run off a shortish ball. 51 for 1. What do you make of Leach? When you said earlier you thought he could be a threat as the game went on, is that simply because the pitch will spin, or because you think that Leach himself is a threat?
A combination. I think that the pitch will offer some more assistance for the slower bowlers as we go deeper into this test match. In addition to the fact that Jack Leach has demonstrated tremendous consistency in that first test match, and once you can apply the pressure long enough against any batsman, particularly West Indian batsmen, then sooner or later you wear down on their patience and they might just play an injudicious shot. In addition to the fact that I think he does give the ball quite a bit of energy, lots of revs on the ball. This one is short from Stokes. Shamar Brooks just ducks under that one and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper, no run. So in addition to the surface might give him some more assistance, the fact that he puts that energy on the ball, has a good solid base when he lands, good action, good drive like you mentioned. So all of those factors will make him a threat a little bit later on.
Yes, I'm talk about that drive actually in a second. Here's Stokes again, now coming in bowls, and that's played on the back foot nicely by Brooks out to extra cover. There's no run for it. You know, driving that left hip of his, quite a contrast to Pamal, who actually is much more of an arm bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he uses his fingers and shoulders more than anything else, and that front foot doesn't pivot. He doesn't use that front foot as much as he should as a finger spinner. As a matter of fact, when that front foot touches the ground, more often than not, he's already at that point of release as Stokes comes in once again. This one is full outside the line of the off stump. Cautiously played by Shamar Brooks, goes to the fielder in the offside, no run. Yeah, so he doesn't use that front foot as much as he should. Therefore, he doesn't get enough torque, T-O-R-Q-U-E, on the ball, and as such would not get as much energy or revs on the ball, and consequently less turn.
Yeah, very well explained, thank you. Stokes' best bowling when he's made 100 is impressive, 3 for 38 against New Zealand. How England would love him to get 3 for 38 here as Brooks ducks under that ball. It's too short and there's no pace in the pitch, so it kind of loops over his head and Folks has to bend down to retrieve it, admittedly on the full, so it didn't bounce before it got to him. He's quite a figure, Ben Stokes, isn't he? You know, a powerful man and clearly an intimidating opponent, whether with bat or ball.
Very much so. Quite a player. This one is full outside the line of the off stump. Well forward, Shamar Brooks. Actually, it is in fact a no ball, so he would have just overstepped there, Ben Stokes. But yes, you're quite right. Quite an intimidating character, especially with bat in hand. Quite intent on taking the game on, and that's the way he plays his game, in an aggressive manner, even with the ball, quite aggressive as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. He is. He's there to rough you up if he possibly can. Here he comes now, and that's just down the leg side. And again, lovely footwork from Ben Foakes. He is a pleasure to watch. 27 for Brooks, 14 for Brathwaite, 52 for 1. In reply to England's 507 for 9, and we're getting pictures of Saqib Mahmood warming up on the boundary's edge, so he is definitely about to have a go. He's done quite a turn down there, not a Merv Hughes type performance, but enough to tell us he's on the brink of action. Stokes has 55 on his back. Root, of course, wears 66. Here comes Stokes now, left alone outside off stump, and there's no run. The end of that Ben Stokes over. 52 for 1 as I hand over to our second man over at the Kensington Oval, who is Barry Wilkinson.
Thank you so much, Mark, and you've called it correct. With Mahmood was actually warming up. Ben Stokes wasn't watching, and they almost collided. I can't say comical because it wouldn't have been comical, to be honest, but it did look like a malappropriation of cricket. So 52 for 1. Brooks has got 27, Brathwaite has got 14. The two Bajan boys have said that for Badri, because he always tends to give the batsmen some kind of affiliation with their island. He would have bowled at Brooks, he would have bowled at Brathwaite. He's known these guys from the time he was playing himself, Samuel Badri, and now we've got Saqib Mahmood. 27 first class matches, 70 wickets. He's only got one 5-wicket haul, which is quite interesting. But let's see what he has to offer. His career here is now really starting.
Nice use of that alliteration there, Barry. Barry and Badri talking about Brooks and Brathwaite from Barbados.
And they're bowling with the ball from the Joel Garner end, where there's going to be the debutant. Here he comes now, Mahmood. Passes the umpire and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the ball outside the line, the all-stop taken there by the keeper. We did have a look at Mahmood during the T20s, and I said this to Steve Harmison, and what we saw was someone that was bowling with a lot of pace but not much of direction, to be quite honest, and he somewhat like how Tamal Mills bowled, lots of pace but all over the shot wasn't really impressed when we saw him then, but he's now bowling with a much different ball, different conditions. Do you think he's going to have any memories of what would have happened here a couple of weeks ago when he was playing in the T20s?
Yeah, I think so, because of the recency towards the end of January. We're still in March, so that will play a part. This one is on the line of the off stump full. Brathwaite on the crease, just works that one across through the offside, no run. I think because of that he will, and also because of the fact it's the same ground. So not only against the same team, but also on the very same ground that he was roughed up a little bit. But it's a different format, of course. It's red ball as compared to white ball. It's a Duke's ball as compared to the Kookaburra ball, and batsmen who aren't coming after him. So an opportunity to really get a good start in Test match cricket, just like his counterpart Fisher did, picking up a wicket in his very first over, his second delivery actually.
Here he comes in now, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the ball outside the line of the off stump. Actually died on the way to the keeper, and taken pretty low down. But Saqib Mahmood, who's been able to perhaps extract not a lot of bounce out of that one, but there was some movement, some noticeable movement.
25 first-class matches for him, 70 wickets, Saqib Mahmood, average of 27.9, and on the back of that, earning a Test call-up in this red ball reset, and responsibility on his shoulders.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery that he's punching, square into the offside, can't pierce that offside field. There's actually two slips in a gully. There's a backward point, a mid off and mid on. There's a mid wicket that is almost in a catching position, and there's a backward square leg on the boundary.
And it's going to be a challenge for him, Barry, especially given the fact that obviously he's making his debut, and the bowling lineup is a very inexperienced one. Chris Woakes just has 43 or 44 Test matches.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite this time gets another delivery on the line of the off stump. Well bowled, well played. Gets the ball down to the mid-off area where, interestingly enough, it was struck to mid-off, and Ben Stokes actually threw the ball back almost to the keeper, and then he threw it back to Stokes. So they're playing a game of catch in the middle of the cricket game.
Yeah, so inexperience in terms of the bowling lineup. Another debutant in Fisher, Chris Woakes, his away record isn't that impressive. So a lot of responsibility, and no senior bowlers, no senior fast bowlers to really feed off.
Mahmood in again to bowls to Brathwaite, who's looking to turn this one into the onside. Stifle appeal, very stifle, but it was down the leg side, and no cause for concern. So the over ends with a maiden. It's 52 for 1 West Indies in response to England's 507 for 9 declared. Brathwaite has got 14, the captain, from 54, and Brooks has got 27 from 53. More from Samuel Badri.
Yeah, and the West Indies will be looking to see off the remaining overs, go to the close of play at the end of day 2 without further loss, and if they can manage that, I think that would be a job well done. To get back to the hotel, rest and recover, and come back tomorrow to fight again. England, on the other hand, will be looking to see if they can take a minimum of 1 more wicket this evening, if not 2, and get deeper into this West Indies batting lineup. And so far, just the 1 wicket.
So here comes Stokes down, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets the delivery. He's punching, square into the offside, can't score. Johnny Bairstow was shouting a moment ago, we want 3 this evening, so that's the target, I guess. But if these two can continue batting in the way they are, should be pretty okay. The question for you, Samuel, is if a wicket falls now, are you sending in a night watchman?
Depends on how many overs remaining. I think there are
8 overs remaining.
8.5 overs remaining. I don't think so. I think a batsman should come in, and that batsman who's next listed in Nkrumah Bonner has a very good technique and good temperament.
Here comes Stokes and bowls again. The delivery that's full outside the line of the off stump. Brooks is not tempted and leaves it alone. Well, I don't believe in that watchman at all. I think if there's 2 balls left, you should bring the real batsman out.
No, I don't. That's a little bit extreme. I think maybe 3 overs. I would send that night watchman. You don't want to expose your specialist batsman late in the evening, especially given the situation of the game. So maybe within 3 overs, I'd send that night watchman, but certainly not with 8 overs left.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Brooks. Passes the umpire, and Brooks gets the delivery that's full, driven. He'll get a run. The ball's out to cover point. Squeezes it up to cover point. He goes to 28, Shamar Brooks.
And the wicket of Craig Brathwaite is so vital for West Indies because they know that he can spend a lot of time, lots of minutes out in the middle, soak up a lot of pressure, and he's always unfazed, very calm and calculated. And Nkrumah Bonner, similar mold, but the other batsman, Jermaine Blackwood, you think about him, you think about the other batsmen to come, Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva.
Oh, there was Stokes about to deliver and just lost his run at the last moment. Dead ball being signalled there by umpire Nigel Duggett.
And their ability to absorb pressure, not as prominent as Brathwaite and Bonner. So this wicket of Brathwaite this evening, if they can prize this wicket out, they'd feel that they're in a good position, but it's not going to be easy, especially on this surface.
Here comes Stokes in again, passes the umpire and bowls to Brooks, to Brathwaite rather, and Brathwaite gets to deliver in the line. The off-stump leaves it alone and taken there by the keeper. How will this pitch play tomorrow? Is it going to play much better for batting?
I think it will disintegrate a bit. Very flaky over the last 2 days, and we've seen a couple deliveries. There has been some explosion of the surface, and we'll continue to get that. And so I don't think it will get any better for batting. I think we've seen the best part of it in terms of batting. It will get progressively more difficult and challenging for the batsmen.
Here comes Stokes in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is turning this ball into the onside up to the mid-on area. There's no run for him.
And that's why it's so important, Barry, that they continue to look to score. They have to get to that 307 mark, 308 mark to make England bat again. And I think that should be the first target for the West Indies. Get to that, so at least you ask England to bat again and spend time out in the middle. Of course, they'd want to get to that 507, but feeling that their first target will be that 307.
Here he comes in again, passes umpire and ball to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving pleasantly, but straight to the fielder there at mid-off. Still no run for him. And the over ends with West Indies 53 for 1 in response to England's 507 for 9 declared. We've got Brooks 28, Brathwaite 14. Earlier it was John Campbell caught by the keeper Folks off of Fisher for 4.
It has been a captivating day of Test match cricket, hasn't it? The way Ben Stokes played, the way Joe Root continued, and then those partnerships with Chris Woakes, Ben Foakes, has been a really engrossing day. The fans who have come in here have been entertained, particularly through the batting of Ben Stokes, and they've seen 2 debutants in operation, Fisher, and they've seen Saqib Mahmood now.
Do you know what the fans are chanting? Because I'm trying to figure out. Oh, they're just saying Barmy Army. So they're getting their own royalties. So here comes Mahmood as he comes in now, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets to deliver that short, the bouncer. He sways out of the way, and it's taken there by the keeper. There's some good bounce there and some good pace as well.
Umpire Joel Wilson just signalling 1 short ball for the over. Yes, they've enjoyed themselves here at the Kensington Oval. They've enjoyed the sunshine, they've enjoyed the cricket. I'm sure they've enjoyed the cuisine as well as the beverages, and they've enlivened the atmosphere here at the Kensington Oval.
Mahmood in again, bowls to Brooks on 28, and Brooks this time gets another delivery outside down the yard stump, and he's not tempted any. I think you've got to give England some credit for continuing to grace the presence of West Indies grounds like this for such a long time. I mean, you would figure now that this is the era where more people are into the digital aspect of things, watching more cricket on television, watching it on their iPads or so on, or whatever have you. But England fans come to places, and they've been doing that for decades, and they haven't broken that tradition, so that's really good.
It's a matter of escapism, isn't it? Sports gives you that opportunity as Mahmood comes in once again. Well back, Shamar Brooks just pushes this one to Ben Stokes at a very short mid-off. But yeah, the escapism, escape from the realities of life, escape from COVID-19 and its effects, and just come and enjoy yourself and take that mental break. And that ball, that previous delivery was a no ball. So yeah, these fans are taking the opportunity and escape also from the climate back in the UK, getting the sunshine, the vitamin D, and really enjoying everything that Barbados has to offer and what the West Indies has to offer.
Mahmood in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets a delivery just on the line of the off stump, and he pushes it into the onside, and there's no run.
And they came in their droves yesterday, and similarly today. The travelling fans of this English team, and they've been treated to a batting masterclass once again from Joe Root, and a sublime innings from Ben Stokes. They want to get another wicket or two here this evening to set this game up really nicely, but they've gotten their money's worth so far.
Again, he steams in and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is turning this one into the onside. Straight to the field there at the mid-wicket area. No run for him. 54 for 1.
Barry, there's been a lot of conjecture about the reason for the lack of West Indian fans in the stands in the stadium. We saw just a scattering of fans across in Antigua for the duration of that test match. West Indian fans, that is, largely outnumbered. And again here in Barbados, a similar occurrence.
I'll give you my theory on that in a minute, as Mahmood comes in and bowls to Brooks again. A short ball that's ballooning to the keeper, and that was perhaps signaling now one over the shoulder, but would have been wide in a one-day game. Look, if we didn't have the England fans here, the ground would perhaps have about 1,500 people. Let's be real. Same thing in Antigua, probably less. Because the reality is that not a lot of people watch Test cricket in the Caribbean. They follow it, they listen to it, they watch it on television, they would follow the scores on Cricinfo, Talk Sport for commentary, but they're not going to come here and watch Test cricket in the droves like what they would have done back in the 90s. This delivery is outside the line of the off stump and taken there by the keeper, no run. The over ends, 7 overs remain. The Windies, 54 for 1. 14 to Brathwaite, 28 to Brooks.
And why is that, Barry? Why don't they come? Why aren't they coming? And what can be done to get them to come?
The cricket would have had to improve after the Brian Lara era in terms of entertainment. Brian Lara was an entertainer. People came to watch Brian Lara because of how he batted with the flair and entertain. After the Brian Lara era, we went into the T20 era where cricket became an event. So you get massive crowds at the Caribbean Premier League, you get massive crowds at T20 internationals because they see it as an event. You go and interview the majority of people at a T20 game in the Caribbean and they don't even know who's playing. They're just there because it's an event. And you know that's true, Sammy. People that are here at this particular match are real cricket aficionados. They love the game. That's why they're really here. You're not going to find a person who just wants to come to Kensington because the test match is on. So I think that's the real reason why. T20s has made cricket a big event, and people perhaps go because of the whole outing and the experience, and also the brevity is much shorter than being here for 6 hours.
Jack Leach switches ends from the Malcolm Marshall end, now wrong the wicket once again to Craig Brathwaite on the front foot, no run, the result. So we've identified the issue, lack of home support. We've identified why that is so. I want you to identify now what can be done to get them back at the stadium.
So you're giving me the Iraq method, issue, rule, application and conclusion, as Leach bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump. Very close there and taken by the keeper. Well, my application and forming a conclusion would be you need to get better cricket. If you get the cricket better, people will come to watch it. So that will be the main thing. West Indies Test cricket has not been very good in the last 2 decades, even perhaps a bit more. As Leach bowls again, brings the batsman on the front foot. Brathwaite is very sound in defence. There's 6 overs remaining. He doesn't want to do anything silly. As the West Indies look to go and have a good night's rest and come back tomorrow with those 9 wickets intact. It's the left arm spin of Leach with 2 slips and the short leg. As this delivery is keeping very low, they're appealing for LBW, who's given him. Brathwaite goes straight upstairs and says, I want to review that. It was a delivery that looked pitched on. If anything, he will be saved by the bat because it looked like if it would have hit the stumps. Didn't hit bat first before pad. Let's wait and see. Gregory Bradford of no relation
thank you,
is the
Nigel.
third umpire.
Clear review for LBW. The
once the
original decision given
batsman-
is out. TV umpire to director.
Once the batsman
We have a player's
immediately
review
reviews
for
Barry,
LBW.
that's usually
The original
an indication that
decision
they
given is
think
Front foot
that they've
check,
hit the
fair
ball. In this
delivery
case, Craig Bradford,
established. Can we
I
move
just
on?
suspect he
Front
might have
please.
gotten an inside edge. Let's have a listen. Very close to the bat, hits the back
Pass
foot.
pretty close to the bat.
There is a
Edge
spike,
to
Barry.
use.
Massive
Ultradge
spike.
confirmed
Massive
his bat
spike.
on ball. Ultradge is coming up. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is right next to the bat. Satisfied that there is bat involved.
So
I'm
that
going to go back to
decision
Nigel on the field.
has to be
Nigel gonna have to
changed.
Change your
Good review from Craig Brathwaite. Like I said, once he immediately reviewed, that's a short tell sign that he feels that he's gotten a bit of a bat and saved by that edge.
Well, Nigel Duguid doesn't give you out when you hit the bat, and then when you do hit the bat, he gives you out. Amazing. So Jack Leach should continue. Bowls to Bradford, and Bradford is on driving. That's a sweet shot. Through mid-wicket, he'll get at least 2 here. He's going to come back for the second, he'll jog it. And the total then goes to what? 56 now. 56 for 1.
And interestingly, Barry, that delivery kept quite low. So the first over, Jack Leach from this end already creating some problems and some questions in the minds of the batsmen in terms of the bounce. So there are questions in terms of the turn. Now there are questions with the bounce.
Leach now into bowl to Bradford again, and Bradford is turning this one again into the onside. The over ends, and England will be quite happy with how things have gone. 6 overs remain, 56 for 1. Brooks has got 28, Bradford 16. More now from Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Barry Wilkinson. Well, England obviously will be pleased, but I think the West Indies will be not pleased but satisfied if they can get through to the close, having lost just 1 wicket. 56 for 1 with the captain there. His anchor is firmly taken on the ocean bed. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Craig Bradford, 16 not out of 63 balls. Shamar Brooks has faced the same number of deliveries and has 28. It's going to be another attritional test match, but England have the big number on the board thanks to Joe Root's 153 and Ben Stokes 120. So 500's just an intimidating number. 507 for 9. And as I said an hour and a half ago, it's important for the West Indies batsman not to look at the scoreboard. Here's Saqib Mahmood for his 3rd over, and this one is punched away off the hip out towards Johnny Bairstow at well, not quite mid-wicket, not quite square leg, somewhere between the two, just a couple of yards, couple of metres in front of square on the leg side. And for the West Indies, no thought, no discussion, no conversation about the match situation, because it's just about cricket in its simplest terms, and that is literally taking it ball by ball and treating every ball on its merits and just batting, inverted commas, normally, not batting for time, not batting at a prescribed run rate, just treating every ball on its merits. Now some slightly funky field changes for England. They're putting a leg slip in. Oh, they've changed their mind. He's gone from leg slip to leg gully. That's Johnny Bairstow. They had him he was standing at leg slip and he was saying, is that right? And then he's been moved to leg gully now. 2 slips and an orthodox gully as well, as Saqib Mahmood is in once again. Short, wide and cut, but nicely fielded at backward point by Alex Lees, or Gully. He's been everywhere, is Alex Lees. He's very versatile. We've had him in at short leg and silly mid-off, and he's also been in the slip cordon and in the gully. He's also been sweeping. There's almost nowhere that he hasn't been used in the first 3 innings of his Test career. West Indies 56 for 1. 5 overs remaining after this one from Saqib Mahmood in his 3rd over. Gone for just one run, but it's going to be another run now as Ben Stokes chases it from mid-off out towards the covers. Just when you think, Alex, I mean, Alex Tudor, just, you know, watching from the commentary box, you know, it feels like the game's just drifting towards a gentle conclusion at the end of the day. And I've always wondered, when you're on the field and there's just 5 overs to go, is it hard to stop your mind wandering to what's going to happen that evening and what's for dinner? And you know, because we do see a lot of lapses in concentration and mistakes in the closing overs of a day. I mean, we saw Dan Lawrence driving loosely at the penultimate ball of the day. This one is pushed out on the offside. And there's no run. 58 for 1. The score remains.
Yeah, it shouldn't really be the case, should it? When you've amount such a big total in the first innings, and then you're trying to, West Indies are going to have a tricky period first innings. Facing, just under 30 overs the rest of the day. So, the bowlers should be coming in hard, trying their best to try and get a wicket. As you said, the wicket is not really doing anything at all, and as you say, Brathwaite and Brooks are looking decent so far.
Shakib Mahmood in once again. That's good full straight delivery, attacking the stumps and driven up towards mid-on. A tumbling stop from Chris Wokes. And there's no run. Score remains 58 for 1 West Indies in reply to England's 507 for 9. But it's the players have been on their feet for 6.5, coming up 6.5 hours. It's been breezy. The wind has been sapping the energy, and you are kind of beginning to think of the small pleasures at the end of the day. That's short outside the off stump, left alone by Craig Brathwaite, and he remains on 17 off 64 balls. Must be very hard, Goffey, really. I mean, you've got 5 overs to go, and you're just thinking about whatever it is that takes the pain away at the end of the day. Your ice bath, or your whatever, icy whatever it is.
Well, it's not something I was a fan of, and now my wife, actually, that's one of her businesses. But she runs people, helps with breath work and gets people in ice baths. So can you believe it? Would you have ever believed that? Because I hated them when I played. But I think the good thing about the Caribbean compared to anywhere else in the world is, but you go back to the hotel and immediately you're met with sitting on a beach and just chilling out and just relaxing, put your feet in the sea if you want for 5 or 10 minutes, and then go back to your room and chill out. It's a wonderful place to talk.
Jack Leach in for another over, and there's a full-on leg stump clipped away nicely by Brathwaite towards deep mid-wicket, and clipped, not hit. That's why it's only 2 rather than 4.
And have a couple flying fish cutters. I was going to say rum punch, but not on.
Well, just a couple. You're all right with a couple. Not really, as long as you drink your water as well. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, hydrate.
No problem.
Very important.
60 for 1. But it's been 2 long toiling days, and I must say that I've mentioned a couple of times about Steve Waugh's theory as a captain, that if you take a team into a 5th session, never mind a 6th session, then you're 2 wickets to the good. That's the value of batting for such a long period of time. Leach in again, pushed away defensively, blocked actually, not even pushed by Brathwaite. But it hasn't been the case so far, because the West Indies have managed to bat through 22.5 overs, and they've lost just 1 wicket. And I dare say, as Leach is in once again, forward comes Brathwaite playing defensively, and there's no run. I dare say that the West Indies and John Campbell will look in the mirror collectively and blame that wicket on a bit of looseness and carelessness. I mean, it's disappointing, isn't it? 4 and out.
He didn't have a great time in the field, though, did he? So
he had a very modest time in the field, in fairness. Leach in, short, wide, quicker one actually. I think he's pushed that through, and it's been cut away by Brathwaite for 4, down to 3rd man. Leach doesn't often bowl the quicker one, but that one did seem to really skid through, just enough width to cut it down to the 3rd man boundary.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. As you say, he's pushed this one through, just rocked on the back foot, I just like the lateness and when he played that sort of even past his back pocket, cut it down to that vacant third man. 4 runs, he moves on to 23. 68 balls faced, 64 for 1.
Jack Leach is spinning the ball with his left hand into his right hand, and he's in once again, and there's a thickish outside edge all the way along the ground, fielded by Zach Crawley at first slip, no run.
I just get the feeling from watching though is that they're just going to stay in this game, England, and what I mean by that is but with patience. They're making things happen. It looks like they're going to get wickets, and I think if they get one, I think they'll go bang bang.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened in this situation with scoreboard pressure, is it? 2 slips and a forward short leg as Leach is in again. Forward comes Brathwaite, and there's no run. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Craig Brathwaite has made a mental change. It may have happened in the previous Test matches before this series, but I've seen enough of him to know that, I mean, his strike rate, career strike rate is 35. But the mere fact that in a situation like this, where he would classically just not even consider scoring a run or playing a shot, that, you know, that just chopping that one down to third man in the previous over, he's definitely made a mental shift to actually be aware of scoring opportunities, even in a situation like this where he would normally be very happy with 30 consecutive dot balls.
Yeah, I think you're right, Manners, and I think there's obviously a conscious effort as well to try and put pressure on Jack Leach, because they definitely did that, didn't they? When he first came on in Antigua, they went after him. Well, he certainly did.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Saqib Mahmood, and that's full and straight and wide enough to be left alone by Shamar Brooks, who's 29, Brathwaite 23, West Indies 64 for 1.
But I think the problem for him here is, but I think that's something they learned from Australia going after Jack Leach and what it did to him, and India, by the way. But I think what you've got a situation here is, I think they would have probably come at him again, but they can't. The conditions are not allowing it now, because there is a little bit of grip there for the left down spinner. It looks like he's going to be difficult to face over the next couple of days, and they've been very watchful on Jack Leach.
Here's Saqib Mahmood once again, and that's left alone outside the off stump. There were appeals. He left it alone. He's actually played half a foot inside the line of that, but there was obviously a noise and the slips weren't aware of it, and they were shouting and appealing.
Yeah, played inside the line. It was a good length, actually. It was fuller, I think, the batsman expected. Sort of scrambled seam. It was a good length. It was nowhere near it. Good bowling by Saqib Mahmood, getting into his work. 3.2 overs. Should be settled down now.
Here's Saqib Mahmood once again. 2 slips gully and a leg gully, pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. This is the 7th time. This is something for us to talk about tomorrow, but I'm going to warn you now that it's a subject that we'll talk about. It's the 7th time that 2 England fast bowlers, seamers, have made their debut together in the same Test match. I don't expect you to remember. Actually, I think it's the 8th, beg your pardon. I don't expect you to remember or know very much about the first couple of occasions. Jeff Jones and John Price against India in Mumbai in 1964. Tom Cartwright and Fred Rumsey against Australia at Old Trafford, also in 1964. And then we get into more familiar territory. Jonathan Agnew and Richard Ellison debuted together. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again. Full drivable, but wide, and too wide to drive, and Shamar Brooks leaves it alone.
Well, I hope it swung that day. Where was that game at?
The Oval, 1984.
Oh, dear
West
me.
Indies won by 172 runs.
Was that? Well, yeah. Was that Agars' only game?
No, I think
Did he play one Test or a couple?
No, he played
three or
played
four.
3 or 4, I think.
Did he?
All right, we'll talk about these as well. David, Sid Lawrence and Phil Newport against Sri Lanka at Lords in 1988. They also debuted together.
I played against both of them as well.
England won by 7 wickets.
Wow.
And the next one might surprise you. I'll wait until Saqib Mahmood bowls this ball full and punched off the back foot into the gully once again, and is fielded by Dan Lawrence. Mark Eilert and Martin McKay against Australia at Trent Bridge in 1993, and that match was drawn. Tim Bresnan and Graham Bunny Onions against the West Indies at
Yeah,
Lords in
I
2009.
gave him the caps
Both of them.
that day. Yeah, I gave Brezzy his cap and Onions. Yeah, both of them. I presented both caps that day.
Did you have to do the long speech back then?
Yeah.
Or the short
yeah.
speech. Were you
Yeah.
off your short speech run?
Yeah, no, that was a good speech. It was an emotional speech.
You've given a few caps, haven't you?
Yeah, a few caps out.
It's Saki Mahmood. He'll
I
get
love-
his one-day cap
Love a
from
cap.
you. Here is Saki Mahmood once again, and that one is pushed up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. 24 overs bowled, 3 remaining in the innings. The West Indies are 64 for 1. Rent a cap. Goffey. Actually, everybody seems to have done quite well after being given their cap by you, so maybe you're a good omen.
Well, it's a proud moment actually, because it's hard to keep to try and stay calm and not get emotional, because when you play for England, it's obviously a very, very proud moment, and you're quite emotional when you used to make your debut, but nobody had to make a speech on you. But you've seen now all these speeches before the guys go out. It can be very difficult for the guy making the speech, because he thinks back to his memories when he was getting his cap as well, and it's a very emotional moment.
Here's Jack Leach bowling his 8th over, pushed away defensively up on the onside by Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. Brathwaite 23, Shamar Brooks 29. West Indies 64 for 1. They are still well in arrears of England's 507 for 9. Here is Jack Leach once again, driven up towards mid-on and fielded by Saki Mahmood, and there's no run. Richard Ellison was the first bowler. I was a wee lad when he made his debut for England, but he was the first time I ever really saw swing bowling. He was absolutely brilliant on his day. That's forward comes Brathwaite pushing out on the offside. I can't remember ever being aware of such lavish swing before Richard Ellison.
Do you know what my first person I played against who I thought just swung it miles was Newport, playing against Worcester.
Leach again. Forward comes Brathwaite, steering behind square on the offside. And yours, Tudes?
I was just going to say, because Worcester were a nightmare. You had Stuart Lampitt
And Newport, and Newport's trousers were always red. One from his knee all the way up to the back of his backside.
Neil Radford.
Neil Radford, yeah, he used to swing a bit at Worcester.
He was a bit quicker, wasn't he, than the others. Here's Jack Leach once again. Pushed. Well, maybe that's just my memory. I remember Neil Radford had quite a quick bouncer.
Is Mark talking about Malcolm Marshall there, the great Malcolm Marshall swinging the ball? Because I can't hear you. Malcolm Marshall?
We need Mark Nicholas's microphone turned on if possible, Ollie, so he can take over in a moment, but join the conversation now. This one is chopped away behind square on the offside and down to the third man boundary for 4. That was very, very tidily done, it must be said, by Craig Brathwaite, who moves on to 27. Shamar Brooks has 29. There are 2 overs remaining to be bowled in the day, and the West Indies are 68 for 1. As I say, 2 overs to go in the day, and to describe them to you, it is indeed the one and only Mark Nicholas.
Well, you've missed the one and only Ian Botham. Now, he really swung the ball at a good pace. Alan Knott reckons the best swing bowler he ever saw. Swing bowler. Oh, no, believe me, Beefy swung it plenty. Have you never seen the film of Bob Massey at Lords? He swung
72.
it absolutely miles. The Australian, 16 in the match. Absolutely. Mike Proctor, the great South African. You live a life in South Africa now. See him swing the ball. The first swing bowler you ever saw was Richard Ellison. Get out and smell the flowers.
He did swing it long.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Driven very well too, and timed a bit better perhaps than England thought. But there's a sweeper out there for these off spinners from Dan Lawrence.
What about Graham Dilly?
Yeah, outswing.
Played in Worcester as well. Bit of outswing.
Hit the deck though, didn't he?
No, he did swing it. It's a fair call. Goffey could swing it.
Where does Alderman fit in? Is he?
Jerry Alderman, yeah.
Cork.
Perfect.
Neil
Outswing.
Mallender.
Cork when he first came on the scene.
Here's Lawrence again. Big jump and leap and bounce, and ball is lobbed up and played on the back foot pretty comfortably by Brathwaite, who's unbeaten with 27. Brooks with 30. 69 for 1. The West Indies resisting England here. 1.5 overs left this evening. 1 over and 4 balls. Sorry, Jared.
No, I think Damien Fleming for just sideways movement. He always seemed to just move it. It just kept going until first or second slip a lot with him.
Adrian Dale? Not Adrian Dale. Who's the
Adam Dale.
Adam.
Yeah. About
now we're
2 yards slower.
We're changing the parameters here with these guys.
We're getting bored.
He goes
aren't
back. Calm down, everybody.
Mark
Brathwaite
Elam.
goes back and hits it to mid-on. And there's no run. 69 for 1 in reply to England's 507 for 9. Brathwaite on strike. Waits for Dan Lawrence, as I say. A bit of Graham Swan about him, actually, in some of those initial movements, but that's about it, really, as the ball squirts off the inside edge for a single. Don't even dare to come in here, Jared.
Nicholas is going to get sued by
But
Swan for
they're
libel.
They're both males trying to vote off breaks. Okay. Swanee, I'll take that back. Well, there is, you know what I mean? The sort of the whirling arms and stuff here in this first bit, just this bit, the walk in, and then okay, no more after that. He bowls again. That's outside off stump, taken by Ben Folkes, and nothing happens to that ball as we come towards the end of the day's play. 7 balls are left, assuming they're all legit deliveries. Lawrence, who at this time last night was part of a drama, remember, he got out the penultimate ball of the day's play. Well, it became the last ball of the day's play as he bowls a short ball, and it's pulled out to deep backward square leg for a single. And Shamar Brooks has looked very comfortable. I'm most impressed with his temperament as much as anything else. 31 he has from 77 balls. So it wasn't to finish in quite the flurry Lawrence was involved in last night, and instead it'll be Jack Leach to bowl the final over of the day's play, a day that has belonged to Ben Stokes after the most thrilling 100 you could wish to see, and to have played it in front of Sir Garfield Sobers, the greatest all-round cricketer of them all, and of course a left-hander with a flourish himself, must make it extra special. Ben acknowledged his father, Jed, who he lost, of course, and that loss has caused him such pain. And it was a highly emotional moment, not just for Ben and friends and family, but for the crowd here, I think, who understood what a difficult year he's had, and 100 confirmed his return to fine form. So Jack Leach, 6 balls remain this evening. He'll bowl to Shamar Brooks. He does so now on the spot and beats him with a ripping, bouncing, spitting bit of left arm spin.
Yep, I think we're going to see a bit of this, Mark, over the next couple of days. There's a bit of bounce, a bit more bounce than usual, a bit of spin as well from Jack Leach. We're going to see him bowl plenty of overs in the rest of this game.
Well, I hope we see plenty of overs from Joe Root. With respect to Dan Lawrence, Joe Root is a wicket-taking off-break bowler. 4 round the bat, silly point, short leg, slip, gully. And they're really close. These guys will bowl. I love the line Leach is bowling. Back goes the batsman, defends nicely on the back foot. But whenever you get that uneven bounce in a pitch, as it wears a bit, you worry for the batsman that plays back. He plays really well. Top hand in control, bottom hand loose, doesn't push at the ball. Leach relishing his opportunity here. Comes in now, 77 on his back as the batsman is Brooks' back and cuts. Good stop in the end by Chris Woakes. He's 77 on his back, so we've got Stokes 55, Root 66, Leach 77. And we've got 888 as our betting agent.
I was thinking about the numbers, you know. I don't quite get it.
3 balls remain tonight. Leach comes in now and he bowls a good one, and Brooks is forward and defends on the front foot, goes past the silly point, and all the vultures are squawking here. They sense their prey is vulnerable. They're loving it. It's torture for the batsmen. Cocky fielders around the bat, expecting something to come their way. The shadows lengthening across the Kensington Oval here. Leach, bald and bearded, has a word now with his 2 senior men, Root and Stokes. This is just to kill time, make the batsman wait and think instead of just play. They'll fiddle about, pretend to move the field, pretend to have a master plan, and then they go back to just doing the simple thing well. This is something Shane Warne used to do brilliantly towards the end of a day. Well, he did it most of the time, particularly at the end of a day when he knew the batsman wanted to get off the field. He'd slow everything down. Here's Leach again, right on the money. The batsman is back. Shamal Brooks watches it closely. Again, top hand in control. Applause from Ben Stokes, who has a smile on his face. Come to the final ball of the day's play, and again they wait, again they talk, again everything shuffles around. Fielders moving absolutely nowhere. In fact, actually, the guy at short extra cover now is coming in to yet another close fielder, and the one at square leg is coming all the way across to extra cover. So 5 are round the bat, 2 slips a gully, a silly point, a short leg, 3 in the cover ring, then a deep backward square and a mid-on for this final ball of the day to be bowled by Jack Leach to Shamal Brooks, who goes back and defends really well, ends up with just one hand on the bat. Looks a nice player to me, and Craig Brathwaite, always a doughty opponent. He has 28, Brooks has 31. West Indies is 71 for 1 at the end of the second day of this Apex Test match at the Kensington Oval, and a thoroughly good day for England, really. We saw a good morning with Root and Stokes in control, in an afternoon session in which 3 wickets fell but 113 runs were scored, and an evening session where 4 wickets fell, 1 of which was West Indian, and 96 runs were scored from more overs, actually 32 overs and 5 balls. All the England players, little high fives and back slaps. And it's quite a thing now. The players spend a lot of time congratulating each other, shaking hands, sort of acknowledging each other's day's work in honour of the badge of their country. Have a look at the scoreboard with Brathwaite unbeaten on 28, Brooks on 31, the man out John Campbell. That was the first Test match wicket, Goffey, from Matt Fisher.
Yeah, very pleasing thing from the day. We saw some excellent batting from Joe Root and especially Ben Stokes today, but just to any debutant who comes in to any sport wants to get off to a flyer, you want to know you feel welcome, you want to know you belong in this arena. And just by getting that one wicket will lift him so much. Dreaming when you were a little kid and you're just getting one wicket for England, playing for England. And it's happened for Matt Fisher. 1 for 18 off his 5 overs. He'll be pretty happy with his day's work, with his parents watching him at the game today. So a fantastic day for England. 507 for 9 declared. And then the West Indies 71 for 1. But the ball is turning. There's a bit of bounce there. And there's a bit in the wicket there for England.